Showtime! Showtime!
What's going on?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, everyone out there. Give us one moment. Hi, Razor Legend. We might be chipmunking. Let us know in chat if we sound squeaky. If we sound squeaky, let us know because we're waiting for the delay to catch up on our repeat in order to make sure the audio is good. Because you know how it's not a DEFCON 201 thing unless there's an audio issue. So just give us a moment here. I'm actually going to adjust this camera slightly, bring it down to here. There we go. That's a little bit more, slightly more flattering. We're gonna be doing some things during the pre-show here. So hold on. Okay, it just seems like the mic's really low. So let's bring that up. Okay, that's checking. There we go. That was the original volume level. I don't know why I was down earlier. Hi everyone out there. Welcome to the DEFCON 201 meetup. I'm gonna get this real quick because we have a long pre-show and a lot of fun celebratory stuff to get into. Real quick thing. I'm Side Pocket. I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. We are a computer hacksaw group that meets up in Jersey City, New Jersey, as you can see with my shirt, every third Friday of the month, which is what March 19th is. This lovely day today on Friday. We do all sorts of elite hacks. We used to do all this stuff in person, but because even though thankfully now there's a vaccine going around, people still lick each other's doorknobs and throw like poo at each other and stuff. So we've been doing this virtually since March last time. We're gonna get into that after the pre-show. What we're celebrating today though is that it's been 4 fucking years. Yes, this is our 4 year anniversary. This is the longest I think that any, as far as we know, there's been multiple times of trying to set up a DEF CON group in New Jersey, and we are the longest running one by far, but by at least I believe either a year or two. So we're really excited about that. How everyone in there. Also to note, real quick, if you were invited as a special guest, there's a limit of how many messages we can send on Twitch. So just which is why we have the pre-show. Hang on, we're gonna get in there. We also posted the Senf call publicly, so people come in and out. I'll be moderating it. You don't have to worry about that until around 7:30. Um, CS Blacks and security. I don't know if you're in the Senf call, but again, if you didn't get that message, just hang on for about half an hour, and we'll start sending more links out before Twitter yells at us. And just to get some stuff out of the way, real quick, if you want to know more about us, you can check out our website, which is also on our panel here. I'm also going to post it in chat at defcon201.org. We're also on, for example, Twitter with DEFCON 201NJ, and we're on DEFCON 201 on multiple things, including Instagram, the hostx.social, instance of Mastodon, all sorts of stuff. If you want to check out our social media and follow us there, there are the social media links. And if you're one of the few people out there who is watching on Facebook, in addition to everyone out there on Twitch, D Live, YouTube, and the Diode instance of PeerTube, as well as some of the people who might be watching this through Tor. There is a way to chat with us if you are on Facebook, and there is that's the link you're going to click on in order to, because you have to do like a reach around sort of way to do that. But anyhow, we have a long pre-show because well, we like long, but no, we need to set up more things, get more people into the Senf call. In a moment, we're going to post also the Senf call after the pre-show, so anyone in chat can join in. So we have two things for our pre-show. One, which we're going to get to in the moment, is an amazing DJ set by the awesome queen of music herself, DJ Jackalope, who we're very honored of being in chat. Hi, Dulce Mona. While you watch the pre-show and during the thing, if you like what you can see there, you can hit that bell, click like, share, subscribe on Twitch, D Live, and YouTube, as well as everyone else out there. We get notifications and we will shout them out, especially for our 100 follower goal on D Live. But first, if you are in chat and you have been in New Jersey, please make some noise. This is the few times where you can say that you're from New Jersey and not be embarrassed. Let everyone be known. Hi, Aldi, if you were from New Jersey. If you visited New Jersey, whether you liked it or not, also let that be known. But we figured to start off the pre-show, for those who have never knew about or experienced or heard rumors and legends of certain magazines called Weird NJ about our state. Here's a little bit of a refresher for you. Enjoy.
She's kind of tiny in comparison to the other states. New Jersey, I mean. But that's where the comparison ends. 'Cause New Jersey is more than meets the eye. And more, much more than maybe you've heard about. If you're flying above it and see its boundaries from the air, you'll find it's bordered on the west by Philadelphia and on the east by New York City. Benjamin Franklin said New Jersey was like a barrel tapped at both ends by these great metropolitan markets. On the southern boundary, and again as you'd view it from a plane flying in over the Atlantic, is Cape May. From there, as the crow flies, to High Point, the northernmost boundary of New Jersey, is but 166 miles. Some folks say it's about as large as an oversized Texas ranch. Well, could be, but it's the kind of small package that holds many wonderful surprises. I know, because I've seen more of New Jersey than most people. I've flown over her mountains and her lakes, her industrial centers, and her farms. I know her cities and towns. I've had the pleasure of visiting her beaches. I've waited for the cattle to amble off the Sussex roads. I've seen the puffed cheeks and the nimble fingers of a Millville glassblower, and I've sailed alone on many a Jersey lake. I find my way around her highways by weekday, and I know Tranquility Church on Sunday. I know the fishermen at Sea Isle City, and I know Miss America, but only from afar. New Jersey for me is a heart full of memories and a mind full of facts. Facts. Well, she's fourth smallest in size, but seventh largest in industrial production. Fourth smallest in size, but eighth largest in population. Fourth smallest in size, but first in farm income per acre. New Jersey is many things to many people. She's a place to live and a place to work, a place to play, and a place to grow, a place to study, a place to learn, a place to prepare for the future. And sometimes, New Jersey is a place to dream. For our children, the dreams of yesterday often come alive because they can visit the scenes of our nation's historic beginnings. Like Washington's headquarters at Morristown. It's a national monument now. A reminder of the 3 bitter winters Washington and his embattled troops spent in New Jersey during the Revolutionary War. Here they can visit the very rooms where the battles were planned. They can see the pistol Washington himself actually used in his many campaigns. For the youngsters, a visit to Morristown has all the excitement of stepping right back into the Revolutionary era itself. They can find many other doorways to the past in New Jersey, such as McConkey's Ferry in the Delaware town called Washington's Crossing. It was here on Christmas night of 1776, that George Washington rallied his troops for an adventure almost beyond the capacities of their freezing and nearly starved bodies. Against all odds, they managed to cross the ice-jammed Delaware River in fragile open boats to the New Jersey shore. There, in the chill silence, they reformed their ranks, and in the gray minutes before dawn, Washington's army attacked and annihilated the Hessian troops near their Trenton barracks. The victories of Trenton and Princeton secured New Jersey. Washington knew that the New Jersey hills controlled New York and Philadelphia, and just as important, he knew that these hills were rich in the most vital war material of those critical days, iron. Oxford Furnace in Warren County is merely a picturesque ruin today, but from its beginning in 1742, and particularly during the years of the Revolutionary War, its iron played a decisive role in the destiny of America. Men still look to the New Jersey hills for iron. Mount Hope, one of our 3 major iron mines, continues to yield high-grade ore. Interestingly enough, this iron is brought up from the deepest mine shaft east of the Mississippi. New Jersey's mines now furnish our industries with over 500,000 tons of ore each year. Not nearly enough, of course, for the steel needed by our industries. As a matter of fact, our steel production is fairly limited. But when it comes to the fabrication of steel into different products, New Jersey works for the entire world. Steel cables flow from Trenton to every corner of the globe, and have since 1854, when John A. Roebling proved the value of his steel cables by building a railroad bridge over Niagara Falls. That original cable works at Trenton has since grown into one of the nation's great industries. Here, high-speed machines, geared to meet any engineering requirement, turn out cables of every size, from tiny wire strands to the giant cables used in many of the world's longest bridges. The George Washington Bridge, linking New Jersey with New York, is built with cables made in Trenton. Steel goes into Elizabeth-made sewing machines for homes and factories throughout the world. In Jersey City, tons of steel are each day rolled and coated, lithographed in bright colors, and formed and sealed into tin cans for the food packers and others who can their products for homes and workshops everywhere. In Harrison, engineers and skilled technicians use steel to fabricate pumps large enough to irrigate deserts, and in one instance, powerful enough to reverse the flow of the Sacramento River. And in Camden, steel comes off the ways as fighting ships for our Navy. Steel goes into the fabrication of merchant ships built in our shipyards and carrying New Jersey products to every country of the world. One might ask, how did the tiny state of New Jersey develop such industrial muscles? Well, our school children know where to find some of the answers.
In 1791, Alexander Hamilton, our first Secretary of the Treasury, wrote a report to George Washington. He urged the building of American manufacturing centers. Hamilton said the Paterson Falls in New Jersey could furnish the power for such an industrial experiment. Water power became the basis of industry along the Passaic River, later as steam and electricity freed industry from dependence on water power alone. The original manufacturing centers grew into great industrial cities.
If Hamilton could look down today on the Passaic River where American industry began, he would, at nearly one glance, see hundreds of different industrial plants. Plants that turn out literally thousands of products. Airplane motors, textiles, clothing, television sets, paints, chemicals, paper, copper wire, woolens, radios, electric light bulbs, roller bearings, leather goods, electronic tools. That, my friends, is a whale of a lot of products and a lot of factories. And you might be wondering why New Jersey happens to be called the Garden State. Well, there's a good reason. You see, for all its 11,000 factories, New Jersey still is 84% forests and farmland. This is the New Jersey that is seldom seen from train windows. This is the Garden State you've heard of, and mighty pretty too. Up Sussex, Warren, and Hunterdon County way, the rolling green dairy country is rich in farms that have been owned and worked by the same families for generation upon generation, some of them going back to before the Revolution. The young people on these farms, like farm children all over the country, discover in farm organizations like the 4-H clubs and the Future Farmers of America ways of learning and sharing their knowledge of modern farming. Remember I told you New Jersey was 4th smallest of all the states and yet ranked 1st in farm income per acre? That's kind of a surprising statement, but not when you learn of the astonishing variety of output our farmlands produce. Actually, there are more than 60 different kinds of vegetables grown here to meet the needs of our own and our neighboring markets. Fruits, too, are grown in endless variety by our farmers. Apples, pears, blueberries, cranberries, peaches. Fruits for the tables, the canneries, and the bake shops of many states. Undoubtedly, somewhere they produce more of it, but nowhere, and this is a personal opinion, do they grow better tasting fruit. People are kind of taken back when you tell them New Jersey is 1st in farm income per acre, but they're even more startled when they learn that we're among the top 3 states in breeding thoroughbred horses. Monmouth County's reputation for fine horses goes back to colonial days, and the modern Jersey horse farms carry on the tradition of raising prize animals for the nation's leading stables. That's quite a surprise, isn't it? But you'll get a bigger surprise when I tell you about our orchids. Bet you didn't know that the largest orchid growing enterprise in the world is in Middlesex Borough. That's right. New Jersey grows 2 million orchids a year. That adds up to 1 out of every 4 hybrid orchids sold in the United States. Plenty of glamour in orchids and racehorses. Plenty of money, too. But the principal agricultural income is from eggs and poultry. Eggs have been big business here for half a century. Nowadays, nearly 3 billion Jersey eggs are marketed every year. Why, Monmouth County has more chickens on farms than any other county in the whole country. But producing eggs and chickens is only part of the story. The big problem is to get them to market. Most New Jersey farmers solve this by forming large cooperative markets such as the Flemington Auction, first successful poultry and egg auction in America. There are several such auctions in New Jersey, and I've spent many a fascinating day watching the farmers and listening to the auctioneer. The men who bid for the eggs and poultry at the Jersey auctions usually represent stores and consumers in hundreds of American cities. But many shiploads of Jersey eggs are sold to foreign lands. And it's interesting to go backstage. Each egg is carefully candled over a light that shows up any imperfections. Then, the eggs are rushed to city markets, still fresh from the farm. New agricultural methods are, of course, not peculiar to New Jersey. But whenever I think of advanced farming, my mind sees a picture of the plains of Cumberland County in the southern part of the state. They're lush farmlands now, checkerboards of green and gold from the air, and a joy for a man to work. But these lands were not always so rewarding because of the droughts which often strike this region. A Bridgeton farm boy 50 years ago dreamed of making rainfall regularly on the 57 acres of his family's farm. His dream was a beginning. He became the first farmer in America to make his small boy dream of controlled rainfall come true. And like so many so-called impractical dreams, this Bridgeton farmer's idea paid off in solid ways. The old family farm has grown from its original 57 acres to 19,000 acres. And today, it is the largest mechanized farm in the United States. Here, modern mobile telephones enable the farm managers to keep in constant touch with every part of the farm, the planting, the harvesting, the requirements of processing plants. And to make sure the crops are fully protected, dust cropping planes regularly spray the fields against insect damage. What was true in Bridgeton was also true elsewhere. Take tomatoes. They were a very small crop in New Jersey when another young man with ideas came along in the pioneering days of tomato canning. As a result of his experiments in Camden, there arose greatly expanded markets for tomatoes. Today, our farmers are raising hundreds of thousands of tons of tomatoes for canneries all over southern New Jersey. Only 2 states raise more tomatoes for canning than we do. Incidentally, that early Camden venture has grown until it is recognized as the world's largest manufacturer of canned soups, a story of success that's known to everyone. But very few people are aware of the part played in the story by the famous Rutgers tomato. This strain was developed by the scientists at the Agricultural Experimental Station of Rutgers, the state university. It gave the farmers and the canners a larger, heartier, and better tasting product. The tomato is but one of the rewards of research at Rutgers, rewards that have ranged from better vegetables to life-saving streptomycin. From their experimental stations have come a host of discoveries that have added strength to the soil and to the state, that have developed new methods, new crops, and new ideas in a steady stream for farms and farm-based industries. The university's scientists run experimental farms in which pigs, cattle, poultry, and garden and field crops are studied and bred for better strains. The end product of all their research is brought right to the farmer's door by the county agents. To my mind, these agents are the unsung heroes of modern agriculture. They take the farmer's problems to the laboratory and bring the scientist's knowledge to the farm. Now, I don't want you to get the idea that study at Rutgers is limited to agriculture. Chartered in 1766, Rutgers has grown in recent years to the state university with more than 20,000 students. Its neighbor, Princeton University, shares with Rutgers the honor of being one of the 9 colleges founded before the American Revolution. Founded in 1746, Princeton, for a brief period, was the temporary capital of the United States. Princeton's Nassau Hall, built in 1756, served as a meeting place for the Continental Congress in 1783. In our own century, Princeton's Woodrow Wilson moved from the president's chair on the campus to the governor's office at Trenton, and then to the White House. Around the university itself has developed the town of Princeton, which became a magnet for scholarship and research. It was to a simple frame house on Mercer Street in Princeton that Albert Einstein came to find freedom to work in 1933. Here, at the Institute for Advanced Study, Einstein, like other great scholars from all over the world, worked for the widening of man's knowledge. What about the other 37 colleges and universities in New Jersey? Many have become world famous, as for example, Seton Hall. Founded in 1856, it is today one of the largest Catholic universities in the country. Fairleigh Dickinson, in contrast to the older institutions, is young indeed. Started in 1942 as a small junior college in Rutherford, it is now the 3rd largest university in the state. Stevens Institute of Technology is one of the oldest and still among the most advanced engineering colleges in the land. All of us, of course, appreciate the advantages of higher education. But I think all of us equally realize that education starts where little girls and boys first meet knowledge. New Jersey has been aware of this for a long time. Today, it's good to know that communities throughout the state still seek the best in education as they move to meet the challenge of ever-expanding enrollments. Old schools are being modernized, and new schools are rising to serve communities which have grown tremendously in the last decade. Another educational advantage we seem to have in New Jersey is that the whole state can, and often does, become one big classroom. You see, we're small enough to have our farms and our factories and our historical shrines within a bus ride of most schools. Take, for instance, the West Orange Research Laboratories, where the great Thomas Edison worked from 1882 until his death in 1932. Edison's private study is preserved exactly as he left it the day he died. A model of the electric lamp he developed at Menlo Park, New Jersey in 1879 still burns on his roll-top desk. His desk is still jammed with his own notes and inventions he was developing to the very end. Synthetic rubber, improved phonographs, electronic devices destined to be perfected by Edison's research assistants and other scientists. Just outside is the Black Maria, where Edison filmed the first movies ever made. To the children who visit this living textbook of American history, learning becomes a happy adventure. Since Edison's day, New Jersey never has lost its leadership in the pursuit of new ideas and in the development of new products. No state tops New Jersey in the number and diversity of its research enterprises. Today, some 400 research laboratories are found in 150 New Jersey towns. And to the casual eye, these facilities look like university buildings on wide campuses. Bell Telephone Laboratories, largest research organization in the world, does much of its work in New Jersey in such well-equipped research centers as that at Murray Hill. Unique studies in communications and electronics, on which much of the nation's industrial future rests, have made these Bell Laboratories world-famed. Here, the results of the staff's pure and applied research have opened the doors to many new developments in science, in industry, and in modern living, and have even won a Nobel Prize for one Bell Laboratories research team. Elsewhere in the state, our laboratories are in the forefront of chemical research. Whole new industries have grown out of chemical research in the past 20 years. Take, for instance, the whole complex of machines and skills now employed in producing the antihistamines, the antibiotics, the vitamins, the tranquilizers, and the hundreds of other life-extending drugs that have resulted from pharmaceutical chemical researches alone. Our chemical research runs the complete gamut: fine chemicals, pharmaceuticals, paints, and plastics. I've read that 15 years from now, 3/5 of all chemical sales will be in products not even on the market today. That bodes well for New Jersey. $1 billion worth of chemicals may be just a starting point. Maybe research is responsible for our diversified industries, but I like to think it also came about because of the variety of skills we attract to our workbenches. Take glassblowing. In Millville, you'll find the rare skills of the custom glassblower continuing a tradition older than the Republic itself. Oddly enough, the world of science, which created the glassblowing machines that make craftsmen like these so unique in our day, is today the greatest user of hand-blown glass for laboratory flasks and special products. In Newark, skilled artisans make the finest gold jewelry in the nation. We even have a Newark tannery which specializes in tanning hippopotamus and elephant hides for commercial use. A plant in Kearney uses different skills that produce miles upon miles of telephone cable. Over 31 billion feet of it, to be statistical, were produced last year, or enough telephone wire to encircle the globe something like 1,300,000 times. I don't suppose there's anything that highlights the story of our diversity more than the shipping labels at any of New Jersey's ports. Made in New Jersey, soup and textiles, drugs and television sets, stoves and perfume, lipstick and dynamite. Destination, Maine and Michigan, Salt Lake City and Ashtabula. Made in New Jersey, setting eggs and surgical instruments, machine tools and color slides. Destination, a farm in Ohio, a hospital in New Mexico, a defense plant in Nevada, a school near the Arctic Circle. Made in New Jersey. Tin cans and thread, plastics and copper wire, leather belts and television sets, boilers and bandages. Made in New Jersey. Dispatched by batteries of telephones and shipped via highway to the markets of the nation. Golly, you must be thinking, all work and no play? Well, not all our roads lead to the mill and the market. Some of them lead to fun. Atlantic City is one of America's best-known playgrounds, a favorite place for millions. It offers its ocean, the pleasantries of its boardwalk by day, the excitement and the gaiety of its nights, plus an annual pageant which has become part of the summer folklore of our times. Every summer, pretty girls from every state in the Union come to Atlantic City to compete for the title of Miss America. It's a spectacle of beauty and color, from the opening parade of the states through the appearance of the current Miss America to the climax, the selection and crowning of the winner. To the new Miss America, it is a triumphant moment to remember. To the losers, well, it's something of a heartbreak. To the rest of us, it's generally a reminder that another summer is drawing to a close. But the Jersey Shore is more than the sounds and the colors of Atlantic City. It's the old lighthouses at Barnegat Bay and other points, the family pleasures at any of 50 resorts between Sandy Hook and Cape May. Cape May, the extreme southern tip of the state, is one of the earliest shore resorts in the nation. On these quiet streets, generations of Southern planters and Philadelphia gentry strolled and exchanged pleasantries in the days before the Civil War. Thinking about it reminds me that 1/3 of New Jersey is below the Mason-Dixon line. Many Cape May vacationers take the time to drive west to Salem County to see Fort Mott, which, with Fort Delaware in the middle of the Delaware River, was set up to guard against Confederate sea raiders during the Civil War. Fort Delaware became a prison of war, and 2,400 Confederate soldiers died there of disease and overcrowding. The Quakers of Salem helped row the dead across the river and buried them at Finn's Point. Occasionally, people still come up from the south to honor the dead who lie here. Maybe you've guessed it, but southern Jersey holds a special place in my recollections, particularly the sand dunes at Avalon, where we romped the summer away and, like the kids of today, ran down to the shore to see the commercial fishing fleet return from the sea. There are, of course, many fishing fleets that sail from the many New Jersey harbors along the Atlantic shores, but none is more picturesque than the fleet that calls Sea Isle City its home port. Manned by fishermen only a generation or two removed from old world waters where their fathers and forefathers before them fished, these seafarers add a colorful chapter to the fishing annals of New Jersey. However, not all Jersey shore fishing is done for profit. Nearly every day in the year, we'll find people casting for fun on the beaches or off jetties. And for those anglers who, like me, prefer freshwater fishing, we can find all we want in any of the hundreds of spring-fed lakes in our lake country. These lakes are set mainly in the midst of New Jersey's forests. And if their size seems surprising, remember that 84% of our state is still in forests or farmland. However, our woodlands are gradually yielding to man and his needs. New Jersey is growing, and as new industries arise, space is carved out of the forests for their factories. The lands that yesterday lay fallow or in pines are cleared for the homes of the people who will work in the new industries, and the people who will teach their children and doctor their ills and bake their bread and become their neighbors. The new homes, the new neighbors, the new jobs take their place in the older patterns of New Jersey living and become part of a way of life that evolved from the earlier days. Ours is a way of life whose spiritual traditions in the quiet country villages and the large cities alike go back to the days when the world was smaller and younger. The way I look at it, New Jersey always has had a personality all her own. Nature gave her variety, set her between two great rivers, and gave her mountains and forests and flatlands and beaches. On these things our people have grown and will continue to grow. For in New Jersey, nothing stands still. Yesterday's wastelands are today's wealth. Sometimes I think it's almost as if the state herself has a spirit of her own, a spirit which leads our people to rise to every challenge in agriculture, in industry, in community living. Sometimes I think that New Jersey is a state which can't help growing stronger, more productive, more rewarding to all who are part of her progress. This, my friends, is New Jersey. As small as her 8,224 square miles, as unbounded as the worldwide market she serves, as old as her Revolutionary War heritage, as new as the research in her modern laboratories, as familiar as a glance from a train window, as unknown as the mountains and forests our visitors seldom see, as busy as her highways, as unforgettable as the quiet majesty of her sunsets. New Jersey, kind of wonderful, isn't she?
Okay. Oh, all right. So, yeah. Hi everyone again. That was our bit of us about our state, that is New Jersey, as you can see on the shirt, because I don't know where everything was. We learned so much education on that. So, let's see what's going on here. We do have a couple of people already in the SEMF call. Don't worry. In the middle of the second part of the pre-show, we will be posting the SEMF call in the chat, so more of you can join us in the celebration. Everything's going to kind of kick off between 7 and 7:30. So without further ado, let's look at the second part of the pre-show, and let's get some sick hacker beats from someone who absolutely is so amazing that they need no introduction. Enjoy.
Take it down to the bunker. Take it down to the bunker. Take it down to the bunker.
It's 4 a.m. I took you home. Drunk as hell and I wanna bone. Shirt off, bra off, what you gonna do? Better move quick before I puke. If you can't perform, I'll go back to the club. Don't waste my time when I wanna fuck. Screw me at night and screw me in the morning. I'm a sex addict like me, so horny. Lick me up and lick me down. Show a good girl what it's all about. Let's do things I've never done. And if you're lucky, I will come. Champagne, roses, diamonds, pearls. I am not that kind of girl. I need it raw and I need it now. Punk
no sucker. Control, 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 control.
music that the people them like. We bring the vibe, yeah, we bring the vibe. We make the music and not play it worldwide. We bring the vibe, yeah, we bring the vibe. We play the music that the people them like. We bring the vibe, yeah, we bring the vibe. We make the music and not play it worldwide. We bring the vibe, yeah, we bring the vibe.
Oh, oh, it's over. The concert's over. Hang on a moment. Get some light. Close this. Ah. Whew. Sorry about that, folks. I was just really getting into the music there. It's like, whew, it's one hell of a set. Again, we want to reach out and thank DJ Miss Jackalope for that submitting that amazing set. Uh, we were pretty hyped, especially with all the graphics in the background, which is done by a friend of hers. We were not expecting that, and of course, cat. So again, we really appreciate that. And if you're interested in checking out Miss Jackalope's sets, if you follow her on her social media, she will always announce when she DJs on her own Twitch channel. In fact, if that even happens tonight, we'll probably raid. If she also DJs tomorrow for DEFCON China, we'll probably raid the channel as well. And you can find all of her links there on Twitter, Twitch, and her own Mixcloud. So hope you go check that out. So now we're in our meeting phase, and I'm going to post this again. But as you've seen earlier, we are opening this meeting up for everyone, which potentially also means like the trolls. So that is our Senf call link. We have made this very public. We are modding it, so just behave. And we're gonna go in. I might have to reload my current instance of the big blue button just because tech never works. So there's all of that. But let's switch over to browser mode. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna let them talk for a bit, and then I'm still putting the finishing touches on something I really want to present. So we're just kind of leaving the meeting up to you. And I also want to note that people are going to start showing up mainly at 7:30, and particularly I would say if you want to really see something special, stick around until at least like between 9 and 10, because not only are there just going to be people coming in, but there's one particular guest that we have a confirmed by that I think all of you would really enjoy. We're going to have a really fun time picking their brain. But let's get the formalities out of the way quick and go away to the well, chat mode here, and hopefully that will work. Also, we're supposed to, I'm eventually going to find the what do you call it, the can't remember the name of the thing, the capture card, and we'll hopefully also play some games on here too later. But we're also mainly just going to chat and hang out. We're already having a couple of people, but I just want to get some stuff out of the way. First of all, this is our amazing website that's done by Cyril. Unfortunately, I wasn't. It's my responsibility to update the tour website, and that's why it's a little bit behind. But we're going to be making a lot more improvements on the website over the next couple of days. Never mind, next couple of months. So that's going to be really exciting to hang out. Also, shout out to DEFCON, the Reddit group at DEFCON for informing us of this about 6 days ago. Unfortunately, known DEFCON goon and InfoSec personality named Kevin Edis unfortunately passed away. There is, as you can see on this page here, a GoFundMe for him. So I want to post the link to that GoFundMe in chat. It's up to you if you want to donate to that or not. We just thought we would relay the information. And while we do that, we're just going to give a brief moment of silence for this for unfortunately his passing of, from what I've heard, was a really great hacker. So now that the instant reward happened, the formalities out of the way, we also want to let you know, and I think we still only have one video on this. We're going to keep this open for a week. Near the end, before we raid someone else's stream, whatever vid hugs, and I think more are going to be submitted in the next hour that are coming in. We do have a vid hug. This is kind of like a cool way where if you can't make it, you can make a small pre-recorded video, and we'll be showing these throughout the live streams for the rest of March or the beginning of April as they come in. We're going to post a big video about this at the end. This is also the link to the vid hub. And with all of that out of the way, I'm going to switch over the big blue button. It probably is frozen right now, and I probably have to reload and enter that in. So we're just going to check real quick. So it seems like, well, first of all, I'm going to unmute this. The video seems to be frozen on GI Jack's end. I think what we're going to do is I'm going to temporarily just hold on because, you know, it's never a DEFCON 2-1 meeting unless there's like weird tech problems. I'm going to take it off browser mode and we're going to reload and re-enter the room. And hopefully, that will cure whatever problems we were currently having. I think it's literally we just did the video for so long. So let's see here. This should work. Let me get this past this echo test here, and then hopefully everyone will be able to hear us. I'm just going to assume yes because that's what the settings were before. And now, there we go. There's the handsome as XR. Thank you, Edgel. Angle 3B, I believe is maybe how you pronounce it, for doing that. But oh, geez, what the? I took off the logo earlier. Why is the logo on? Hang on. Where is this stupid thing? There we go. That's not this show. Hey, Luxter out there. So yeah, we just.
Hi, everybody.
Yep, we just turned on desktop audio. I'm probably going to turn off the cam for a bit. I'm going to let all these chuckleheads chat for a bit while I do finishing touches on my talk. Then we'll do a small I'm going to do a very short presentation. It's going to be really fun. And note that the longer you watch the stream, there should be more people constantly piling on. So everyone out there in the big blue button, if you can, unmute yourself. Time to chat, time to drink, time to hack. Let's go.
Chat. All right, so currently I'm still working on this Pine Time.
I gotta say the lag between this and the Twitch stream is gonna be.
Yeah, I'm gonna go hit the mute button on my web here. It's a little disorienting, so paying attention. Big blue button if you want to come in here and chat with me.
I mean, I got used to having like you know, in-ear monitors for doing radio production and stuff. That was still not nearly as disorienting as that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's an inherent thing with the way the stream processes work. I'm trying to remember because there was also a small announcement.
Well, look, the rest of you have to unmute and start talking or something because I don't think we can carry this stream with just Jack sitting there messing with a Raspberry Pi that he keeps trying to blow up.
Yeah, well, trying to blow up this Pine Time. Tried flashing Wasp OS because.
Well, kind of sucks because you guys had like some very interesting conversation before about like outdated keyways and stuff like that.
Like a watch is actually pretty cool. And also doubles as a watch is actually pretty cool, as opposed to just like a.
I think the whole problem with it is that the interface suggests that the microphone is on, not off, and that it's actually off when it looks like it's on.
Yeah, well, welcome to German design.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yo.
Hey, what's up?
There we go. There's other people here.
Ah.
There we go. There's other people here.
Echo.
Woo.
We can hear him. I just think Jack's not speaking very loud.
Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot to put my microphone right here. So, yeah, okay, there we go.
Yes.
Microphone was behind my.
I've only been doing this for a year.
Okay, so from the, so yeah, hack all the alcohol. No, it's drink all the booze, hack all the things. Code factor, get it right. Gosh, Keck. Okay, Jesus Christ.
Night Owl, what was that thing you were talking about? What, like outdated lock systems or something earlier?
No, like low-end hardware manufacturers using things that are almost but not quite a standard size. So it's like, hey, I know, we need to use a screw here. So sure, we'll use a standard diameter and thread pitch, but we'll make it 1/8 of an inch shorter than any standard size that's on the market.
Oh, lovely.
Or, in this particular case, I was complaining about a job I did the other day.
More proof that locks are endless innuendos.
Yeah.
It's all about the bagels.
It's true. It is.
It is.
But yeah, I was dealing with a thing the other day. Someone was installing some new panic hardware on a building that houses a public accommodation, bunch of offices and things, and the lock cylinders that they needed, the manufacturer specifies a 15/16 inch long lock cylinder.
Just
Technically a standard size. There is a standard for it, but basically no one actually makes it. Like if you walk into most locksmith shops or even most hardware stores and you ask for a 1-inch mortise cylinder, sure, no problem. That's standard size for like 99% of all storefront hardware, of all storefront door hardware.
Okay, now I'm
1.1
curious, why
inch.
would they make such an unusual in-betweenish standard?
Because there are certain things where you really do need that little bit shorter cylinder because it needs to be flush fit on something where there's just not enough room for the full inch. So you
So,
have to
ladies and
shave that off.
gentlemen, we have learned that length isn't everything.
Greetings from Colorado.
Hi,
Yo,
from
how are you?
Colorado.
Yeah, it's Blue Knight from Sky Talks. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Okay, wrong show. I'm sorry.
Close enough. We could
Oh.
just do Hallway Con the spring edition.
Yeah, I think this is kind of what this is, almost, except for one thing. Hold on.
We are the worst public access college radio ever.
By having done
I
a
don't know
lot of
about
college
that.
radio, yes.
I'm sure that Radio Statler has done far worse.
No, Radio Statler has occasionally done better.
Well, yes, but but also worse.
They're not transmitting out of a bathroom toilet.
Didn't we do that on Radio Statler once?
No, we had a roving reporter report live from the bathroom.
Oh, right. Right.
Actually, no, relayed on a relayed delay.
Okay, yeah, that's important, especially when you're reporting from a stall in a public bathroom.
Yeah, something about the ladies' room being even worse than you could possibly imagine.
I don't know. I've got a good imagination.
So, odd random question. Which March sucked more, this one currently or last March?
Yes.
For what reasons?
Yes.
This one.
No, the correct answer was already said. Yes.
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 I'm still gonna a bit more towards this one. Like, yeah, last March was horrible in a lot of ways, but you know what? Midtown Manhattan was empty.
See, that's the thing.
Yeah, that was actually for a few months actually fairly nice on the electric skateboard because, like I said, the streets were empty. And it was that first week back where they kind of opened up and everyone forgot how to drive and people just started losing Jersey City bumper cars.
Yeah, I mean, so me as someone who was declared as a quote unquote essential worker, being, you know, when I have to go out and to do a job, having the streets basically empty, where like the nearest person is 3 blocks away and I can see them because there's nothing else going on. That's actually kind of nice. I actually felt a bit safer.
Yeah, I would.
I also think fundamentally last March there was like a semblance of there might be hope, and this March we're like on the aftermath of everything. It's kind of like I feel like last March was Japan at the beginning of the Second Sino War, and then this March is the end of World War II, where we now know that it wasn't a happily ever after ending. So that's probably
of course, yeah, there was. Yeah, there was hope was online last year. And I'm told there just might be hope for 2021.
Ha.
Nah.
Wait a minute. Wait, isn't it still 2020?
It's still 1999. I have no idea.
Oh.
2008 or like.
Good. I'm gonna watch
whatever.
Animaniacs instead. Fuck it.
Whatever.
Speaking of 1999, is Neo alive? Can we poke him?
Poked.
Poke. Okay, so it's definitely time. Because nothing is blown up yet. Let's introduce some alcohol to the mix. Figure out why this won't flash.
Oh dear, I've created a monster here.
I've created a monster.
Yep.
I heard Raspberry Pi earlier. Did you manage to finally unfuck it?
No, we have a Blueberry Pi. I'm sorry. No, it's the Raspberry Pi is fine. I managed to unfuck
We already
the
had
Pi.
a fire broke out near here. We don't need another one.
Okay. So the Raspberry Pi is fine. I've managed to power. What's it called? Use this lab power supply that I have here to provide the 3 volts DC to power the Pine Time for the SPI flashing. It still doesn't flash. I'm trying to figure out why. I'm still trying to figure out why. It detects all the SPI flasher. I don't know. Shot of whiskey will help. I have this shot of Tabasco whiskey. It's kind of almost as bad as it looks. Well, not almost. It's not as hot as it looks, right? Because like there's a few Tabasco drinks. If you ever had them, like kind of wild. If you ever had a hot shot, I sometimes call it a sweaty Mexican. It's most a shot of tequila. You take a splash of Bacardi 151 and 3 drops of Tabasco sauce.
I blame Johnny Xmas for this because ever since Johnny Xmas introduced him to Malort, Jack's been like collecting just obnoxiously disgusting.
Oh yeah, I got Malort, right? It's what's it called? Chicago's finest tequila. Thank one of my biker friends for that one because he's like, yeah, it kind of looks like the tequila. If you want to fuck with somebody, order everybody a shot of tequila except for to give the one guy that you're trying to fuck with, you get him a shot of Malort. And yeah. It tastes like, if you know what a Malort is, it tastes like the turnpike smells.
I've had Malort.
Wait, the turnpike has a smell? I thought that like it just burned all of your like nostrils
all
off.
of Jersey has a smell.
Yeah, it does have a smell.
So, Dilsa Delmon, I think I hopefully pronounced her name right. You were like the DC 201 super fan. So after a year of doing this, congratulations, you were way more consistent than we are. Like we really do appreciate when you show up and watch the stream.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, definitely. It's always good to have fans.
And I'm still working on the code. It's been dumb personal issues of me juggling 8 million things, but you are getting that game code probably in mid-April, just as a heads up.
All right.
Because you earned it. How did you find out about us, by the way?
The 2600 meetings in New York.
Okay.
I think I'm pretty sure you're the one who handed me a flyer.
Correct. Yes, that's back when we actually had flyers. Which again, that's what I remember. Wait, hold
on one second.
Ironically, today, the Murphy has just similar to New York has opened everything to, as Jack ruined something else, has opened everything to 50% capacity. So we're still going to observe the situation, but if everything goes right, starting next month, we're going to return to some of the meetings that we had in the summer where we will still be broadcasting these live, but we're actually going to attempt to meet at Subculture again and have like a limited amount of attendance with social distancing, and I'm going to bring the like sanitized lockpicking kits and stuff like that. So just look out for that. Like hopefully we'll be kind of seeing each other in person soon.
All right.
The power of admin compels you.
And you pseudo.
So Night
I mean,
Owl,
you can.
what's the most awesome lock thing you've seen so far during quarantine? Like lock thing, and what's the stupidest thing you've seen so far in terms of locks?
Humans is not a valid answer, by the way.
Let's see.
You really has to think for this, huh?
The stupidest was probably someone putting a like $5 cheap hardware store slide bolt on a door that was clearly labeled as an emergency exit
Oh, Jesus.
in a space that they were illegally occupying.
You sure this wasn't the Fail Factory?
This wasn't the
I'm
Fair
quite
Factory.
sure. I'm quite sure.
Maybe a spin-off franchise of it or something?
No, we can't fabricate that kind of
Yeah,
failure.
in fact, the property manager who had called me in to deal with the door told me afterward that, oh yeah, no, this building has been beat to shit. I don't even know how we ended up with it. I'm pretty sure that the previous owner like shoved it into a deal for another building that we were buying, like just to get rid of it. So there's frankly been a lot of really horrible stuff that I've seen. Awesome stuff has been few and far between. Most of the like better stuff has been in the lock sport and collecting communities, where people have been able to unearth really cool, interesting equipment that is very rarely seen or very hard to find, as well as a couple of people that I know who started out as hobby lock sport types or lockpicking YouTubers who are now kind of doing what I did several years ago, which was taking that interest and transitioning it to working towards their actual professional accreditation as locksmiths.
Also, hi there, Dork Phoenix.
Hey, Dark Phoenix. How
Hey
you
guys.
doing?
I'm very well. How are you?
Good. So you got the guy. That's all I just see on Twitter is like, you got the guy.
The guy was caught. I don't know if we really helped or not. We didn't really get a lot of confirmation of that, but we dumped what we had to law enforcement. And really, at the end of the day, he was not super sneaky. He was across the street at his brother's house.
I mean, like most of the time people are. I mean,
That's very typical criminals. Real quick, just for the background, because that's one of the reasons why we invited you on. Can we give a little bit of context for the people watching of what the hell we're talking about?
Absolutely. So, hey everybody, happy Friday. As you,
It's a Friday.
Drink to be being Friday.
1 second, hold on 1 second. Let me put my shot. Do a toast with you. 1 second. All right.
Stand back, Jack's doing chemistry.
All right,
there we go.
Yeah, here we
go.
Cheers.
Here.
Cheers to
Yay.
Fridays. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for being on our stream.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Yep. Hi, Shempa.
Hi, girl. Hi.
I'll be on cam in a moment. I'm just finishing some shit, but keep going.
Oh, you're fine. So I was asked to give some background on the manhunt situation from last week. So essentially what went down in Chinatown was one of my oldest friends in the whole world is the grandfather of the baby that ended up passing away, unfortunately. Was a polite way to put it. I don't want to use the word murdered, but was murdered. So we've been friends since we were 14. We go way back. I know his family. I know his kids, including his stepdaughter, who is the mother of this child. She's 20. She works nights at a hotel, working a front desk hostess job. So she had left the baby with her mother, the grandmother, as well as the grandmother's boyfriend, overnight because she was staying with them, and they equipped Bryson. Hey, baby. Um, yep. So I'm explaining the background of Bryson knows all about it because of being friends. But anyway, so left the baby in the charge of who she should have been able to trust, and went to work. And when she came home in the morning, baby wasn't breathing. Was rushed to the emergency room. Long story short, came to find out the baby had a skull fracture and internal injuries consistent with some sort of horribly violent act. The baby was only 4 months old.
Oh.
He was removed from life support after it was determined that his EEG was flat, so there was no brain activity. So they made the very tough decision to let him go. So it was immediately ruled a homicide, and the people that were taking care of the baby obviously were in some way responsible for what happened. The grandmother was immediately arrested and charged with tampering with evidence was the first charge, and he went on the run. He disappeared. So once the baby was sent to the hospital, he was just gone. And so after a couple of days had gone by and the baby passed away, the police started looking for him because obviously they at least wanted to talk to him, but also he was probably involved. But he was nowhere to be found. So I got frustrated. He felt powerless. He was very upset, understandably. There's very little in the world that sometimes we can do in these situations, but I was touched by the community's response to what could have been a widely ignored tweet about helping me to find someone on the run from justice. And the amount of OSINT work that went on in a very short time by a bunch of people I've never met was amazing, and I will never forget. And they caught late Friday night, I got a text message from my buddy that they caught him again across the street at his brother's house, which was one of the data points we turned up. Had that not worked, some folks had done enough investigation to find that his family is from Florida and that they owned a tract of land in Florida. So that was going to be one of the data points we delved into a little bit further to figure out if there was any property or any housing on that property, or if he owned an RV, or just to point them in the right direction, because I figured the greater community has resources and experience that the Kansas City Police Department doesn't necessarily have at their disposal. So thank you to everyone that participated. I was very touched and happy to see that justice has been done. So they're both in prison for a very long time. They're not on trial yet, but they're being held on. And the grandmother, her charge was upgraded to felony interfering with the police investigation. They're both being held on very large cash bonds, so they will not be seeing the light of day anytime soon. So thanks again.
Cheers. Glad we could help.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not surprised, but I was amazed by the amount of information that was able to be generated very, very quickly with very little. Because I didn't know this guy from Adam, right? Like, I know the family. I'd never met the boyfriend of the ex-wife, so I didn't have much to supply people except his name, and they turned up a lot. It was impressive.
I was not surprised about Florida.
Yeah, Florida man strikes again. I wasn't gonna make that shitty joke. This is kind of a little too serious for a shitty joke, but
That's okay. Justice has been served. If he was still on the run, I might be a little more sensitive about it. But
and that was not a joke.
He's in jail.
I legit was not surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, given the nature of his crimes, he's not going to make it very long in prison. So, joke away.
All right. Well, I guess we'll break that out until he actually goes on trial. I don't want to say nothing, but you know how.
This is why we do not fuck around with InfoSex and hackers. When they get pissed, we get revenge.
Yeah, there's a lot of things we could do. I mean, this is like,
yeah.
Neil, what the
when I supplied
on
the information that we had,
that
we had aggregated, one of my friends that's not an InfoSec person, but that's part of that family, said, first of all, remind me never to piss you people off. I was like, you're not wrong.
I mean, these aren't exactly teenagers here anymore. A lot of teenage fucking weirdos grew up to be ex-military weirdos. A little smarter, a little sharper.
Yeah, I had folks with police contacts who were ready to share information with us, and there were some very friendly international folks that were going to start sending text messages with links in them that maybe people shouldn't click, had he not been apprehended as quickly as he was.
Yeah, I'm just saying we still have plenty of swampland in New Jersey that he can be
Curious,
interred.
Brian, what mythical creature are you? It looks awesome.
You mean dissolved in, not interred. You just put them in water and
Interred.
dissolve them.
Yeah. Yeah, at one point I told Justin, just tell me where to show up with a shovel. So I think we all were in the same thought process.
I don't know if anyone heard me, Brian. What sort of mythical creature are you dressed as? Because it looks awesome. I don't know if you can hear me.
Was that any? What was that?
No, Brian has this like awesome hoodie on. I'm trying to figure out what mythical creature this is.
Oh, Bryson is wearing his unicorn standard.
Red
These
unicorns.
many.
That's the first time I've seen that. That's awesome. That should be more common.
Are you channeling your evil unicorn side? Is that why the red one? Are you the devil unicorn?
I just thought I would go with offense.
Oh, so that's
Got
like
it.
your red team. That's like your red team unicorn.
He has a blue one. That makes sense.
Okay.
He's a
all right.
purple one.
Black, white, red, blue, and purple.
I didn't want to assume. I thought you like showed up to our stream like cosplayed as the Jersey Devil, and so I was just like, "Oh, I'm so honored."
Yeah.
I did not
PSP,
even think
right.
about. I did not think of the local geography with that one.
No. It was we're a state that just like loves urban legends. It's just like it's kind of like New Jersey, like weird stuff, urban legends. It's kind of like what we do. Kind of growing up as like a teenager, kind of like what everyone kind of does is like amateur paranormal investigation. That's like a hobby. That's like a state hobby.
Lots of books written about it.
I thought that was called Jersey politics.
That too. I mean,
Oh, great! Now we're gonna be here for 3 hours.
like New Jersey, blah 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 blah. We like horror stories. We one time years ago in like the 70s, we were the state where the mob buried the bodies.
Well, we couldn't let them do it anymore in New York. They were starting to pollute the place. We were running out of places for ships to pass through.
Staten Island. It's like when New Jersey's full, you get turned to Staten Island. Also CDC, Jack's Vegetables, CDC in the house. Shout out. What's good, homie?
Oh, there we go. Hey, what's up, guys? Or everybody, rather.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm
Welcome
okay.
to DC. Welcome to DC 201. I'm thinking if I permanently fried this pine time. So
Oh, no.
What?
Jack's trying to build a mini me.
I don't know. Just some other things here. I have, I have. Let me. What the hell? Okay, so on Amazon, it recommends these cheap SWD flashers, these SD-Link 2s, right? These things, like these cheap flashers. This one wasn't working. It just was like, oh yeah, it doesn't connect. It's showing some like libUSB errors. I'm like, all right. So let me try the Raspberry Pi. So just happen to have a Model 3 Raspberry Pi 3P in my desk. So I was like, yeah, okay, just reflash stock Raspbian on that, and then there's like this auto script which kind of does this. For that, I was getting low voltage errors, so I got the trusty lab power supply, DC power supply running here to provide it can do lots of amps, right? It can provide enough power to light this thing on fire. Essentially, so it's still not detecting this thing. So what happened was, it was running fine with Infinitime, right? It had Infinitime 13 on it. So I was like, yeah, let me try Wasp OS, because I mean, who doesn't want to have a smart, micro Python programmable smart button on your wrist that doubles as a watch? Because that actually seemed like a pretty cool idea. I'm like, yeah, you hook this up, and you can probably just kind of like script Android with like, press the button, right? Instead of like, you're like on the electric skateboard or the motorcycle, you can be like, yeah, I can look over here. It'll tell me anything I need to know from the phone. I just, like press the button. And you do some of that, like you can be like, oh yeah, who's calling? Like you get a phone call, it's in your pocket. Okay, yeah, okay, that's who's calling. Call that guy back later or something like that. Or it's like maybe if I want to script an app or something, like from in my phone, and I just want to have like customize it. I want to do it in MicroPython though. Because her doctor, nice. How you doing?
I'm good.
So
How's it going?
I flashed Wasp OS, and I got to the bootloader. It wouldn't flash the OS, couldn't flash it back. Now I'm here with a debugger. So that's where I'm at. And I asked for documentations on these ST Link 2s, and they're like, "Is there like a spec sheet somewhere?" And they're like, "Haha, no." So I'm like, "Yeah, let me try getting the Pi. The Pi is a little better documented, just in standard SPI flasher, and so I have that going over here. Mediterranean fever, fever-free tonic.
I think
Yeah.
you're trying to make really good like ginger ale and ginger beer. Like the damn.
Yeah,
fine.
I have some fever-free. What's it called? Yeah, no, I have it here, like in the background here. If you can see it, I got some tonic. Yeah, some tonic, and I got some Tanqueray. So when I get bored of the whiskey, I can go switch over. I've been mixing some gin and tonics recently. Kind of like them. It's a right combination of very refreshing and bitter, and I like bitter. Gin Fo Sec, yes, Gin Fo Sec.
I'm not a gin guy. I'm a whiskey guy, but that is a pretty bottle. I like the bottle.
I collect whiskey.
There you
A
go.
pretty bottle.
I love gin.
A friend who collects whiskey.
Speaking of whiskey,
but I could never do it.
I see.
Oh, there you go. Dickel.
Yeah,
I like the Dickel rye.
Yeah, it's Tabasco flavor.
Oh, wow, interesting. Huh.
Yeah, it's like I was walking. I was in a bad mood. I'm looking for a store. I'm like, this is the dumbest bottle in the fucking store. It's the biggest mistake I found in the entire store. I'm like, I gotta have this.
That's how I ended up with bottles of peanut butter whiskey a couple months ago, and I was like, yeah.
Oh, is that any good? Is that actually any good? Okay.
Some people like it, and more for them. That's fine, but it was not my cup of whiskey.
No, it also kind of sounds like Jim Beam Red Stag. I'm like, ugh. That just like tastes like. I mean, cough syrup tastes better.
We have become Whiskey Con, and Deviant hasn't even shown up yet.
Yeah, no, Malort tastes better.
It's gonna sound like
all great.
but
Thanks, Jack, for starting the flame war.
Basic, decent redemption rye.
All right.
I never heard of Malort until I joined InfoSec.
Yeah, Johnny, blame Johnny.
There's a reason for that.
Blame Johnny Xmas and
I blame Carl.
Okay,
I blame
so Malort,
Carl did that to me for the first time. I blame Carl.
It basically tastes like the Jersey Turnpike smells.
It's dumpster juice.
Wonderful.
Yeah. No, but as Side Pocket
I mean, which
says,
exits though? Are the different exits have different smells?
It's the one that's
Miller Tail.
No, it's like right near 14,
was a
where you pass by where we are, like right Newark and Jersey City,
That's
Elizabeth,
near,
where all the factories. What?
Yeah, I was gonna say
Walt
14 south. It goes. The numbers
If
are
Ben
lower.
Shapiro's
the
wife
higher
was a
you go.
drink, that would be Malort.
Oh.
It's a taste that should never happen to any human person's mouth. Like on purpose.
Thank you,
It's
Aaron.
if somebody tried making absinthe and fucked up royally. Like,
I make absinthe.
And then like.
Oh, same here. Really? Like, no, I'm really on absinthe.
Really? Yeah, no, I do too. How do you
cool.
how do you cut yours?
With what?
Bourbon.
No, with the bourbon with the ritual. That's the only way I drink it, with the ritual. I actually have specific sugar because they can't get sugar, like hard time getting sugar cubes in the supermarket. Lily absinthe sugar cubes, right? Just the right size. With sugar cubes, sugar cubes, water, light it on fire, the whole 9 yards. And I have a spoon for doing it and everything. It's the ritual.
Well, I do not use star anise because I don't like the traditional licorice flavor of absinthe. I actually use juniper, and it tastes more like a gin.
Ooh. Oh, okay. No, because I'm more traditional. I do star anise, like what I actually brew it with: star anise, what's it called? Wormwood, hyssop, star anise, crushed fennel. What's it called? Crushed fennel, green fennel, nutmeg, and I add mint. My secret sauce is the mint.
Secret sauce.
But no, it's like I said, it's like I don't have the recipes not stored on a computer. It's literally stored offline, traditionally in a notebook somewhere, and then I make it. It's just everything's just written down. Yeah, Side Pocket has burst into my room with Polish Everclear.
Oh my goodness.
What's the percentage on the Polish Everclear?
95.
That's the real
Above
shit.
100%.
You can make a death vegetable with that.
100. Yeah, so 100% is not scientifically possible.
I thought it was just poisonous, basically, like because
No.
over a certain degree you get
It's
benzene.
all it's all poisonous. But
Yes, but some of it will just actually kill you, as opposed to kill your liver gradually over years.
Oh, for fuck's sakes! I love how I'm not paying attention and frickin' Squirtle sneaks in like the ninja he is.
Yeah, Squirtle, how you doing? Squirtle.
I like
why
how
Squirtle appears. I mean,
I like how Side Pocket is the only one that recognized that I came in.
He's shiny.
Yes, Bryson, I love that. That's one of my favorite pictures. I will never lose that pin. That is special to me. I wore it at an interview once and told the story of my induction, and it was great. I didn't get the job, but I don't give a fuck. I got to wear a unicorn pin. They didn't deserve you. Yeah, fuck them. I'm doing better shit anyway. I've been reading a lot more too.
You want to know what like most fucked up job interviews? It should have been like a giant red flag, right? So like now is just 2 jobs ago, fortunately, right? So they're interviewing me and they're like, "Are you okay with like adult content?" I'm like, "Come on, I'm an internet person. I've seen like every nasty image on the internet." But are you really okay? The guy's going to me, so I let it slip. They're like, "Yeah, I probably goatsied half the internet like when I was a kid." I'm like, "I just let that slip in an interview, right?" And the worst part is you saw all their eyes light up, and it was like literally I was barely out the door and I got a call back saying I got the job.
You got a job because of Goatsy.
Yeah. Okay, so you know what the company does? The company is hosted porn. Okay, no, so I
got my first job.
Okay, so it's
Shocked
the company that hosts
Pikachu
porn,
face.
No, shocked Pikachu face. No, so it's basically like, yeah, okay, this guy's fucking ahead. He's one of us. Now you give this guy a job, right? No, this gets to be like a long story. So this is I finally lose my mind. This is like they wound up sticking me on nights, like 11 hours overnight, 4 days a week. Because that's just how they do it. Yeah, okay. So like right across the Lincoln Tunnel, right? You go down the little spiral to the Lincoln Tunnel. You go down. You get off that and like down this grassy hill that looks like a factory. It looks like an industrial district, right? But inside there's a data center, right? And inside that data center is like half the fucking porn in the United States. I mean, like if you want to talk about like anything like more New Jersey, right? Like like more effing New Jersey, like that, it's right there. It's just like dirty. It's just like this is dirty Jersey hosting all the fucking porn, like right here. So it's just like so there's like a bunch of just like old school. It's basically the people who started the company, right? The people who started the company met in FNet in the 90s, right? They were just basically trading porn on F-serves in the 90s. And then they met Joanna Angel, and a few other porn stars.
I must
right?
interrupt and say some of the funniest parts was when people who would contact his company would think he was like one of the like representative performers instead of one of the system administrators.
That's neither here nor there. So basically what happened was they started off trading porn on like F-serves and FNet, and they worked to kind of way up. So like now that like some porn stars want to go legitimate, they're like, okay, yeah, we'll host your sites for you, and then wound up they own a data center now, like decades later. It's like kind of how they started. So like I said, it was pretty crazy dealing with like old internet people.
I will say my first job in cybersecurity was in 2009, and I worked for a company that doesn't exist anymore called Fishnet Security. And as far as Goatsy is concerned, that used to be the default for what you change someone's desktop wallpaper to if they walked away and left their work.
I actually heard about that from some Fishnet people.
Yeah.
If you were in the Fishnet sock and you walked away from your workstation and left it unlocked, you came back to Goatsy or Lemon Party or one of those classic, but like screenshotted as your wallpaper, so you couldn't unsee it. Like you had to unlock your workstation and then go to setting. Like, and no one thought twice, and no one called HR, and that was just how things were, and we all took great joy in doing it to each other.
At the ISP I worked at, we had a different one. Eric Estrada Circuit Chips. You got paunched.
Or
So
something
there's
I
a
used to
scene-
do in
there's
my
an
high school
XCP
computer
guy.
class, which is put terrible stuff on people's login screens.
Yeah, I mean, it was
Yeah.
like they did stuff like that too. I mean, it was just like
That's what I'm saying. You set their wallpaper and then you
Yeah.
lock their workstation for them and you walk away. So when they come back,
Right.
it's to Control
Oh,
Alt Delete and goatsy butthole like widescreen.
wide.
You
I
couldn't
see what you did there.
unsee it.
Wide. It's wide.
The series of
Gaping.
tubes.
Widescreen.
Big gaping butthole.
Extended. Let me extend. I would
The
definitely like
infernal
to
abyss.
like. Yes, that's one of the things. Like my goals is, I definitely want to convince Kirk Johnson.
Wait,
to
your
actually
goal is
talk
to
at,
have
like, a hacker-
goatsy?
Yeah,
But you have to you have to keep in
on you?
mind.
Can we do that on cam now?
No.
I'll get the
I want,
gloves.
like Kirk. Oh. Side pocket continues to be side pocket, but no, I want Kirk Johnson to actually like try to get him to like give a talk like on like like internet, like literally internet privacy, because he was completely anonymous until Gawker doxed him, and the rest of us were completely okay with him being completely anonymous, and that was kind of like he was kind of like the everyman for every last weirdo on the internet. They doxed him, ruined his marriage because he's bi and he's married to a woman, and Gawker's utterly a piece of shit. And
And on that note, I gotta go pick up soup. I'll be back.
apparently.
Oh,
Speaking of gaping buttholes,
a side pocket has appeared. Just stick a webcam in the toilet, like I told you earlier.
Yeah, it's like running joke. It's always here's a door creaking, and there's always somebody behind me on cam. Story of like me being on cam.
Confirmed.
Yeah, but welcome to DEFCON 201. It's always a party.
I think all of InfoSec is always a party. In that SOC in 2009, they used to keep beer and
party
various
until Ilmov
alcohols
shows up.
in the fridge.
Okay, so we had that. So occasionally we have that. We weren't supposed to drink it at work, right? Because occasionally, like one of the guys would go, he'd be like, "Yeah, I went to this beer festival. Here's some like brews. We keep in the fridge." And then we had like the office manager with this office manager, right? Who's like this diehard, born again evangelical. So what is a diehard born again evangelical doing in a company that hosts porn? I mean, I don't know. And then he used to be like, but he's like, this guy's like Italian from Staten Island. He's like 6'3", maybe 250 pounds, and he's like jacked, right? And he just walks around like, "How you doing, right?" I'm like, "Oh, come on, get the fuck out of here." No, I don't. I'm serious, and that's why I hired him, just to be like a dick. And he would do things like just like sneak up behind you and like shoulder
Dude, you
surf
said
you, like, "What are you
Staten
doing?"
Island. We know. It's like saying ATM machine. We're
Yeah,
good.
Staten Island. So I mean, like it's just like it's like you have like a few. It's just like they would just he's just trying to bust your balls, and it's like and then he just like say like the craziest, like most like homophobic, transphobic shit about like like the non-cis, like straight performers.
We put him out of their misery into ours.
Yeah, so then like I got the job at like the next company, and we wound up taking like everyone like like half the staff was like left to the next company. Like, "Yeah, can you get me a job here? Can you get me a job here?" This guy's like busting my chops. Yeah, I'm like, "Oh, yeah. And we wound up working for like another company. Oh yeah, but also another story is it started like the Nerf gun wars, right? You get a bunch of like engineers and Nerf gun wars, right? So somebody comes in and shoots me with a Nerf gun, right? Next day, the guy comes back with an even bigger Nerf gun, right? So before you know it, everybody, everyone in the office has Nerf guns, right? And it escalates. So this is like the era where like Nerf has like these fully automatic like Nerf assault rifles, like you just magazine, like they run on like electricity, and they're like like fully automatic
what's
Nerf
Neo
assault
doing?
rifles with like magazines and everything, right? So all of a sudden, everybody has one of those, right? So it finally ends because one of the guys is like, "Oh yeah," so he decides he's just gonna build a custom one, fully automatic Nerf assault rifle that runs on power with CO2. Why not, right? No regulator, 900 psi, CO2 Nerf gun. It's so powerful, it's shredding darts, right? It's just shredding Nerf darts. It's like it's powerful enough that it's sending Nerf darts through like drywall. Because fuck you, and they're shooting them with it because this is just. It's just like said, things escalated quickly. You know, you had like a Nerf arms race that ends up with like Nerf CO2, like CO2 powered Nerf guns, right? This finally ends because this shadowy made thing just blows apart. A CO2 canister goes right by like one of my coworkers' heads, right? And lodges itself into the drywall. Just a big hole in the drywall, right? All of a sudden, like, okay, everybody, just Nerf guns go away now, right? You're allowed to keep the darts. So after that, they're allowed to keep the darts and throw them at each other, but like, no one's allowed to have a Nerf gun.
Nerf for these people.
Neo, who are you trying to hack into?
Me. I'm
Did you
just
say
a single core here. Nothing fancy.
We just dropped some more Linux O days today. I mean, that was the thing.
Oh, cool.
What,
So,
are
Neo, is there
exchange
any
O-days
Fail
not good
Factory
enough for you now?
stories that you legally want to share?
I'm not affiliated with that group.
Trust me, we can't really talk much on the air, but we're in a similar boat by accident.
I'm gonna have to put out a public press release distancing myself from you guys again.
What do you mean again? I
Depending
didn't
on
know
what
that you
what
had
DM,
stopped.
that might not be a bad idea. We didn't do anything, by the way.
Yeah.
Basically, there's an inherent risk of when you run like a public hacker group and it's public and you can invite people that eventually you will end up with like the next Edward Snowden by accident. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I haven't talked about this much in public, but there was a SkyTalks hacker, SkyTalks speaker from a couple of years ago that actually ended up going back to their home country and actually getting arrested as a result of their talk.
They were the figure out who it was. I thought SkyTalks were
Who
like
was it?
anonymous.
I don't think it's appropriate for me to disclose right now, but I think you can actually figure it out. I'll just say it was a Central American country.
Oh, okay. That's not what I was imagining.
I still
I was
remember-
imagining
We all have
the
one.
Chinese guys that showed the Alexa hack, but
Nope.
The one that I always remember is
They were just disappeared.
Is the guys who were originally going to show off how the entire Boston Metro worked, and they literally got into like 5 seconds into their talk before just the FBI showed up or whatever. That was a fun
was
one.
it like the one time at like Hope, like Steve Ram got vanned?
Please, I've been trying to get his name out of my brain, and it was a great vacation for the past 3 years.
Yeah, well, remember, Cisco Gate is what started our happy asses on this course.
Yep. And if you want to really go far back, I'm trying to remember if it's Sun Devil. It's the Bergen County BBS
Oh God,
they set up.
Sun Devil. Steve
Operation
Jackson
Sun Devil
Games.
was 1992. That was like the first sort of huge actually worldwide, but especially in the U.S. Network of busts that in a lot of ways, I mean they were busting members of LOD and unassociated hackers, but in a lot of ways I think that was something that sort of was a nail in the coffin of the original sort of hacker ethic of sharing everything, because all of a sudden it was like oh shit, maybe I shouldn't share everything because it might this person might be a narc or what have you. But that there's a good story from the Sun Devil busts when Chris Goggins, Eric Bloodaxe from LOD was busted, and especially back in those days, when you were busted, they would take all of your computers, but they had no idea what what computers were necessarily. This is 1992. They didn't necessarily, the FBI agents or Secret Service or whatever, they were not technical. So they would take everything electronic down to and including your alarm clock. They didn't give a shit. So I know that when Goggins was busted, they take everything and then they ended up having to take his they took his Ms. Pac-Man machine because they're like, well, that's electronic also. And I mean that went on for years. I used to live at the original New Hack City with a.
To be fair, she does eat all those pills.
What?
To be fair, she does eat all those pills. So I'm pretty sure the DEA.
No,
didn't they take someone's toaster?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Garbage Heap when he was busted in a couple years later.
That was only because the toaster was running NetBSD.
I wish Ed Commander was here.
I think the toaster belonged to Carolyn Marnell.
Speaking of this, I have a little show and tell bit now.
Name that should not be mentioned.
Very tiny now. Unfortunately, because of the nature of how we're doing the stream, I won't be able to show it on the big blue button. You will be able to see it on the live stream on a very long delay. But I am going to bring this up, and we'll probably post pictures of it later. So one of our members online named Yellow Dog was on eBay, and he found this Schlage key, this 6-pin Schlage key to a Holiday Inn. And I remember going to Jack and I was like, "Hey, dude, we're going to bid on this key. It's like it's being sold for like $2. We're gonna win this bid. Like you have to bid for this key." And he's like, "Why?" Because this just looks like just some average key. Actually, in a second, let me run over to Jack's stream because I think he has a higher res camera. So give me 1 second.
1 second, I'm
Well, he's
expecting
got
more
better
gloves
lighting.
and like.
Pretty sure you've shown this to me before, so whatever. Go on.
Schlage key, older one with the old style metal. This doesn't really fit in a lot of modern keyways. And I'm like, Jack, we're bidding on this key, and you and Circel were like, why are we bidding on this? And here's why. This is from a Holiday Inn from room 201 on 2600 West Main, Norman, Oklahoma. That's now definitely. This is like one of our heirlooms now.
So yeah. I kind of I was like somewhere else mentally at the time, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it says 2600 201." And I'm like, "Oh, that's great." Oklahoma, Oklahoma discovering excellence. Still haven't. Oklahoma City's weird. There's like nobody there. It looks like a ghost town the whole day.
I mean, there's a lot of places in the Southwest that are like that.
Oh yeah, you're telling me. I keep on telling stories. It's like for DEFCON 26. I'm like, yeah, I've never been to DEFCON. I don't feel like flying out there. Let me just go ride my motorcycle all the way to Las Vegas from New Jersey. I will never do that again. That was a bad idea. Wound up getting terribly sunburnt, but one of the places I stopped in was Oklahoma City. Just epic road trip. Everyone seems completely unimpressed, but okay.
Well,
you should have taken the central route and come through Colorado. Let's see here, 26. That would have been the year that we actually lost a fuel pump in the middle of fucking nowhere, Utah, and spent 8 hours on the side of the road dropping a fuel tank to replace the fuel pump.
Okay.
That was a adventure.
Warning, stand back. I'm about to do science.
Oh,
run!
What has he done now?
Something terrifying, of course.
I'm afraid to open the door.
Hey.
Is that spelled with a silent L?
Grimco.
Yeah, I'm hoping that by making our resident phone freak a presenter, his microphone might work now.
No.
Nope.
Holy shit, Dial, you have short hair.
Just say, yeah,
I
you got a
mean-
haircut.
I mean, I
And-
frequently do.
Did you get in trouble with law enforcement as well?
No, we had to do that after he cut me some keys. Apparently, he was led into the building without actually clearing through security, like me.
No, I cut my hair every 4 to 6 months, and I just give myself a high and tight with a pair of trimmers.
All right.
I haven't gone to a barber in 10 years, something like that.
13 months here.
Yeah, I mean that was the joke I was making at the beginning of things when stuff was starting to shut down. It's like, what? Why have you not just been giving yourself crappy haircuts with a pair of trimmers? It's perfect training for this.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been cutting my own hair
really
for like the
webcam.
past 4 years. You can probably tell.
I don't have that much more hair left to cut, but I haven't shaved since DEFCON.
The first one?
Love.
Oh, no, that's Jack Daniel.
Touche.
But
He'd
nice
probably
try.
agree.
Nice try.
I commend
So,
him and Skydog,
I have
yeah.
some DEFCON knowledge to share here. I was talking to DT last night, and he really wants something to be physically present. Now, there are a lot of things that stand away from that. So there's no way it's going to be like a traditional DEFCON, but it sounds like he's very much leaning toward there being something there for those who do want to be in Vegas.
Can we just send a robot of ourselves?
Yeah, there's a
would
lot of
definitely-
stuff that I can't
never
really
watched
discuss in the back channel here, Bryson. You've seen some of that.
Doggo.
For Sky Talk's
Doggo.
perspective, you guys have seen our lines, you've seen how we pack rooms, stuff like that, and we can't really do something in a non-in-person venue. So we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. And my personal opinion right now is it's too soon. Yeah, people are getting
agree.
vaccinated. Yeah, things are kind of lessening up here, but
I tried to
need
say
to let
that too.
things stabilize out.
He was not quite. Anyway, I'm there. We already said the ICS Village would not physically be present.
Yeah, I saw that. Sky Talks has basically in back channel said, we don't think we can do it. And the questions I've been asking in back channel, as you've seen, kind of help support that. We're reevaluating, but the math really hasn't changed since last year. It
Dude,
hasn't
better to
changed
be
at all.
safe. Better to be safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
That
You know,
What's the
said,
dog's name? Cute doggo.
yes, the dog's
The
name.
one-
Yes.
The one I'm being mauled by currently because it's dinner time
Yes.
and they're annoyed. Yes, this one is Punky. Archer was the first one who was all up in my grill.
Aw.
Yes, I know. I know it's dinner time. You're very cute.
I
I
used to
know.
own 3 pit
Just
bulls.
give me a
I don't
minute.
know what daylight saving
Beat
is.
the puppy
It's dinner
before we
time.
go to the ASPCA.
They ate already once today. Dinner time is off by 14 minutes. They will be okay.
No.
Where'd
They're not
Blenster go?
starving.
The only time is dinner
Oh.
time.
He's right here.
No,
Hi,
yeah,
Blenster.
all right. He just came back. So Blenster, you haven't seen this. This is the knife that your dad made for me.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, cool. What is that? Like knife
This
making?
is such a GI Jack night. Booze, dogs.
Oh.
It's a
knives.
no, it's a
I'm used
Santoku.
to. I'm yeah. It's a what?
Does he forge the blades too, or just sort of like
Yes,
a
he does. So here you can
Wow,
see
that's
his name.
Oh,
hardcore.
nice.
That's amazing. Go ahead.
Oh wow! I know he hadn't seen that from his dad.
That is
Okay.
a beautiful piece of work. But yeah,
That's what she said.
Finalizing that conversation, if it was just me, I'd probably do it, but I'm not willing to risk other people on this, and I don't think it sets a good example and precedent for other people. I may go out to Vegas myself this year if something happens in person. I haven't determined that yet. Sky Talks is talking about resurrecting Hallway Con. Actually, I may be making that a regular series of streams, like what we did at New Year's Eve. That was really well received, and I think a lot of people would enjoy doing a Hacker Talk show variety show.
Hey,
Kind of like we're doing here.
So,
can you guys hear me by any chance?
No.
Hi, Dylan.
We can't hear you. Turn
Okay.
the mic up like a lot and drink some more. Drink some more whiskey. You need like 2 more shots before we can actually hear you.
Yeah.
I already have my 2 shots.
But,
It's the vaccine, right?
Vaccines.
so
Yes,
the-
vaccines. We're talking about vaccines. Like the kind of vaccines that's like kind of brewed in like the Tennessee, Kentucky area, but like vaccines nonetheless.
The Pokemon games
Yeah,
trained me for
the
picking
oral
which vaccine.
vaccines.
Yes, it's definitely
I've
medicine.
got,
Let me tell you, this is medicinal whiskey. It's good for the soul.
I've got my Irish vaccine right here.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Nothing wrong with that one.
I did want to mention that Sewercell had this idea a while back of doing like a like attend and invite thing where everyone's like social distancing 6 feet with a mask, but if you attend, you have to like bring a physical like laptop or monitor with a webcam that has someone else on it, and you're like standing at a distance and everyone's communicating that way. I think he could explain it better than I can.
Not a bad idea. Bring a buddy.
So, yeah, the Lockpick Village has also been discussing what to do, and the position that we've arrived at is basically, as much as we
Speaking of
would
lockpicks,
like
I'll be
to
right back.
do some sort of in-person thing, if there is something in person in Vegas, our presence would basically be limited to a very, very small scale like vendor presence, and maybe like some like distanced hands-off demonstration, because there is just no way for us to practically do that as a full-scale in-person thing.
I have another friend of mine joining shortly. He's also a phone freak.
Oh, cool. Nice.
And me without my belt system hard hats.
But like
go dig for it. We actually have some pretty interesting rotary phones that Cyrusel has acquired.
Oh, nice. Like last time I did a talk, I was talking more about like NPSkin and stuff, but I was hoping I could get more into like kind of some real world freaking. So I wanted to discuss an easy way of finding diverters. So far, I've found about 30 of them. If you guys are interested in hearing that.
I mean, I'm okay with it. I'm not really a big phone guy, so I mean, like I'd be totally lost. But if you want to go talk about it, like by all means. I'm sure somebody here wants to hear it. I mean, is anyone here a phone? Anyone else a phone person? I mean, Side Pocket I know is a freak.
Yeah, a little bit.
Freakish.
The thing is though, like, does anybody have like a good recommendation of just what's it called, trunk device? Because like we have these two phones, right?
Mhm.
One I want to hook up to POTS, and the other one PTSN. We just want to put like a phone in the house. That, like, you know, you're dicking around with PTSN, whatever you want to give. You want to give the DC-201 boys a call. You call up with a prank phone call. We're going to give you a stupid answer. You know, that kind of thing.
Par for the course. Okay.
You know.
Yeah, I would say you could now by POTS. Do you mean just like a line coming out of like an ATA or like an actual like from the phone company line?
No, we will just probably get like pay like whatever, like $10 a month voice over IP service, and then hook it up.
Okay, I see.
POTS. Okay. You know.
Okay, I see. I would
But,
say
like,
you should go. How many ports do you need? How many phones you want to run?
So it's basically we're going to run one phone, right?
Mhm.
Like for the apartment, one phone. We're looking for like one phone, one device that sits in the network. So it's like I said, I understand TCP/IP. Sense firewall here, network segmented, all that like 9 yards, good shit. Like
I would say you should go with the Grandstream HT802. It's a two-port VoIP ATA, and it's compatible perfectly with rotary phones.
I
That
have
looks
this
like the 502
502
there.
I have a 502 right here. Is this good? Is this good shit?
Yeah, the 502 doesn't have firmware support anymore, but it should work perfectly fine for what you're doing. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but I also don't want to introduce any like security threats on the network either.
Should be okay.
Oh, okay, cool. Just throw in the DMZ. It's like whatever, same difference. It's not really.
Mhm.
All right, cool.
It should be fine. The HT502 also supports pulse styling, so it should just work.
Okay, cool. So that just supports like any recommendations on like services. Like I'm just been like buying a VoIP service.
That's a good question. It depends on how frequently you're gonna use it.
Like almost never. It's just that like we want to have it because gonna have it. I mean, like one of these days with Side Pocket, we're just putting a payphone in his room. But that's not today.
I would say you should go with VoIP.ms, and if you're not going to be using it that frequently.
Exactly. Yes, actually, we're just gonna put a payphone in your room, and it's gonna be hooked up. It's gonna be live.
So I would say, yeah, definitely VoIP.ms for PSTN, and the payphone could be connected to NPSTN, so it can actually work with coins and all that stuff. What type of payphone is it? Do you know that?
I have no idea. It's just like whatever we're gonna find. It's like literally there's one outside. Like there's a whole bunch of them in Jersey City that aren't hooked up to anything, right? That are just there, and it's just one of these days we're just gonna fucking wind up stealing one.
Yeah, that's what most people I know. That's how they end up with their phones.
My grandmother years ago.
I keep getting them from salvage.
Like one of my friends, he walked up to a gas station and they had like 2 payphones outside, and he just walked in there saying that he's with the phone company and that he needs to take the phones back, and they're like, oh, okay, yeah, that's okay.
All right. Or for like the master hack that we want to do, there's like literally like a payphone like for outside the apartment. It's like one of these days, instead of just taking it, we're just gonna hook it up. Like, we'll figure that out somehow. I have no idea how we're gonna do it. I literally have no idea how we're gonna do it. One of these days we will hook it up.
Hook up the phone like actually out in the wild and have it go to something.
Yeah, I mean, like just like why not?
Okay,
just, like,
I mean that's
payphone like outside.
That's
like
not
just, maybe
actually too complicated. Like I mean,
Really?
one thing you need to do is you need to become a PSP, payphone service provider. So you basically just fill out this piece of paperwork and send it to your state. And I don't think it's that much of an involved process. I've never tried it before. But the other thing you have to keep in mind is a property where the phone is on. Was that private property from a co-op provider? Does a phone company own that property? Or is it private property from the business? If it's private property from the business, you could probably work out a deal with them. But if it's, AT&T's property or some random co-op's property, it might be a little bit more difficult. So there's kind of a lot of stuff that'd go and play with it, but theoretically it should work.
Oh,
I mean,
that might be the landladies actually.
And
she always owes us a favor. She always owes a favor. She always thinks, "Oh no, you want more people."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that'd be great.
You know?
And coin lines, coin phone lines that you order from the phone company, they're actually pretty cheap. A friend of mine, he got a COCOT line from CenturyLink, and what a COCOT line is it's basically a POTS line from the phone company, except it has special provisioning on it. So, for example, it'll block certain things that payphones, are supposed to block, and it will do like the whole, please deposit, whatever cents for the next whatever. It does all that stuff.
CenturyLink. You
Yeah.
said CenturyLink? Oh, interesting.
I mean, AT&T does it too. I mean, all the phone, pretty much all the phone companies. I'm sure you can get coin lines.
I don't mean to dox myself, but I work for CenturyLink now.
Oh, really? That's cool.
I heard email.
Dox.
That's what I do.
Cool.
What? Now, if you want to talk about like all the like shitty IT jobs, I do shitty IT jobs in IT, but like that's neither here nor there. But like I'll figure out who to talk to. Huh?
Yeah.
I don't think CenturyLink really has a presence in New Jersey. But that's an idea.
Wait a second.
Telephone.
They might have one or two. I thought I heard one of my
Hmm.
friends say that they were in like New Jersey or something, and their line's from CenturyLink. I don't know how true that is, but I thought I heard something that they had like a couple prefixes up over there.
If it's in the backwoods, possibly. Otherwise, they're probably running whatever they might have inherited from Quest.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It was X.
I thought Quest didn't Quest become like Sprint Horizon or something like that?
No, Quest was acquired by CenturyLink about
Oh.
5, 6, 7 years ago.
Well, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah,
Hmm.
that makes sense.
So several years ago, or I guess a decade or two ago, my grandmother remarried, and she married the guy who set up all of the phones in that area of Utah. And I found this out when I went into their attic and found like 40 antique phones.
Wow, that's cool.
And I really wish I had been able to get that collection out of them because it was really, really cool. They had, all the way back to party line phones.
Wow, that's awesome.
I mean, actually, the last party line in the United States was connected until 2000 something.
Well, actually, I had a friend in Montana, and he was on a party line until recently.
Yeah, there's still active party lines in Montana. My hometown didn't get rid of their last party lines until like 2002, and that's here along the Colorado Front Range.
2002. This time is 19 years ago. Consider 2002. Like I joined the army in 2000.
I don't want to consider 2002.
That's a very long time ago. I mean, like I went to boot camp in like October 2003.
I believe I was in my sophomore year of high school.
You're graying whatever hair I have left.
And then after that, I did 9 years. So like that's a very long time ago.
I know
Yeah,
they're doing two completely
2021.
different things, but Neo and Night Owl look like they're in some sort of odd race.
Well, Night Owl's going to win because one. All right, remember when I said if you guys really misbehaved, I was going to give you filler material?
Hey, is that Sasso that's on here?
That's the best side
Of course
fucking
I'm on
brand.
here, Dylan.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Not much. Hello, everyone. My name is Ram Sasso, and I'm friends with Dylan on MPSTN.
Nice.
He invited me here.
Hello.
Ni hao.
Yeah.
And pardon me for interrupting. I'm speaking to you guys over the telephone set that I have right now, and it's connected to my computer, so that's why I sound like this. So apologies if it sounds fuzzy.
You've got a bit of a loose.
It sounds like
The boss is here. We need to behave.
You sound rattling.
Hi, Jason.
Uh-oh, the boss is in.
It does have that it does have that POTS sound that's like because it's limited to like 8 kilohertz at 8,000.
Actually, it's more along like 11 kilohertz.
Jason, I swear we didn't do anything as bad this time.
Well,
technically, the way he's using his phone is I don't think it's actually being sampled by a codec. I think it's just inline.
Basically connecting the handset port to the computer with special connectors called a VEC TRX-20D. It's basically you couple the handset cord to this device, and it makes everything compatible with audio devices that uses a 3.5 millimeter jack, basically.
Oh, interesting.
I need to write this stuff down.
And
okay.
I'll put it on the public chat should you guys need it. It's available on Amazon for about $16.
So you can use. Yes, put it in the chat. So you can actually use a handset with a sound card, right?
Basically. And for this to work, the microphone needs to be boosted about 20 plus because of it being so low in volume. But with the way it's applied, I mean, you hear my voice beautifully well without any noise or distortion, right?
Yes, it sounds good, but it's you do sound like a phone. I mean,
this is actually
he's using a carbon right now.
Oh yeah, so it's a carbon mic. Yeah, okay.
Well,
so that makes
I'm
sense.
using a carbon mic.
Okay, so how does that work? I mean, it sounds like a phone, but will this thing actually do something like give you 48 volts for a ring or no?
Yes.
Here, Sasso, see if you can bridge in your POTS line in here real quick.
It's already bridged in. I called it to my third line. and I
Okay,
unplugged the handset so I could
So
talk to you guys.
if you flash your switch hook, then you should get second dial tone. Here, flash your switch
Okay,
hook
that's
and
more
dial
crackle.
a non-working
Jason,
number
good to
on
see you.
Jaden's switch or
I think as soon
something.
as Jason
Like a
Street comes in,
555
the
number
line
or
gets hot.
867-509. One of those.
Do some brief freaking stuff, and then I want to segue real quick.
Sorry, the number you have reached is not in service at this time. Please check the number and dial again, or ask your for assistance. Basically, that is coming through the POTS system because, well, it's connected to POTS, obviously, and it's connected to AT&T right now.
Here, dial a non-working number on Jaden's office code. What Jaden has set up is he has this AIS system that uses like an absurdly long MF string into it. It's kind of comical.
Last 4 digits, please.
Try like 7892 or something.
7892, one moment, please.
If you don't mind, after this one, I'm going to segue real quick.
One moment, please.
What?
The number you have reached is not yet connected.
That's the route.
Please check the number and dial again. If you need assistance, please stay on the line, and an operator will answer. Area 4517,000.
I'll take it out.
Yeah, that's always fun.
Yep, it's very fun indeed, and especially when you can divert to many places in the United States, though.
So I don't
We
want
have our secret method.
I
Do
hate
you
to,
want to demonstrate? Oh yeah, go ahead.
The mic on here. Here we go.
If you guys don't mind, let me go show
I
you
hate
guys
to be
something.
that jerk, but I just want to segue a bit because Jason's in chat. I wanted to say hi in there. Is your mic on? Can you hear
Hi,
us?
Jason. I don't.
Hello.
You can't hear us, or?
I can hear you. How you doing?
Okay. Are you prepared for tomorrow with the craziness in China?
Oh, yeah. I've not been informed about. I don't know any of the details yet. Are they made them public yet?
That seems to be the common thread, unfortunately. I think there was a post on where the keynote's going to be for Woz and the general streaming page, but nothing else has been updated. So,
yeah,
I'm assuming this is all on Baidu's end.
Yeah. Oh, it's like I think. Well, I think it doesn't mean like a it's more like a proper DEFCON function. It's not like a DC group kind of function. So.
Right. I was just curious because we're gonna attempt to view that tomorrow. It's an honor for you to have here. I hope we haven't disappointed you too much over the 2020s.
No, it's like well, I mean, 20. Are you talking about like the year 2020?
I personally feel like 2020 is the longest decade, but if you want to consider that a year, that's up to you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as dumpster fire goes, it was effing horrible. I tell people it's like 2021 is still a continuation of the dumpster fire. It's just that they decided to add some sparklers and some fireworks into the dumpster. So every once in a while, you're like, this is miserable. Like, oh, that's cool vaccines. Oh, this is horrible. Oh, look, that was a nice YouTube clip. Oh, more horrible things. It's like, so it's just like little sparklers added to the dumpster fire.
Next year, you get the song about who started the fire.
Exactly. It's like, oh, Lordy. But yeah, it's been.
It was really fun to, even though it drove us nuts, and I don't know if Jack wants to get into this, but it was neat to do something with all the DEFCON groups during DEFCON, and DEFCON Safe Mode was quite an experience for kind of everybody.
Yeah, it was great. I enjoyed the whole experience. But it's like we're gonna do something about that VR program that everyone liked, that none of us really liked.
I have ideas.
Well, I'm telling you right now, it's like it's great now to talk about it now, but at the time we only had about 2 weeks or something to cobble something
that was
together.
The miracle
to actually have it done. And now Allspace VR is a Mac client, it's a Linux client, it's a Windows client, and it's free. And it's way more versatile than a lot of the other programs that I've seen.
Wait, they have an official Linux client now? Because the thing is, though, there's only at the time we ran it, like here's the thing is though, there's only one computer in this entire household. There are literally maybe about 100 different computers right here in this household. The only one that was actually powerful enough to run it was my desktop. That's it. It's not going to run a laptop. It ran under Wine. It ran basically. That's because I have an AMD Threadripper, right? And two AMD RX 580s, right?
But the
That's
thing is,
the only computer that ran in this household that ran it.
And I feel bad for you on that, but it's like at the same time though, it's literally like the kind of greater good kind of thing, because it was like overall for the most people all over, that was the best solution. It's like we were going to have people that weren't going to be able to make it, but overall it was the best.
I will say, well, again, we all had limited time on stuff, but I will say that what made truly DEFCON groups I think it was a great actually example of like DEFCON groups as a whole, because what really made it was all the people involved. Like that's what got everything
100%.
through.
And the participation and the social aspect of it, and the organizers that actually did all the work. It's like creating the dumpster fire in the lobby, the beanbag chairs, the googly eyes. I mean, all those different things that brought in the DEFCON, the Alexis Park floor mat right in front of the speaker track. I mean, that stuff that just makes it. That's the reason why I think I like that program so much, because you can't have those kind of imported objects in some of the other programs. It's like, and so I really did enjoy that.
What's really great now is that if we decide to do something, we can do this now earlier and like test and work out some things as well. But
We're
no,
working.
I'm
The DEFCON Group's board is working on creating a whatchamacallit. They are working on creating a thing for Discord that works with Discord or virtual, or real life, because we can't do the VR thing anymore for that. But having like this is my idea. This is what I was throwing out there, and this, even if it's in real life, having a sign up like a few weeks before, having a sign up for your DEFCON group to have 1 hour either at a table at DEFCON or virtually in the Discord channel where you can speak. And for each hour of DEFCON, a DEFCON group can showcase, hey, this is what we want to talk about, or this is what we do, or here's one of our presenters giving a talk from one of our groups. And so it's like, and so you can have so that way it's not just hearing from the leadership role, you're actually hearing from all the DEFCON groups from around the world.
I like that idea. We were constantly talking about that if we had to see a successor to this, that one, because we think most cons are probably going to be like this, there's probably going to be like both a physical and virtual element going forward for a lot of places. And two is that like one of the ideas that I would eventually sometime in the future like to do is sort of like, not necessarily have this be part of BadgeCon per se. That would be amazing, but that's a lot of advanced work. But have some sort of system where essentially like each group, like I'll put it this way, the Hope Conference one year, their best badge idea was the one when they did the passport, and basically each of the booths and certain speakers and stuff had stamps, and when you met that, if you went to that booth, if you like bought merch from this booth, or you went and you spoke to this person, gave a Q&A, or interacted with this kiosk or whatever, the people would come out and stamp your thing like it's a passport book, because it literally was. And so there was a huge collection of stamps. I think it'd be really cool, like not maybe the next one, but in the future, have a thing where like each of the participating DEFCON groups, like we come up either with our own logos or our own designs. It's sort of like Pokemon, and that sort of intensifies that when you talk to members of different DEFCON groups, that they like kind of give this out, and your like kind of thing is like an incentive to collect everything from all the DEFCON groups that are there.
Actually, we were already talking about that. Lee Dennis from the San Diego DEFCON group, the organizer for the San Diego DEFCON group, she was already creating and had the idea to start designing a passport badge, an actual hardware electronic badge that you can then go to each group, and each group leader has organizer has a thing that they can transfer, like over Zigbee or whatever, something shortwave, and just transfer the image, the stamp, so to speak, that they were there at that meeting. It's like, and have it timestamped or like have it logged also on a website. Like, hey, this person's gone to all these different DEFCON groups in person all over the world. And also do meetups in Vegas where you can talk to other DEFCON groups member. And that gives you a different kind of badge saying, hey, I was talking, or maybe even alert, you know, when you're in DEFCON, all of a sudden your badge starts beeping off, blowing up. You can look around like, oh, what DEFCON group are you in? Because you've got one of these badges, and start conversations like that.
And it's like there's DC 4.
Sounds a lot like the AMD project from Hope,
551, you know.
14, 15 years ago.
Hey guys, so I'll have to go pretty soon. I have a meeting to attend, but I wanted to quickly demonstrate how to remain anonymous on the phone network while doing phreaking related activities. And one of the main ways of doing that is through diverters. So I just put in the chat, basically MCI Metro Access, right? If you look at their OCN, their operating company number, it's 7229. I put a link to telco data that pulls up all of the exchanges, all the prefixes that that company owns, which I believe is now like called Verizon Metro Access or whatever.
We're sharing that
so
on our stream chat now.
if you go there, and what they do is they like to put little dial tone access numbers or DISOs or whatever on 9999. So if you scan each one of those prefixes with 9999, you'll just find diverters all over the place, all over America. And a lot of these diverters are really cool because it just gives you plain regular dial tone coming off the switch. Nothing like is masking anything. What we think this is we think it's actually integrated in GETS, which is basically like the law enforcement sort of phone network. So with GETS, it uses area code 710, and they set up little access numbers inside the 710 area code to do various different things. But the issue with that, or at least the way I see the whole purpose of having all these dial tones all over the place, is access control into GETS. Because when scanning these diverters, the things they like to accept is they'll tend to like block pretty much every area code, but they'll always let 710. So that tells me this has something to do relating to GETS. And I think what this is it's a central way of access control into GETS. That being said, if you go OCN 7229, dial all those prefixes plus 9999, you'll find a whole bunch of diverters. On all those diverters, the dial plan's a tiny bit different from each one, but all of them can do PIC code +0 or PIC code +1 or international or whatever. So it's basically the sky's the limit at that point. So real quick, is Sasso still here?
Obviously, I'm still here.
So I have compiled a list of about 30 of these diverters on MCI Metro's network, and I hope Jack doesn't get mad at me, but this has, I think, something to do with CenturyLink, actually. So kind of tall fraud.
I mean, like, I work with email, man. I'm not like, I have nothing to do with their phone system.
Okay.
All right.
But
I don't even know.
So what we're gonna do is after when you use these diverters for a while, at least on AT&T's network, like if you use like their PIC code, which the one we've been using is 1010-288, right? After a while, they'll notice that your ANI that you're making the call from doesn't actually have an AT&T long distance account, and after like 10 calls, they flag you and they redirect you to what's called the AT&T Account Verification Center. However, we found a way to bypass that by using optiverting. You can actually go 1010-2880 or 1010-28800, get an AT&T operator, and they'll just complete your call. They won't even make sure that your account's verified or not. So what Sasso's going to do is I gave him 2 of the diverters I found. He's going to get dial tone by dialing one of them. He's going to go 1010-2880 to get an AT&T operator and tell the AT&T operator the number for the other diverter. Now, one thing that might happen is on the second dial tone after the operator connects, it might not hear the DTMF due to the way that AT&T's long distance network works with muting audio in the forward direction without answer supervision. But it's worth a try. Off to you, Sasso.
All right, one moment, please. Let me go dial a diverter. One moment, please.
This is so awesome. Thank you for dropping this during our anniversary.
Yeah, thanks.
I know, right?
That's the best gift we've had so far.
There's dial tone. And there you go.
Oh,
If this call is
90.
please hold for operator assistance.
Operator, I can help you. Yes, operator, can you help me, please? I'm trying to dial number, it's not letting me. What's the number? Area code 407-926-9999, please. Here, one moment. Thank you.
Okay, now do 10-10-280 again.
I was gonna call for 377-950.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Let's see what's the number.
Thank you for calling MCI's ANI verification system.
Calling ANI 407.
And this is public, by the way, it's not hidden.
69999. Charge
the difference?
ANI. Calling
See?
ANI.
It's almost 10.
You can drop that. So basically, he's actually calling from the 713 area, and he actually just double diverted there. So he's, well, actually, if you think about it, he's diverting 4 times. If you actually think about it.
I heard.
So he's getting his first dial tone, and on that dial tone, which is from MCI, he's dialing the PIC code +0 for AT&T. So first he goes MCI AT&T. Then from AT&T, he goes back to MCI, then he goes out again. So he is 4 times protected there. So it would take a lot of effort to trace that all the way back to the beginning. So that's how you can dial stuff on the phone network without easily being able to be traced.
Of course, if you want to dial like a local number or local toll number, you just use AT&T prepaid calling platform, and it'll take the ANI information from the diverter, and it'll use that as the originating number instead of your actual number.
Yep, and then you can buy the AT&T prepaid minute calling card using Bitcoin or anything like that.
Is there a limit to how many hops you can do?
I mean, probably theoretically. I would assume at a certain point the audio quality probably gets really bad. But I've been able to go through like 8, and you know it worked. So I mean, I guess it's your own discretion how many times you want to go over. I guess you know how much you want to have that sense of security. But that is an interesting question. I've never stacked up enough of them to actually degrade audio. And I think partly that's because this is going over, you know, T carrier. So if this was something more analog, I would assume the further you go down, it kind of gets quieter and quieter and quieter.
I know sort of back in the day, it was a sort of a thing of like, you could do about, like at max, like if you do around the world, like somewhere between like 6 to 10 hops would get you voice barely. But then if you went over that, you're basically just doing like signal tones, which is why, for example, joy doubles could route like 12 to 14 times.
Noise ratio every time you go analog hopping.
Unfortunately, though, with these MCI Metro diverters, at least the ones I've tried it to, I honestly haven't tried this with all of them, but the ones I've tried only have a single channel for the dial tone, though. Otherwise, it would be really awesome just to get a dial tone, and then just keep stacking it until you can't stack it anymore, and then just make your call that way.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ.
Man, I wonder like what type of raw bit signaling or something you'd hear after like a call is answered or hung up in supervision just passes all the way through. Because the dial tone's on hook. The dial tone's actually on hook. At least most of the time anyways. Well, with ones, there's a couple that stay on hook and actually retain answer supervision, and those ones usually have issues over AT&T long distance. But then there's a lot of numbers, a lot of diverters that actually just instantly go off hook. So I guess it would depend on that if you'd actually hear anything cool like that. But yeah, definitely, definitely, it's a lot of fun.
Well, thank you for dropping that that knowledge in here. That as I expected, and also like I said in Discord, if we have certain plans, but we have a lot of like we're very flexible with gaps, especially now with the whole streaming thing. So if you ever come up with a new technique you really want to show off, or you want to talk old stories, or just show up or anything, just let us know, and we'll send you the link to the synth call and everything.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm happy to be here for the 4-year anniversary thing.
Yeah, I mean, well, you did the most awesome thing and got rickrolled back in May, so I couldn't think you were like one of the first people I wanted to contact.
Oh man, You just brought that up. Now I'm scarred again.
I've been wanting to make that a video clip. I don't know if. Let me double check here.
Oh, here I'm gonna. So while scanning for these diverters, I actually found a lot of other interesting numbers, and I'm just gonna paste those there for if anyone wants to mess with that.
Also, these are all public that we found, and they should not impede with any subscribers in the real actual telephone network. So.
Right, and so far as I know, I'm going to limit those in the Semf call chat in the meantime, and not post them in the streaming chat. Although that might change, but just as a precaution thing. You guys haven't done anything wrong. I just again, it's fantabulous. I know Jason had to blip out when he. If you're able to get back on vid or audio, I just wanted to ask of how are you personally? Actually, that's a good thing. How about we go around and talk about how we're all personally doing, and particularly for Jason, like, is there any things we should know about, like, DEFCON groups that are exciting coming up outside of main DEFCON and things like that? Like, I've been having everything was great until January for me for personal reasons, but the DEFCON stuff has actually been moving smoothly. Besides the incident that we can't talk about where we shot the moon and went like over elite. So yeah, we're still working.
Boy.
Wait, why'd you? You know what? Tell me later.
All I'll say
That
is
sounds like a fun story.
watch our January meeting and you'll get it. We didn't do like it's not like major like we didn't do anything and it's technically that it's just a whole like we're not in trouble like so far we haven't gotten like any emails. I was actually really worried that we'd be chatting here and all of a sudden here like FBI open up and like that's how the stream would end, but that hasn't happened yet and I don't think that is going to happen. It's just, OPSEC,
Yeah.
If you also haven't noticed, Sirius is slowly getting set up for a future show and tell, and I think we're gonna probably stream around until like 10, and then we'll like wind down from this just to let everyone know.
No worries, I got plenty of this,
So who's winning the soldering competition as I wait for anything from Jason Street?
Well, I'm pretty sure Blenser is because he's the only one soldering.
What are you soldering, good sir?
Screwing, unscrewing.
Remember, we are the Garden State.
Yeah, like there's a garden of smokestacks. Like,
oh, that's gonna be fun next month. We have a special plan for that.
Oh, I also have another very quick thing I'd want to demonstrate. My friend Fox found this pit code. I think it's for CenturyLink, and if you like piss it off, it gives you this intercept message, and it says 304, except it sounds like hello. So it's like hello, 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 and it sounds like really creepy. Ah, there we go. Here, Saf, so let me send you this. Do that plus 0 maybe? I don't know.
Thank you.
I don't know what he did. Well, I think you have to do it through the diverter.
Welcome
I'm not
to
sure.
Century.
Whoops. And now you're gonna get dial around charges.
Well, just the operator doesn't charge me for that. Let me go try using the diverter. I dialed
also
too
want
fast.
to let
I'm
everyone know
sorry.
if you hear strange sounds, I'm beating my meat off cam, so just hang in there.
Of course you are. What else would you be doing at this hour?
Trying to take over the world.
Give me a second. I'm not used to the diverters because I just got aware of this a couple of days ago. One moment, please.
We're sorry. Your call cannot be completed as dialed.
Yeah, that's it.
Please contact your long distance provider.
3, 0, 4.
I don't know. A lot of people tell me they hear hello when they hear that.
Please contact your long distance provider.
3, 0,
That is hello.
4.
I don't know. I don't hear hello. I think the first time I dialed that, I heard hello, and I'm like, what the heck? But now that I know it's saying 304, all I hear is 304, but I don't know what anyone else hears.
That is the weirdest 304 I've ever heard, and I've listened to some crap audio for a living. But no, hold on.
I hear
I
like
can hear it.
hello
It's that the fur is
interspersed
missing.
with something else.
Yeah.
It's like it's a good 04, but I'm not hearing the 3. I'm not hearing the THR in it.
Yeah, it's like they kind of clipped it as they were like
Yeah.
copying it or something.
Yeah, it's like hello,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
hello.
A lot of people I show that to, they're like saying, why is it, they're like, why is it saying hello? I'm like, it's not saying hello, it's saying 304. And then I bring it in again and like, I hear it now. It's kind of like the
Only because I've been told to hear it, to be honest.
yeah. It's like one of those weird things that like after you know what it is, you can hear it. But if you don't, you kind of hear like some weird thing.
You're qualified to work at the Fail Factory, by the way. How's your Russian, Spanish, French, German?
Oh, I have another question. This thing we're using, kind of like this streaming service thing, it's German, is that right?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Because like the first time I went to the site, it said everything in what I think was German, then like it kind of went all white, and then it just made everything English. I'm like, oh, that's weird.
Yeah, .de.
Yeah, a lot of the instructions are in German, and if you notice the
TLD,
the TLD is .de. So
yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah,
Is there any particular reason we're using this instead of like Zoom or something? Just out of curiosity.
Pocket. Side pocket.
Someone who is actually involved in making the decision to use this product and or service.
What's going on with the
speak
temp
up
calls there?
about-
What's the issue going on? Problem?
No, they're curious about
No,
it. They wanna know
why?
about it.
Why?
Oh.
Why did you pick it?
Wohin du bist die picking das thingamajiggy?
So, in the beginning, we were on Zoom because that was the big public option that at the time, and then Zoom had a background of being shitty, but wasn't like truly shitty at the time. And then they decided to be like, "Hey, Google has the right pathway. Let's become completely shitty." So we were like, "How the fuck did we get away from this?" And for a while, our only option, well, we tried for once, and it was actually okay, was GoToMeeting for one meeting, and then for a couple of meetings we tried Jitsi, but if you noticed the camera error before, now imagine that times 1,000,000, and that's what Jitsi was like. We also had odd limits of how many cams we could have running, things like that. And then we were actually on our, and I have to give a shout out to this, we were on our Mastodon instance, and one of the open source people that followed us was posting about this thing called SempCall, and we looked it up, and it basically a couple of the Chaos Computer Congress people in Germany were like, hey, the problem with Big Blue Button, because we even tried hosting it, is that it takes a lot of resources, especially you were on Linux. So they pooled all their bandwidth together and their resources and basically made an open Big Blue Button that anyone can enter in, and it's like hosted on independent servers in like another country. I think the servers are between Germany and Sweden. And
oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and all of that. So this is like what Big Blue Button's normally like, except someone else is hosting it like competently for the most part. The only issue is that, again, even though they have an English section, a lot of it's in German, but honestly, a lot of the layout, you can kind of guess where everything is, like username, password, and when you name the group if you're an admin, and everything else is in English.
Semp is German for mustard, apparently. This is mustard.
I think the reason why I couldn't talk earlier is I think I came in as listen only.
Yeah, that would be an issue.
Yeah, Big Blue Button also is notorious for giving you like way too much options. So yeah, because we even have those issues.
I do need to point out that Big Blue Button is in fact open source. So
nice. This is pretty cool.
Anyone can in fact run their own Big Blue Button instance
and modify
the organization. Big Blue Button that you would actually spend money with, they take some of that money and use it to pay their staff to continue the development and primary upkeep of the repository and keep developing the software. And then the rest of it gets spent on maintaining their server farms and instances. I actually used to work directly with them. I worked at a university, and I regularly met with them because the university was a major customer of theirs for distance learning purposes. And so I would meet with them a few times a month, discuss whatever issues we were having, as well as going over what their new releases were, how we would need to update our training for the faculty and students, documentation, etc. But yeah, no. While there are issues with Big Blue Button, particularly if you are not a very large private university that can dump huge piles of money on them to get your own private server instances and everything. Yeah, your experience is not going to be great, but then your experience as a free tier user on most other video chat platforms is frequently not that great.
All right, guys. Well, I gotta get going. I have a meeting to hop into, but thanks for inviting me, and this was really fun.
Thanks for being here. Catch you later.
Perfectly fine. Thank you. It's been an honor to have you on now twice, and we hope to see you more on in the future. Again, always shout us out. We'd love to always bring you on.
Yeah, that'd be great. All right, guys. Well, you have a good night.
Have a good one. Stay
In
safe.
that case, with Dylan leaving, I shall take my leave as well. Thank you, everyone, for inviting me here.
Have a good one. I'll give you
Have a good one, and it's nice to know you have a face. Awesome.
Oh my
I
god.
currently don't.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You have glasses too. You're so lucky.
But that does explain one thing about the audio quality. It was a plastic handset. It was not the real old stuff, kill a person with.
Are you talking about two cans and a string? Why are you talking about your childhood?
Well, what else am I talking about? What else about it?
Yeah, so I had an incident where my glasses fell out of my pocket in the middle of the road, and this is all that's left of them.
What? Somebody just shouted something and I wasn't paying attention. What?
My glasses dropped out of my pocket like 2 weeks ago, and after Jersey City traffic got to it, I might pass it off to Jack while on the stream. I'm showing that this is all that's left of them. Literally, beaten arm that's left of my glasses.
It's
so
barely,
I'm very
it's barely
blind.
good enough to use as jewelry beads or something.
I'm like Velma right now. My glasses. I can't see without my glasses.
Well, good thing for you, I've got a cane.
So, Neo, what sort of time machine are you trying to build here? Like, please explain.
Okay, so this is the guts of the Brailer. Every solenoid array that I've got laid out down at the bottom contains 9 pins that are fired by solenoids. Every pin within that solenoid has to be lubricated with lithium grease. It's got a small reservoir for it. And I'm trying to remove all the existing crap out of it. So all the schmutz, all the wear and tear, that's about 8 years worth of, nope, 6 or 7 years worth of non-maintenance. Simply because the son of a bitch I was working for was not, only about 7 years. So all the hi-hats that I'm pulling out there, and you can see I'm twirling it as I'm applying lithium grease with the cotton swab, all have to go back in. They all have to be cleaned. All the paper dust and all of the used lithium grease, which is turning into a putty, all has to be removed. And then I can put the solenoid boards back into the back of the machine. And also the other problem is you don't get technical service on this. Like the way you purchase these Brailers, which is that huge sort of beige and blue thing in the background, first off, you have to pay $75,000. Then you have to send down a technician to learn how it's built, assembled, maintained at your own cost. And my boss sent out the one guy who actually said, the first job I get, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Sounds like me.
So all of this is shit that I've just had to figure out on my own for hours and hours and hours. And this is actually the third or fourth round of maintenance.
You still have all your
So here-
fingers.
Yeah, after
here's a-
that, they all turn like dark black. Simply because
That
of the
will
amount of
happen.
lithium grease.
Yes. Now, here's a question. Is it strictly necessary to use lithium grease?
Yes.
I mean,
There's-
it's not
you can't use like a lighter machine oil type
No,
thing.
no, fire. There's actually a fire hazard on this one. So you're using lithium grease because it is going to be enough of a lubricant at a high temperature and it's not going to ignite the paper dust.
Right. Okay.
And you've got sparking from some of the lines because that thing is not actually grounded. If
You know,
you
it's-
take a note, there's a huge chunk of copper there. That's actually the ground for that one plate.
So
All right,
it's
'cause
like
I-
9 o'clock on a Friday, and we're on like a DCG stream, and you're still doing work shit.
Well, I'm just using this because I look like crap right now at home, and I'm having dinner, and I said I was going to torture you guys with this filler material. So here you go,
No.
have some filler material.
I mean, like, all right, well, I guess so. You know, it's content. We'll take it. I guess.
It's content.
Work is work.
It's also
It's-
documentation in the process. 'Cause
I mean, the
nobody
whole
else knows
point
how
of
to
this,
fucking do it.
the whole point, which is why we're like kind of leaning more towards this method, is we want more like hanging out and shooting the shit. Which is funny because one of the streams that we're broadcasting from is DLive, and DLive has, because of the nature of their platform, they have a channel where all they do is air random episodes, sometimes in other languages, of the show of Computer Chronicles back to back nonstop.
Yes.
And literally, when we tuned in 2 days ago, they were showing off Macworld Expo '89, and then the following episode was a deep dive into Atari ST, and we were like, we wish Neo was here right now.
Oh, nice.
It's just to watch you grow a third leg. Not that third leg, just another appendage.
Well,
I just randomly.
I hear
picked.
Alice wants to go to Wonderland.
Someone call the HR department. Someone's growing a third leg.
Jack,
Clean up in Isle Fail Factory.
What
there's
do
no
you want me
cleaning
to
up
do?
I don't
I'll
know.
give you a
Just
hint.
go. Just go talk to Side Pocket.
The only triggering we can get that too.
There we go. Problem solved.
I think I win.
The only triggering thing you could
Just-
possibly get
no,
on this
right there,
episode is
stop.
mentioning spilling of liquid, and that's literally all I'm gonna say.
Stop.
Side pocket,
you
you've
have
been
to
very
put
bad.
that-
You need to be. We're gonna spank you now. Just saying.
When
Someone
you have
save
that
me.
many
Wait,
disclaimers
no.
in front of a thing about how you're not supposed to be talking about that thing.
Wait a minute.
You probably
What were we
shouldn't not
talking
be
about
talking
the
about
porn
that thing.
hosting earlier?
I'm in
Exactly.
And the rubber
I
gloves.
mean, that's fine. You can talk
You were
about the
asleep
porn
for this.
hosting all you like. I mean, we let Jack keep the mustache.
Yeah, I know I'm gonna do that, but for a while I'm just basking in the glorious of Sirius Cell picture in picture.
No, but what I was going to suggest to Neo to
Aside
help
from-
deal with
There
the
you go,
buildup of carbon and dust, etc., in there with something that would be easier to remove and that does not harden over time would be some of the lock lubricants that I use. But those would not be appropriate for something where there is particularly high temperatures and
Yeah,
sparks.
Those solenoids, they fire so quickly that they're very likely to spark, and two, we do have a lot of braille dust in there. And also, the other thing I have to remember is you're looking at years of buildup, not just like your regular
sure.
6-month maintenance.
Right, but I'm talking about the lubricants that I use for things that
Yeah, it makes perfect sense because it's at room
you know, have-
temperature. It's very smooth, does not build up. But here,
Right. Well,
no.
no, I mean I'm talking about the stuff that I use in place of the things that led the locks that I'm frequently repairing
Yeah.
being filled with essentially
This all just sounds wrong.
Metal filings.
Yeah, this is what happens at Zork. Wasn't there
No,
that
I
one
don't
that Jack suggested that would actually break the lock eventually?
I asked about silicon lube because I actually do have silicon lube sitting in like
the
the parts
meeting
room.
where we're talking about lube.
Yeah.
Sil-
talking about lube.
silicone-based lubricants work okay. Teflon is very popular.
That's why I asked about Miltech. Because I have like a big thing of Miltech I still have from my Army days.
So I saw Squirtle on earlier.
Miltech
How many
or
shinies did you
Triflow.
catch during quarantine?
Wait, what? How many? What did I catch?
Shinies. It's a Pokemon question.
How many shiny?
I heard
I'm
something
upwards in
completely
the 20s. 20s of shinies. Here and there.
Would
I'm
you
in a
rather
whole
be hunting for shinies or bugs?
Squirtle,
Definitely
put your code in chat.
Ron's
What code?
code.
I thought it was volume name, not code and chat.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The thing you were literally just talking about.
Oh, the Pokemon Goes.
This is not complicated, dude.
It actually, it's. I don't
He's
know how to
here.
do
Night out, he's Brazilian.
Uh,
Good to see you, Squirtle. Though.
Now, what's
My
worse, double
brain is
fist
hurting
them next
from
time.
how many questions are being asked.
Yeah.
Why did you resign?
Pokemon Go doesn't really work correctly on Lineage OS. I tried it when it first came out. Like, I had this brilliant idea that, like, like my spare time, I was just gonna like chase down Pokemon on a motorcycle. It was gonna be great, but it doesn't run on Lineage OS.
Nope.
So
it also doesn't let you.
You know
do
something's
stuff
a
at high
phenomenon
speed,
when Jack
so-
crawls from out of his rock and actually tries it.
I've got a better question. How come you can't run them over if you're going on like your motorcycle?
Well, no, the whole point would be like I have
you
like
can.
a handle. I have like a handlebar mount. I have like the whole thing on the mount, and I'm just gonna be like, okay, here's another map. This way, this way, this way, this way. Get off, go chase it, go get it, just get back in the mount. Like how I play World of Warcraft. Like just how I just like stalk like mobs the same way. Just like really just like run them down on a fucking bike. I mean, it'd be like.
I can just imagine
brilliant to
Jack,
me.
the buff fire mage, going behind a couple of
They
boars
actually
with
wouldn't
his
be out of
spear and then
place. Like,
burning
just
them
put
to
it
a
next to a
crisp.
kindergartner, you know?
No, it's like
Professor?
what do you call it? In like World of Warcraft, I play a rogue, right? So I figured out the trick. If you have like a flying mount, and if you can actually do this PvP too, it works great. You could actually stalk somebody, like you could actually like dive bomb, right, with like a flying mount. You could just quickly stealth and then like just use the just use like the command. You can disappear behind them and backstab them, and then you could just really quickly run up on things. So you do that with like I think with like do the IRL with Pokemon. It's just like just hunt them down, just jump off the bike, go grab the Pokemon, get back on the bike, go find the next one. Like I just like didn't run on Lineage OS, so I kind of like well I'm not putting like stock ROM back on a phone. I had a phone. I didn't really have like enough money for like a lot of phones at the time. So
You can't see it from my angle.
Lost interest.
I might reposition the cameras, but Cerisil right now looks like he's about to call up Jeff Bezos to do his taxes for him.
That is so specific.
Yeah.
It is so specific and arbitrary. I love it. But it's kind of on point, Cyril.
I'm not gonna say capricious. It's a good caprice.
Specific time.
Specific time?
Specific time.
Yeah, specific time. It's like fraud
Exactly.
protection.
That's what I said.
Yeah, it's about like midnight
Another word,
specific time.
another
That's
job.
great. Like post-traumatic stress disorder.
Although lately
That's
I've been
fucking
up at
hilarious.
2:00 in the morning.
Oh, Dark 30.
So is there any
Oh,
future
Dark
plans
100.
in the next month or two, or is everyone just eternally fucked?
Yes.
We're all eternally fucked.
There's no schedule for this March to end yet. Sorry, you're screwed.
No, we're still in the last March. This is still like.
I mean,
March,
look, it's
like
it's only look, it's only
That's what
March.
it said. This March. It's
We'll have March
it is
31st.
March 380th.
It's only
then
March
March
384th.
Hey,
Come on.
good. You know, we're
Then
digging
March
that one up
33rd.
too.
Wait, 384th already?
Oh no, I've
Yeah,
had
March
it,
384th.
I've
I
had it.
384.
On air, it's March again.
I've,
Hey, Blue
I've
Knight,
had
is that like an Air Force?
I've
Is
had
that-
that number sitting here since the first time that my internet died.
Is it that Neo said
during this,
beware the IEDs of
conversation.
March?
Beware the Ides of March.
Ides.
Which they are not yet for another couple of years because the Muslim calendar has to overlap with the lunar calendar and the solar calendar. Where's Vi?
I don't know.
Somewhere else.
Hmm.
Probably doing something useful.
That sounds about right.
I try and avoid doing anything useful.
I've had no choice. Video is proof.
That's a saying on Neo's tombstone. Here lies Neo. I had no choice.
Hey, Blue Knight, is that an Air
Video's
Force shirt?
proof.
What's that Air Force unit?
Oh no, that's the
this-
unhackable cybersecurity.
Yes, this
unit.
the impenetrable cybersecurity unit. I got this T-shirt from Spam a couple of years ago.
Oh, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, he.
Yeah.
I have a couple of the stickers that he did with the same thing.
Can't throw a rock at DEFCON without hitting spam.
Well, or at least one of his stickers.
Spam, spam. Wonderful spam.
No, I still think it's funny. I still think it's
Well,
funny
that's your
that
problem.
like thank you, Eric Idle. I mean, like, I'm serious. No, did you see a conversation that Eric Idle got in a conversation on Twitter with the guy who did the Python programming language? Like, hey, yeah, this is like, it was great.
Remind me one day to create a programming language called Goon. Everything will be sold. Everything will be saved in cellars.
Isn't that what Edge is?
Cricket.
And said bucket broke the chat.
Yeah.
Stop doing that.
No, it's just like a dead silent. I'm talking about working like important hosting. Everyone's like, okay, we're out of here.
It had nothing to do with you. It had everything to do with me reading about someone's new house.
Yeah. Wait.
Whoa,
Jack,
whoa, whoa, whoa.
you spent like half an hour talking about how you work for a company that just hosts a ton of porn.
He spent 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I admit I did miss at least some of it because my internet
Yeah.
went down.
And now he works for a company that provides transit for all that porn.
A very important thing indeed.
So
Of
Jack's
course, so do
career has
I.
always been fucked.
So what you're saying
So
is
it's like-
Jack's now a CISO.
No, Jack's career has always been about fucking.
Internal sexy organization. Yes, I like.
Again, a
My
CISO.
career is always just been about like dirty jobs and IT.
One moment
It's
to
just
do
kinda
browser
like
stuff. Flip.
Yo, Blue.
just a
Let me
completely
have my fun and let me
completely
shit on
unromantic. Completely unromantic. I do this for a paycheck.
I'm about to say. Let me have this moment and let me shit on the fact that it's.
So Jack, you're
the
saying
sex-
your
the
job
sex
is
life
like
of Jack's
missionary,
IT
no
career
lube.
is just amazing.
What the fuck are you doing, Squirtle? What the fuck are you doing?
Man.
No,
This
can I have
is
the
a show with
delete
rated PG-13. You can't do that. You kidding me?
It was
No,
rated
no, 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 it's past
PG-13. I think it
9
just went to NC-17.
It's past
Nah,
9
I don't
p.m.
fucking
The watershed
kidding. I'm
moment is
sitting here like-
over.
Oh. Jesus fucking Christ.
Now we can charge extra for NFTs for the uncensored version. Woo!
This is why we're famous. I
No,
guess. We
no one
mem
wants
well.
that.
We like shit posts.
Dicks,
No one wants
dogs,
that.
Social
No,
engineering,
we have
dicks,
we have like a whole bunch of like
social engineering.
we have a whole bunch of followers who sign up just for this fucking dumb shit. Are you kidding me?
Exactly. Come for the cool retro tech, Stay for some good conversation, and if you stay long enough, we're probably gonna be drunk out of our minds doing some really stupid shit.
And tomorrow
Yeah,
morning,
like me, I'm
gluten-free
trying to
underwear.
I'm fucking with open source smartwatches, which is just
What, you're going to
Again,
fucking
that's your problem right there,
smartwatch?
Jack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you're just deliberately changing his words. You're gonna fuck your smartwatch? Oh my god! Where does your dick go?
Well,
bent
come
over
on,
and I will show you.
going
I
back to
mean,
the old
that's-
school here and making certain that Veggie does a penalty shot if he's still listening. We've had people in
Oh
our
no,
community
he's
before.
long gone. He was like,
Yeah.
what did I sign up for? He's like, I got
Well,
British
you
Power,
know,
all these losers.
we've had people
I
in
don't
our
blame him. I
community
don't
who have
blame him.
hacked the
Don't worry.
toaster.
What?
Can we just appreciate Night Owl smoking his own face? It reminds me of the
Yes,
first.
I know what you're doing, and oh my god, that was brilliant.
That was lovely. It reminded me of the first time I did that. It was a gas mask, and it just went in my face.
You did what?
I took
That
a
is
hit out
fucking
of a
brilliant.
gas mask bomb, and it was in my face. So you just see like the mask and.
No, this is just.
Oh no, I know what yours is. I'm saying.
I knew what you were
Yeah,
doing.
no,
but-
actually, I just got this a week or so ago because my last one, I had it sitting on the counter while I was washing some stuff, and it fell over, and the tank smashed, and the entire thing, including the live fully charged battery, went right into the tub of industrial cleaning products I was using.
Oh Jesus! Was it okay? Did you recover?
Oh God, no, no. There's not one
Just want a
single
heads
thing
up
in
that
there was food
Dark
safe.
Tangent's going to try to connect again, so cross your fingers.
Oh, cool. DT.
Oh,
He
DT's
tried
coming?
last
Cool.
time, and I guess he's stuck in Singapore, so just problems.
I mean, that's the stuff that was in that bucket was the kinds of products where you already have like elbow length gloves and
No.
a respirator and a face shield and everything during normal times.
Sounds like a good night at a fetish club.
I mean, I guess.
Well, now we know who's
Yeah.
going to host the
I
room
mean,
party when DEFCON becomes in person this year.
The aristocrats. Am I doing it
So we all
right?
have to show up in hazmat suits now?
As long as the
Yeah.
Cannabis Village doesn't show back up or is under new management, I'll be good. That fucking talk. That talk still haunts me.
Oh God.
I don't think I heard about this one.
Neither did
Which is
I.
probably
There's
good.
they're all on YouTube. It seemed like at least on video when I was watching, because Jack was actually there, that the Cannabis Village was okay. And then there was this fucking talk, which I still consider this day the worst talk I have ever seen. Never mind, like all the stuff I've seen at DEF CON, but
Oh,
like
no.
the worst talk I've seen at a hacker convention.
1 second. No, I've actually seen one worse. I was there in person for it, and I'll tell you I see one worse. The one that topped it was the Solar Punk talk at Chaos Computer Congress this last year in 2020. It starts off as anything you talk about, like kind of like most cyberpunk derivatives are utter fucking garbage. Like steampunk is garbage. In solar punk, it's like, okay, cyberpunk's dystopian because they're making fun of dystopias, right? Like, just like the same way it's like heavy metal supposed to like not really worship Satan, but satanic imagery because you're dealing with like all the negative and bad shit in life. So when you have Christian metal, you're like, okay, this is really weird. You either didn't get like the concept of metal, or you're just really fucked in the head. Like one of those two. So you're like
Possibly
solar punk.
both.
I'm like okay, so you kind of like people who don't get that cyberpunk's supposed to be kind of dealing with like bad things. This is like dystopia, bad things. So surely, like halfway through this, they're like, oh yeah, you just get right into this like reactionary bullshit. They're like, oh yeah, monarchy was a good thing. And you're like, oh yeah, just get the fuck out of here.
So regardless, I'll make this real quick because I have to help Sir sell out. But regardless, this cannabis talk was really shitty. And it was like
It was crap
today.
they were like trying to talk about like how it was like one of those like meta like it sounds like it's gonna be like a crypto talk, which is already not a good side. Okay, but then they get into like zodiac charts and
Well, no, it just gets
If
back
you're a
into
moon
like
sign, you can't be smoking pineapple kush or something.
And like
no, it was like I get there. They got this one stoner from like California.
there's
it's just
two
like
of them.
not
They
technical
more
talk.
look like tech people from Hoboken, but yeah.
Yeah, but like it's just that they're going into it's supposed to be like history of cannabis, and there's no real history. It's just like but the powers of B always regulated. Like, okay, powers of B, name them. Who?
I'm literally convinced
Okay, cannabis banned in the United States, 1936. First banned in Egypt in like 1812. Okay, when cannabis was legal for most of fucking history, when you talk about who bans it,
There
we
we
know
go,
who
we're gonna be in
fucking
chat
bans it. There's
forever.
real history here. You go all the real history is thrown out into like borderline stoned ape, but not even anything like realistic on stoned ape. It's just like kind of like bullshit history. It's just like kind of like dumb like weird conspiracy shit where you're just kind of like this vague isms and you're like
I'll put it this
like
way,
dumb
you
shit.
can-
You're a fucking
You
idiot.
can go see
So,
it on YouTube.
pretty much the
but I'm literally convinced that one
stereotypical
of them
yeah.
is actually Q from QAnon. What were you gonna say, Cyril?
Yeah, it's
so
like
Yeah.
what I was
When
going to
you
say
get
was
into that sort of
the
conversation,
Cannabis Con talk. I have to
Yeah.
say, it's like watching someone. It's like watching an astrologer going to an astronomy convention and trying to talk
Exactly.
seriously amongst astronomers who have science behind them, and this guy's like, Taurus is in retrograde with Mercury, and
yeah, pretty much.
That's too close.
Yeah,
though.
that's exactly that's the best way to describe it. I'll be honest with you, that is the best way to describe it as that.
Last quick
100%.
way to describe it is it kind of set the precedent of what we would see starting in 2016, where it felt like it was a troll talk, but if you actually listen long enough, you realize they weren't trolling; they actually believed in this shit.
Wow. Sounds like the stereotypical stoner talk to me.
Yeah, or say dumb
Look, the
stoners.
simple
Like, as opposed
answer
to like
to
smart
all of this
stoners. who are
is
like,
Well, it's
Richard
more like
Nixon.
we're not talking about stoner like hippie, which is what most people default to. Like, hey man, we're talking about like sad Joe Rogan interviewing Elon Musk type of stoner people.
yeah, AKA hippie, because most hippies really weren't any much better. And it's just for some reason that like Joe Rogan, Elon Musk,
Like, I kind of
decided
wish I
they
could cue
wanted
it
to
up in the
continue
background now.
And
You can
Elon
you
Musk
can
is
literally see the point in the video where I
fucking
believe
cool.
Jack just left in the middle of the talk.
No, I literally stood up, did an about face, and walked out. I'm like, I just purposely let it, like, most conspicuously walking out on this one. And I even told Rex, because like the guy who organized Cannabis Cons, Rex DC from 212 across the river, and even he said like he apologized to me. He's like, I didn't know this guy's gonna be this fucking stupid. I'm sorry. Because I was hoping Cannabis Con, like, okay, we're gonna talk about like chemicals. We're gonna talk about cannabinoids. Tetrahydrocannabinoid. All like like the Delta 9, all this crazy science behind this, right? Maybe hydroponics, grow, the actual legatory history of like how they banned it in Egypt, like because some psychiatrists said it was causing people to go nuts, like how they actually banned it in 1936 in the United States, like the whole like actual literally documented history behind like all of this, because it's known. This is like known shit, like. There's a lot of like the one thing I say about DC 201, you don't have to be the most elite ever. It's just you just have to speak facts. We want facts. We want real shit. We want facts. So if you want to get here and say 2 + 2 = 4, that's fine. But once you get into 2 + 2 = 5, you're getting out of here.
Geroctal, maybe
it's like the type of people who
you
are
start
like
You start
moving
talking
hippie
about
furniture.
facts and Ciro starts throwing shit. Is this a sign?
No, this
He's
is
not
a
throwing
Monday
shit.
night for
He's
them.
okay, I think.
This is
This
just
is
DC
a
201.
Yeah,
Uh,
I've been to Chateau 201 Blue, and this is a Friday night. This is actually a Monday night for them.
Our actual in-person meetings are 10 times worse than this in a good way.
Yes, because more dumb, uncensored shit happens.
Good question. You want me to run and get a pizza?
Sure.
Domino's, yeah. I want to grab a pizza.
Apparently, we're getting a pizza. We were originally going to have a cake, but we
Look,
overslept
where's
and we're
my
lazy.
pizza?
It's my fault.
That's what I want to know.
So, do I need to get out of here and drive to Chateau 201 because I want to?
Sure, why not? You want to come over?
Leave now. You can make it in here within an hour.
I can make it there in 25 minutes.
Actually,
You're not far.
as long as you don't dox us, it would be kind of hilarious to keep on cam and like document you driving and then like going up the stairs.
Okay, I'm not
doing while driving.
I am not doing all of that. I will come and I will be on camera with y'all, but I am not
Oh,
I'm not
thank you,
doing all that streaming.
Professor Kilroy, for following us on D Live out there because we're still streaming.
Hey,
Chelsea
got-
Manning!
Oh, there she
Hey!
is. Hi, Chelsea.
Oh wow, this is
Nice to
great.
see you
This is
here.
awesome.
Oh God,
Anniversary.
Chelsea, you're gonna see a fun continuity change. I'm about to go from my window to GI Jack's window in like half hour. If you're around.
All right, you're welcome over here if you
Boy.
want. I mean, I don't know.
I know,
I'm
I'm-
like,
I know, I'm
because
saying
if you
I'm
don't
on
know,
my
Chelsea,
way.
there's
I'll
a
be right
bunch of
over.
us that live near us and are together. How have you been doing? We love watching your live streams and rating them.
mic check.
Oh, the mic is off. If you need help, we'll try.
There you go. There we go.
Got audio now. Okay, so yeah, I've just been hanging out here in Brooklyn, and living the pandemic dream, I guess.
I just love that Chelsea gets into her senf call and like the mic's off. It's like she shows up and it's like, oh, there's instant censorship. Here we go.
Yeah.
No censorship. But yeah, I'm just like, I've mostly just been getting, like doing, trying to like myself occupied with things to do. Kind of living on my own in Brooklyn, and obviously I play a lot of video games. And I've been playing video games on Twitch, and I've been doing some tech streams on. I do Tech Tuesdays now. It's a sort of a thing that I do on Twitch, and I'm starting to get a little bit more active because this year has been rough, and I didn't want to. I've mostly just been working and doing like side projects and stuff, for the last year.
You did the smart thing because I saw your what's it, NFT stream and I was so jelly because I have a show called we do like different shows on here and I have one called Crypto Barons and I had a completely different topic and because the NFTs were coming up I'm like fuck it, I'm gonna cover it, and I thought I did okay and I saw your stream and I'm like, oh man, my stream is so retarded now. Like I did such a bad job. But no, you did a great job explaining that. And yeah, Jack's been on his show. He's been playing a lot of video games too.
Yeah. I actually there was actually a number of people who are like an NFT, who are like NFT stands, or like Ethereum stands in particular, who wanted to like criticize me and be like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, and blah. And they're like, oh, well, like how did you set that up? Like I want to know, like because it's like all of a sudden like the legit.
The thing I often say about
I know how to.
yeah.
I did. I'm not coming from nowhere. I'm like somebody who's been paying attention to this stuff since the beginning, and I have nuanced criticisms, but that doesn't mean that I don't know what I'm doing or what I'm talking about.
It's the same. It's the same thing. And we appreciate that because like one of the things. I mean, it affects a lot of tech, but especially in the crypto world, is everyone throws terms around. Nobody knows what the hell any of them means. No one explains anything.
Nope.
It's
No,
like oh, it's too warped.
They don't read any white papers.
I explain stuff. Come on.
Oh boy, everyone's showing up now. Hey man, well, dig the shirt. I hope it actually happens this year. Hopefully, we're all vaccinated. So I don't. If I could share something really quick, I don't know if you were told this because the last time I ran into you, of course, was when you did the awesome keynote at Hope, and that was I'm not gonna go into all the details of all the stuff that was involved with that, but nothing's weirder than getting a notice of, "Hi, can you keep Miss Manning at the radio station?" Where I'm like, "Why?" And they're like, and it's like because they all four sides and that we know you, like it's the safest place in the building with all the shit going down. And I'm like. So it's like, great, we're responsible for this woman's life. God damn it. That was a fun hour.
No, I was good.
No, be honest. It was a cathartic moment for
I
you
had
in
my
Halto.
own people. I had my own people. I was.
Yeah, no, the security that they actually did they did sound there were really awesome. I know a couple of those people, and yeah, it was really great. I wish Johnny could show up, but he was stuck with so much different stuff. Yeah. Otherwise, he'd be here tonight.
Yeah, it was hope that year was definitely an interesting year, and
oh yes,
and I wasn't available for 2020, so.
Well, neither was us. I was especially not mentally available for 2020.
2020 was an odd year. It was all online and it was like 7 days.
Yeah, I figured it was gonna be like it basically was very similar to the DNC, sort of like a weird. Nobody's like everybody's trying to pretend like everything's normal kind of deal. and it's not
What
normal. None of this is normal.
what year
I
at Hope was
mean,
Jacob Applebaum year? Was that 2018?
Oh, good point. Yeah, it was 2010. Yeah.
Oh no, no, no! I'm not that old. Screw you.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, you are.
Yes, we are.
Oh, we're getting to the old thing now. Here we go.
Oh, we aren't old. Quadling is old.
That's like like the last Hope that I remember like actually being good was probably 2016.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I spoke. Yeah, I spoke at that one too. Although
Yeah.
it was through paper and not.
2016, like what's it called, malware Jake. I was in the room, just went off at Richard Stallman.
Yes, I remember that.
I heard about that.
Mm-hmm. I was there too.
I was half debating about punching him in the face. I was being honest, I was in the room. Like I had like fistful of rings on. There was a time I was like heavy working out. I was just like, oh my fucking god, who is I? I didn't know who the hell he was at the time.
Good dude. Would he have noticed with the beard?
No.
Yeah, he would have. He would have shaved him.
It's funny you should mention that because I
was,
actually debated of contacting through our contacts at SFF to have Stallman on the anniversary stream, but we figured all you would hear.
Oh, that would do it. That would be awesome, actually.
We then determined, like literally, that some of the two Free Software Foundation people were talking to were basically all three of us were like, yeah, there would just be endless screeching from Jack for the next 3 hours, and then the stream would die. So we should try that some other time.
Oh, fuck you. But like, you just have to tell them this is we're all using free software. We're using like Triskel and OBS, which is free software, and we're not using any.
Until I mention what we're streaming from, but yeah.
I do not use. I explicitly do not use Streamlabs, for instance.
I'm on an iPhone.
We use for the stream right now. We've been using the default just OBS that then we've modified because like you know we didn't know all this stuff, and when I looked at stream initially because everyone kept saying Streamlabs, I like loaded up Streamlabs, and then when I realized that the alerts were behind a paywall, I was like fuck this and went and relearned how like all of OBS works, and we've been doing okay so far.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like OBS, like literally, Streamlabs is just like everything that OBS is capable of doing that you just need to have like a technical background in. So like, I just compile it from scratch on my Linux box, or I will run it as a binary, from the repository because it works just fine.
I would describe it. It's like the purism of it's like the purism of streaming, where like a lot of purism software products are just like you took Firefox and changed two things. Like you could just get Firefox and so like it's like Streamlabs same thing as they just took OBS and added all of their shit into it. Like if you just ask the community or you look up some tutorials, like we did.
You can figure it out.
Yeah, I got the Stream Effects plugins that like I play around with sometimes.
Yeah, it does everything.
So Chelsea, if I may ask,
I don't have to myself, because like that's like you gotta like have a web server or like some kind of interface, like API interface, and like it's just like it's more work than it's actually worth for like a little for a second.
Is Chelsea? Is there any like what's your future plans for like? Is there any like games you're looking forward to like trying to stream or like topics you want to try out on your channel?
Yeah, I've been working on that. So I have been trying to figure out what to do because like I kind of hedged my bets on in the last year I was like you know what, it's just like too hot. This like the political environment was just too chaotic, and
understatement.
Yeah, very much an understatement. But and then there was sort of the pandemic going on, so I just figured it was in bad taste to just kind of like just all like or just weird for me to like be like try to act like it was normal. So I just kind of laid low and did my own thing, and now I'm just trying to figure out like okay, like what do I what do I do in the future? What am I interested in? And it's tough. It's tough because like I gotta pay. I gotta work. I gotta pay bills. I gotta and I'm used to like doing like talks and stuff. So moving from doing like Q&A panels on artificial intelligence or ethics and like all like just sort of like they like all the stuff that I have some familiarity with in terms of like my talks and things just haven't been happening. So like I've just been like looking for clients and like doing security assessments and doing like I don't do pen testing, but I work with I work with pen testers and I do the specification sheets. So I'm blue, I just do a lot of blue team stuff, and that's what I've been doing for the last year is just blue teaming for like hopefully less crappy clients. Hopefully like I've been able to be a little bit selective, but it's been a tough year, and a lot of orgs are starting to just be like, okay, we can't make it. We're not gonna be able to like do a security assessment. We're not gonna be able to like do all this stuff, and I have to refer, and I've been having to refer more and more people to somebody else. So
Not
it's been tough.
yeah.
And
Not
I'm wanting to do like content. I'm probably gonna do like more content production stuff. And I don't know what to do because I don't know what people are interested in and what I actually want to like talk about.
Well, if you ever want subjects or you want crazy people to work with you and on your stream, we're always down for that.
We have 3 crazy people that live in this apartment, so we're available.
The fourth one will show up. The fifth one has already left.
And there's a fourth one that doesn't live with us anymore, but he's also crazy. And then Squirtle's on the way. He's kind of sane, but he tries.
I just want to say that I'm just like this shouldn't define you, but I'm just so happy that you like are having a life now and you're able to be outside and talk and see compared to the unfortunate situation that you had
Oh,
to
it's
really
shit.
live.
It's I don't want to. I'm not gonna lie. It's absolute shit. Yeah, it's being in quarantine in this environment is honestly not that much of an upgrade from being in general population and jail or prison, and I'm saying that from experience. So I'm not
Understandable.
like
I'm going to disagree with you slightly because DoorDash makes a big difference. Okay, let's be clear on this.
I can't afford
Oh yeah.
I can't afford that.
Like,
I don't want to pay DoorDash.
Have you even
besides
looked
like
at
going out.
It's like
Like, no lie, I considered doing DoorDash until it was like I was trying to get like a $5 burger for $35, and it was like,
exactly.
no.
I was being metaphorical, but the food is much better outside the jail. And I'm sorry, Chelsea, what'd you say?
Oh, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, I'm eating the same shit I ate in prison too. I'm eating canned fucking food and ramen and the only thing I get is maybe I'll go to the grocery store and get some fresh food when they actually have it in stock for once. So
Speaking of which, I have soup in the microwave. Garbage.
So if you hear a small explosion, that's why.
Take it out of the can. Out of the can.
And now we're
Come on, now you're talking about package management. You know we can't do that.
And now we're back to where we started off this stream with the incredible number of that household apparently tries to set fire to.
Yeah, I started.
Wait.
Yeah, because I'm working on this. Like, have a Raspberry Pi and trying to
No,
flash
stop
this.
talking about the Raspberry Pi.
Wait, I thought we started off with Goatsy. I thought that's how we started off.
No, we started off with this pine time. I have this.
Look,
I have this. I have this pine. This pine time.
Jump vertically 6 feet into the air when a transformer blew.
We started off with
pine
how
time.
he keeps screwing up, trying to flash this
this open source
Raspberry
smartwatch.
Pi based smartwatch thing.
No,
and
it's the
we
pine.
should
I'm
just-
using a Raspberry Pi to flash a pine time. This is a pine time. It's a smartwatch.
Okay.
Raspberry Pi is right over here.
The sad part
This
is
how it's hooked up.
you could actually see him screw it up on stream. We did a test show a while back that we're gonna get back to.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
But the point
what's it called?
was that we reached the
Hackers
conclusion.
are definitively masochist.
Everything in that house.
Yeah, that's them. That's them.
Okay. The whole point is I'm just gonna light this shit on fire.
This is-
so I went up hooking this to a DC, an actual DC power supply, right? Like a
This
lab
is-
power supply.
This
I
is
keep telling him he just needs to crank up the voltage.
New Jersey. Everything's designed to explode.
Yeah, it's like I said, this is Jersey City where we don't have traffic rules, we have traffic suggestions.
Yep.
Yeah.
I worked in
Stop
that
signs
field,
with
so
white
yeah.
borders are optional.
Well, the phrase I'll use, like Jersey City, like you lost Jersey City bumper cars for getting into an accident because it just so happened.
At least you have grids, unlike Boston.
What's a
jeez.
grid?
Boston was just
Okay.
like, dive out of the way, dive out of the way.
I lived
so
in
I've been to
Boston for
Boston.
2 years.
I've been to Boston. I've been to New York. I've been to Jersey City. Jersey City's a lot rougher than Boston. Like as far as like traffic goes.
I believe it. I 100% believe
It's well,
So it's like you get like all the traffic right here because like we have all the traffic coming in New York City. Like 78 goes through Jersey City. You have all the traffic which like on all these little feeder roads and all these little factories and warehouses. You got gravel trucks going by like all the time and dump trucks
So,
and then like
Jack,
trucks.
No. I'm sorry, guys. But only in Jersey City do you have pedestrians who turn around and go, "Fuck you." The fuck
yeah.
Actually, wait.
No, that's a New York thing. No, that's a New York thing too.
As someone whose job for the past 2 years was working with and in that traffic sort of field, I can tell you that the reason why is because New Jerseyans are already bad drivers, and Jersey City also gets every other state's bad drivers. We get Floridians, Texans, upstate, downtown New Yorkers, upstate New Yorkers. The whole gambit. I could go on forever about the different types of drivers because I've had to deal with them.
Get to the hardware store. I've taken this electric skateboard on like Route 440. Like you want to talk about?
Well, that's because you have a bad idea, Jack.
I'm full of bad ideas.
Jack thinks it's a good idea to drive an electric skateboard in Jersey City. That's his problem right there.
I said masochist.
Jack doesn't have bad ideas. Jack has ideas. They're Jack ideas, but they're ideas.
It's more like there's the. It's that, and it's more of. It's also too of like it's to use a modified military saying. There's the right way, there's the wrong way, and the GI Jack way.
There's the right way, the wrong way, the army way. Yeah, it's kind of.
So there's the right way, the wrong way, and the jacked up way.
Pretty much, yep.
That's what we're drinking.
Speaking of which, Chelsea, are you drinking anything today? Water, alcohol, juice, anything?
I've just been drinking seltzer water and
Oh God, they're multiplying.
Hey! I had it first.
Some Gatorade.
I was there when we invented the bubble. Now that was an invention.
You were the bubble.
I have a.
Now let's just wait for it to burst.
Hold on, Chelsea. Chelsea has a question. Go.
No, I have a question regarding the previous thing we were talking about, which is what I don't know, I don't know what people have an interest in that would whenever it comes to particularly YouTube stuff, because I've taken video editing classes, and I regret to say this, but I have the Adobe whole thing. I've taken classes in animation stuff. I've taken classes in video editing, at least on the basics, and I already have a whole video set up to do stuff, but I just don't know what people would be interested in that
Okay. Can I throw my hat?
I also have one.
Number one, from Blackmagic, download DaVinci. It's not open source, but at least it's free software, and it's what the movie studios use, by the way.
Yep.
Two, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to throw my hat in the ring and tell you what we're going to be doing. I just started a nonprofit around federal contractors, small to medium federal contractors, because I think they're getting screwed by the new regulations and laws.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to help them with their compliance. We're actually going to be streaming starting the week of April 1st. We're going to be streaming, talking about controls and security. So compliance controls, how they relate to security, and going over the different families of controls. We honestly expect quite a lot of viewership for that. So I think honestly, if you're talking about YouTube, business streams gain viewership faster and they monetize incredibly fast.
Okay.
So they're very sorry, it's not difficult. They are very unlikely to be monetized.
Who's shoveling snow?
Rocco, stop throwing furniture.
Yeah.
On a hot mic, please.
So business, not focused, but business relevant streams monetize faster are very unlikely to be demonetized and gain viewership faster. They rank higher in the rankings on YouTube. Go after.
So like Salesforce stuff.
Well, I mean, relate security to business. Relate, artificial intelligence to business. Discuss how intelligence will change business. You mentioned AI before. Forgive me. I'm just picking on that. If that's okay.
Yeah. It's not. But I mostly do ethics talks, so like that makes sense.
Relate ethics to business, and you are, and
Oh,
put it in
yes.
different scenarios, such. And what's the matter, honey? What's the matter? More carrots and celery. Come here, say hello.
Hello.
Tiny human.
All right, I'll get you some more. No problem. Go sit down with mommy. I'll get you some more veg. But yeah, if you relate it to business, Chelsea, your channel will be much easier to monetize. And by the way, do you know about the paid subscriptions to YouTube now?
No, and I this is one of the reasons why I'm not a partner on Twitch is because like the contracts
Same.
are very hard to negotiate.
So YouTube has paid subscriptions, so you can give extra content to people that pay.
Okay.
Yeah, they have them tiered.
And there's also
okay, cool. I did not.
And there's also a service called Anchor that I'm looking into. I don't know if anybody's played with it. Where they will put it to any. They'll store it for free forever. They'll put it to any platform you want to, and they give you ads to read in your own voice, and you can pick the ads, and they'll monetize you through the ads. And they'll give you.
Okay, cool.
I apologize if you already knew about this stuff. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude.
No. I'm actually learning a lot because I don't come from the content production space. Like all this stuff is like new to me. I know whenever it comes to like video editing and stuff, like I know encoders, like FFmpeg. Like that's like my knowledge. Like it's like I know how to like compile custom versions of FFmpeg with the obscure codecs. I opened up Adobe. I opened up like Adobe Adobe Premiere, and I was like, I have no idea what the fuck is going on, and I am somebody from a very technical background, so like all this stuff is like new. And I'm just looking at the DaVinci website that you sent me, like, and I don't know this stuff. Like I have I'm coming from a very GitHub based world and not a I don't know the streamer stuff. Like I just got a light kit for like actual streaming because it's differed slightly from my usual light kit, because it's like a smaller environment.
We still have to figure out where to put our
As a video editor, my whole thing with the open source is that any tool that I used to be able to use, for example, I made money on Final Cut Pro, not Final Cut X, but Final Cut Pro back in the day, and I could make a living off of that. When I go into the open source community, it's like, okay, well, this is written by programmers for programmers. I'm not a programmer.
Yeah.
Or I'm not, the contemporary style of programmer. I'm from the very old school where you turn on a computer and you have to write in your own.
Yeah.
Looking at like KDE, KDEN, to a smaller extent, OBS. There's another one, OpenShot. I'd look at it, I'd play with it for about 10 minutes, and then I realized I can't operate this stuff.
Yeah.
Really? I've actually had good luck with OpenShot. OpenShot is usable.
Well, you're Jack. You wrote Ninja OS. You run Arch. This is not the demographic we're trying to push.
Okay, so before I did any of this, like years ago, right? Years ago, back when I was still like just some random asshole punk rocker, like this is 20 years ago, right?
Wait, back when you were a random asshole?
He was.
Now, what's this war bullshit?
Yes.
Now I'm a specific asshole, but like
we were all a random asshole at one point.
Yeah.
Yes.
But anyway, like years ago, I was going to school for audio engineering. I wanted to work bands. Like I wanted to work like boards for bands. Like I did like
started.
Yes. So basically, so it's like I said, like you took all the video courses. So again, you learn with like Pro Tools, but like I said, like I liked Cool Edit better because it had like all the engineering functions. Cool Edit became Adobe Edition at one point. But it's like it's like I said, for like a low end like editor, just like point and click, drag it. OpenShot's pretty good. I mean, like Ninja OS, I ship PityV, which is kind of, it works. It's not the best, but it's like 12 megabytes, and it runs on top of GStreamer, so it's like.
I love how everyone is like, hey, like open shots for like super advanced programming stuff, and that's what. No, well, that's what I mean. It's like that. But what I mean is that like everyone's being like, oh, this is this major thing, and like that's literally what I use to do all the intros and stuff. So I feel a lot more smarter than I actually am now. So thank you all.
I was gonna say like open, like it's like I said, it's like it's very much usable. It's like I said, I haven't done video editing in like literally like, 'cause I did it for a few classes decades ago. Download OpenShot. It took me 15 minutes. It's like, okay, I remember how to do this now. This is OpenShot. It works.
I also wish that. Okay, go.
I have a lot. I have the equipment. I have the lighting. I have the cameras. I have the sound setup. I have the gear. I have the machine to be able to process. Like I have three. I have a machine that just has three GPUs. That's all it does. Right? It's just like it's like a beefy. Like I can use it for mining. I can use it for. I can
Okay, yeah.
I can use it for.
You got all the tools, but nothing to use them for.
Yeah.
I have, I know how to use all this stuff. I have no fucking idea what to do content wise.
Right.
So here's my recommendation: hack shit and have fun doing it.
Yeah.
Literally, I wish that N Commander was in this chat right now, because he literally just did a stream earlier where he's recently monetized and all this stuff, and his whole thing is he's like, he's basically kind of like a Foon or a LGR, where he's super passionate into like just deep diving in these like retro machines. And I've noticed that in terms of content, it's still a gamble, but like the people who are like super passionate about something they can really clarify and be specific about usually go really far. That's actually one of the reasons why we started doing these like special interest shows, because one, we wanted to use our stream other than meeting once a month, but then two, we were like, I miss teaching people how to pick locks on a live stream, which no one really does that on actual like live stream. They're all pre-recorded, and no one really sees a lot about like gaming in Linux, never mind Arch Linux, and like all of those, when we've been able to super hyper like, this is what we do, this specific thing, seems to go really well with people.
I couldn't agree more. Something you're passionate about and that you can explain.
Yes.
You're breaking down.
Yes. Like, cause it's like anything else. Like media is media. It's like you it's like basically you gotta play a character. It's like, you know, like I go on I guess like I go on as like the Wolfman Jack. Why? Because my biker friend says, okay, your road name's now Wolfman, because that's how you do in a fucking club. That's what it goes. So you look at what like the real Wolfman, the actual Wolfman Jack says. He's like, if you go on radio, you gotta play a character. And when I did radio, like I did college radio, I did pirate radio, a little bit of pirate radio, not too much, but it's like I said, I always played a character. Like, you know, I really play a character. Like, yeah, this is blah 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 blah, and then you fill there and you play a character.
Well, the other thing about that is that it's not too far away, Jack. It's not too far away from your actual personality either. So a big one also too is like kind of be your no, but like for real, like be your. It sounds really shorty, but be yourself. Like just be like the internet is like your hyperized, realized version of yourself. Someone in chat wrote, I like the Crawl video editor because it is a nice step up from the MS Video Tool and Adobe Premiere. So I just wanted to shout that out from the chat.
Yeah, I mean, you know, don't be afraid to step up from OpenShot. I mean,
I got the tools. I just
you just need to
show. I have maybe 30 hours of recorded material. Like,
Damn.
And I have no idea. Like, it's just a jumble, because like I have like I like have like my like where I realize I have no skill, and I have like friends who are like YouTubers, but they're like bread tubers, so they're like
Vosh.
Yeah.
And you know,
that's an interesting rabbit hole. I keep on
H bomber and yeah.
Yeah, so I'm friends with them, but that's not I don't like I can't even watch that stuff because it's like yeah, okay, like cool, like it's political, it's like philosophical, a little bit of history. I'm really technical and I just want to I
Right.
watch I watch streams. I watch MRE MRE unboxings because I'm just the last thing I wanted.
I
The
love
last
it,
thing I wanted.
Oh, Night Owl, where are you?
Holy cow, that's hope.
Really quickly, Chelsea, I think something that you'll like. Ethics.
Hey now.
I'm going off your ethics riff earlier, and like when I did a lot of security awareness training for one of the companies I worked for, they would send me to weird places and be like, "Can you just teach them what security means?" Yeah, sure, no problem. And for example, I was on Long Island. Anybody ever heard of Long Island? And
Hi, Saracel.
Well,
I was
I'm
on Long
doxxed now.
I was telling them, I was talking to this one group of actually insurance company. I'm teaching them about security, right? And it's the same standard stuff. Don't click shit, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, hey guys, technology changes and it's going to change your life. They're like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm like, no, seriously. Like, what do you mean? I'm like, your taxes. They went, wait, what? All of a sudden I had their attention. And I said, driverless cars. They said, what is driverless cars going to do? I'm like, okay, let's go back a step. You all own houses. No, wait. I said, you all own houses, right? They went, yeah. I said, okay, you own houses here on Long Island. How many of the towns on Long Island depend on speeding tickets for their revenue stream? And they went, all of them.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, so what are driverless cars going to do? They're like, they don't speed. I'm like, great. So what are your property taxes going to do? And all of a sudden they went, oh crap, they're going to go up to make up for the shortfall. So irrespective of, I mean, there's not really
on Long Island because that's what they've been doing.
Squirtle has entered.
But the impact of technology on their world, on their ethics, their business, on their, I think you could do an amazing job on it. I seriously do.
Another quick particular thing is
Sorry.
that was great. You don't also want to obsess over this too much, but I'm glad that, for example, you're watching MRE unboxings because it's one of the things that we do
that's what I watch. That's one of the
yeah. No, and one of the crazy things, quick story about myself, was when I came up with the show Master of Unlocking that we do on our channel. I'm actually doing it this Sunday, and I'm gonna go crazy. I was really nervous because, of course, particularly on YouTube, Lock Sport is that there's so many high-profile people on YouTube, and so I was initially really scared of trying to do this on live stream. And what I eventually found out was sort of my but what I mean is, one, I kind of found my niche as I was doing it, and the experiment stuff found my niche. And two is that don't be afraid to just look at a category, look at what the top people are doing, and both write down kind of what they're doing, how they're talking about it, and what sort of topics they cover. But then also look at the other way and be like, okay, everyone's kind of talking about the same thing. What are they not talking about in their sort of field or thing, or what are they not doing in their videos and on their recordings? So
I've kind of done a little bit of that. That's good. That's really good to know.
Right.
I had to run, but I wanted to say one thing, Chelsea. Have you watched the Spanish MRE unboxings?
Oh God,
I have.
They are the best MREs I've ever seen. I actually looked around to find it, buy some, and try them. So
what, MREs?
Oh, dude, the Spanish Army rations, whatever they call them.
Okay.
They're amazing.
They have canned octopus in them. They have swear to God, fish dishes. It's insane. They look like real. You would take this on a picnic and feed your spouse. It's amazing.
I mean, the Swiss has a wine. Swiss has a wine bottle opener on their knife. It's this is kind of European nations.
And the Britons have tea boilers in their tanks. It's a detail thing.
Okay? Yeah, they do. I mean, United States.
I've got a belt buckle with all that stuff too.
Neat.
What's it called? They used to the
P-38 It's really hard to get a tea boiler into a belt buckle.
Bye.
Yeah, I mean, but with some effort and some patience.
Take care, man.
All right, catch you later. Who's out?
Quadling.
All right, Quadling. Have a good one. Catch you later.
You know what? I do have to. That does remind me, though. I do have to go through the cases in my basement and see if I still have any pot roast MREs.
Oh God, yes.
That's one of those I don't remember the pot roast.
It was very short lived.
I remember the grossest. I remember the grossest one. The absolute grossest one. They got rid of it like shortly after I got in was the bean burrito.
Oh God.
Oh dear.
Oh God. No, that was like the grossest one. And then they brought, for some reason, they brought back the omelet, like, which was so bad that like even drill sergeants wouldn't make privates in basic training unit. Like,
Yeah. Most disgust, like nobody, like you'd be starving to be like, no.
no, I
I'll
got
be
the.
right back there,
No,
guys.
I'm good.
I will. I
I'm good.
remember.
I'll
like,
just
I
start
got
to death. Thanks.
I will always remember the day I had to do Herd Park in Fort Knox, Kentucky. I got the bean burrito. Oh my God! And, you know, this is just like after individual tactical maneuvers. You are dragging you through the mud all day long, like half a day. Day breaks. I forget the bean burrito. They literally says the one day they rush you through it, no time to heat it, and it just slithers down your throat. And you're like, oh God, that was fucking gross. And then there's more. You gotta like crawl back through the effing mud, low crawling. And it's like that one low crawl pit, and it didn't rain, so they just took a hose and they hosed it down, so you had to crawl through the mud. And like, oh God. And that was like the nicest shower that like you've ever had in your entire life. You get done with that, you're like, ah. Whatever came after that, it's just
These are going to be some of the best worst sample sounds on this stream. Chelsea, is there have you been tinkering with anything recently in terms of hardware or software, just as a other topic?
I have. In the last year, my Tinker projects have included a Raspberry Pi cluster with what is it, MPi, as the with OpenMPi as the manager for running a Python supercomputer. I have two NVIDIA Jetson Nanos that I've been running
Nice.
ARM applications on and failing because the drivers on it are garbage and are not the same as the NVIDIA CUDA drivers that are like it's like L4L or what is it L4T drivers. So it's like specific to the hardware for these like tiny devices, these like ARM devices. And what else I have built my gaming machine, which has the most disgusting operating system ever made, Windows on it, that I absolutely had to get in order to be able to play the games that I wanted to play. And it's pretty slimline, but it's beefy. It's a beefy build for gaming and nothing else. Like it does literally nothing else because like everything else I do is on Linux boxes or my Mac, which is the video editing box.
That sounds about right in terms of like OS like stereotype niches.
That really is.
Jack has. Do you blew a video card on your old
Yes,
gaming rig for folding at home? If I remember correctly.
That was actually my first show, right? That was actually my first episode. I was going through replacing my video cards. I have two AMD RX 580s. Doing folding at home. The two previous ones I had, I bought off a coworker, and I was still working on the previous job. I blew them out doing folding at home because they were like factory overclock, which is like effing stupid. So I blew them out, right? And my first episode was literally replacing the video cards. So current rig, AMD Threadripper, 24 thread. Two AMD 580s, the fastest DDR 64 gigabytes of DDR4. The one thing I'm actually really most proud about here is instead of just that much like GPUs, which I really don't need too much. I mean, obviously there's password cracking that you use that for, but the one that's really used like thing I'm proud of is the storage, because I have 5 storage devices. I have 2 SSDs, 3 spinning disks, what's it called? All like three RAID arrays.
Okay. That works out, and that makes sense.
So 3 Western Digital like Black Enterprise, 6 terabyte, 256 megabyte cache, spinning Rust in a RAID 5 on home. And yeah, exactly. I never run out of storage. I mean, like I spent like $200 for this AMD Threadripper, and I'm not gonna get anything more by spending $3,000 on a newer Threadripper. I just figured that one out. I'm like, just not. I just spend the money on discs and never run out of storage space. And then you put and then you just get like whatever SSD you're going to get for root, and I get two what's called Samsung Evo 970s. Just get two of them. Two of them, put them in RAID 1. What's it called? Slash boot and slash in root or in RAID 1. In case one blows, you can just replace it and you don't blow up anything. So it's like kind of like that peace of mind.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's also kind of funny that you're in the reverse situation. I feel like we're in the reverse situation that you're in, Chelsea Manning, where like one of the weird things that happened to us in 2020 is, we're seeing all this stuff going on, like the BML protests and things like that. And, one of our whole rules is we either report about general news if it involves tech, or if the news is so catastrophic that it's going to like affect everyone, like if a hurricane hits New Jersey or something like that. And for a while, we were just sort of like, both for OPSEC reasons and stuff, we were like, okay, so we want to comment on this, but like, let's look at it, let's properly research and then do something. Like, we'll type up a statement. And it was weird because everyone else in like both InfoSec and hacking, a lot, what we noticed was everyone was just kind of sitting there. Like, I knew people who wanted to say something, but everyone was too nervous. It was like a high school dance where like everyone's against the wall, no one wants to dance. And then we end up being one of like the first dancing couples where we're being like, hi, this is in the hacking spirit. Fuck all of this. Here's like resources, like tech resources, and this is why, like, dude, holy shit, New World Order and stuff. And everyone else on the internet was like, wait, you could do that? And then everyone came out of the woodwork, and that was one of the most surreal experiences we had last year online. So I feel like we had like the reverse thing where like you're trying to, because I know how tense it is, like getting away from that. And then we were like, do we get into this? And like, hopefully we won't be alone. And when we dived in, it felt like everyone else dived in. So we are like, I guess we made the right choice.
There's a lot of surreal moments.
That was around the time whenever I just started getting into the ARM stuff. Like I was just like, okay, like portable ARM devices are like going to be really important for specific people in this moment. So
as well as like people, now realizing of like kind of the hardware pyramid of, like who owns and runs the circuits on your phone, like what does your operating system actually do, and like how it compromises and things like that. It was fun to educate. That's actually one of the reasons, one of the future projects we're working on is our local library system does live streams, and we've been talking with them on trying to make a stream where we go down privacy stuff, like in a way that one, it's to explain it like we're five, but also like really goes in depth and striking that like right balance where we like, because we've done that in person where we start with people who have no idea what this thing is that we actually know, and then by the end of it they're just as good as we are. So we're trying to kind of do that, like a virtual thing of like, you have it like your browser. Have you ever thought about your browser and who runs it? There's all these different types of browsers. Here's what they're like. Here's the actual, like, if they trace you, like, here's the actual code. That's how you can tell. That's why open source is important. This is why we recommend this, and like all that sort of stuff. So that's we're everyone's going crazy. I also think it's really awesome that you have the trans gender flag in like all of your videos, things of just like right there, like, hi, I'm here.
it's always been there. Like since I got out of prison, it's just been I got it out.
A lot of people ask me on Master of Unlocking, like I'm one of the few people when I lockpick live, I start and end the show like actually talking where it's not just my hands. And it's funny because I don't know if Night Owl wants to bring this up. I brought that up because people ask me like, why do you do that? And it's like, I know I've been inside, so I look paler, but as Sky Pirate can tell you, I can literally count all the people of color in Locksport on one hand. And that's not to say that they aren't there or that they're not, but again, and so it's like, I since I don't normally see representation, if I'm going to be one of the few representations, then I'm going to put myself out there and hopefully other people will come in. And that has happened actually. So yeah, in person and online. So
there is definitely an issue of representation. I mean, also probably of access and participation to some degree as well. But I mean, well, I mean,
yeah, I just don't care. I'm just like, I have the same, like my skill set hasn't changed at all in the last 15 years. So like it's yeah, sure, that like it's cool. It's a part of like my aesthetic. Like it's part of more like my branding, my aesthetic. But like apart from that, it's just like you know,
It's you, but it doesn't like define everything you do. It's that sort of thing. Is that correct? Or?
No, it's probably my 16-year-old. It's probably my 16-year-old DJ Day. Foam. Smelly has to be Febrezed every so often. Foam soundproofing that I was just talking to somebody about getting replaced finally.
Replace that. Just put more egg cartons on it.
There you
go. I
just,
got
just
rid of
stack
the
more
egg
foam.
finally. Like, yeah, these are just these cheap things that I got at the Guitar Center when I was like 19 years old, and just like foam, like like using that foam glue, the like push glue, just foamed on there to like a poster board, like one of those like hard foam backed poster boards, and I've had it since my aunt, because I used to live with my aunt. Ever since my aunt complained about my two DJ monitors being too loud whenever I was like trying to either listen to sets or create something.
No offense, but now I realize why you were probably really comfortable at the Radio Statler booth. Because that's just like it's all of like cheap materials put together, hand glue,
it's like
and chewing gum.
previous year.
Yeah, but I
A lot of interesting graffitis on those walls too.
Yeah,
yes.
I've noticed that like I've just been slowly since I started doing content production, because like now I have like a Patreon, so and like all that stuff goes just like it's separate from like my income, so like it doesn't go towards rent. It like goes towards the stream. So like have
Same.
new lighting. I have new lighting. And now I'm like looking at a Yellow Tech mic stand and camera stand, and like just like new soundproofing, and like it's how I got my beefy games machine was through the Patreon. So it's just
nice.
It's been like I've just been slowly over the last 8 or 9 months since I started doing this stuff, just been like watching my workspace, my sort of office, like go from like cheap plastic bullshit to to looking like I don't know, like I'm a gamer, like I'm a Twitch stream like celebrity gamer,
like the ultimate e-girl on Twitch. Yeah.
Yeah, like Pokimane or XQC
yes.
or something.
Or if you really
like,
want to be extreme, Project Melody.
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna go there. I mean,
but no, that's to me that's personal goals for DEFCON 201.
I'll be honest with you, Project Melody still weirds me the fuck out. That's like still like you're living in some like weird Twilight Zone shit.
I hope you get used to that, because if Exotica actually does happen again physically this year, that's been like one of our longtime things we've been negotiating for the booth for that. So that would be
what
fun.
Project Melody?
Yes.
Like actually getting.
Oh.
Yo, Chelsea, when's the next time you're playing Among Us? I'm gonna watch that stream live.
Oh hell yeah, let's do that. But I just wanted to say like one of the things that I got that I just got that I've been slowly setting up is now I have a camera that goes over I now have a camera and a light that goes it's like my old webcam and light that goes over my like hardware hacking workspace, where I have my soldering iron, all of my screws and nuts, and like all of the anti-static stuff. And it's yeah, I like have a whole workspace now, and like I'm gonna like I'm like thinking about doing like recording and streaming, like doing hardware stuff.
So you sound like actually us right now, because between the Master of Unlocking and we just tried out a new show which is doing circuit stuff called Circuit Breakers. Suracell got he might probably want to show it on his cam. Got this thing. Do you want to tell the story behind this real quick? Because you might like this, Chelsea. And then later on,
has been on the entire time.
Yes.
So yeah, this thing, right? It's an Elmo Teacher's Tool, TTO2S. It's just a camera, nothing special. But what's interesting about it is that
is it 1080 or
you just set it on a table, it points down. It's got
what resolution?
Oh, nothing special. I think it's like 800 by 600. It's not HD. They do make one that's HD, but those are like 4 or 5 figures now.
Yeah, there's no way.
This was only $20, so I was like, sure, I'll grab it. Has a zoom.
Right?
What?
From Norway, right?
I think so. Yeah. Has a zoom lens, autofocus. Has a light down here. So it's all pretty good. Has its own stage that I don't have here right now, which just provides like a white illuminated backlight for it. Yeah, that's it. This thing actually. So it all just fits together, and we can do lock picking stuff and presentations on that kind of neat kind of stuff. And it also has a computer output and VGA and video throughput. Because one of the things I was actually going to use this for is I have a video headset that I can just plug into this and use it as an augmented view of what I'm working on. I was going to do soldering stuff through it.
So he's like wearing VR goggles and can see through that thing. It's pretty nuts. And yeah, that's like basically like a machine to show off what do you call it, like documents and stuff at a university, and to like zoom in. And we basically repurposed it because it's really good at like you zoom in, hit focus, and it autofocus, and it can go really, really deep in terms of its zoom. So yeah.
Pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Yep.
One last thing, because I don't know how long you want to stay, and I'm still trying to figure out when or how we're going to wrap this up. But I wanted to tell one last quick funny story about kind of a bit about like when you visited the Radio Statler booth, because I'm one of the main people that work there, and I remember when we had this meeting, and we were like, okay, so we talked to Feastman, so we were talking to we were like having a round table, and it's like, okay, so we talked to Manning's people, and it was like their thing is there's because we usually do for the keynotes is it's usually me and Johnny Xmas and the keynote, and then they were like, okay, because of like security and a bunch of other stuff, like it's only one person, and I was like, Johnny Xmas, you look a lot better than I do, even though we don't have video because it's radio station. You go on the freaking camera, and so we worked back and forth on like the questions, and my favorite one was he was like, if there was one question that if you were in the room that you wanted to ask that I could ask, like guarantee that would be like really interesting, what would it be? And I told him that what was it, the one question I've always wanted to ask Miss Manning is like there's so many conspiracy theories about like at the time about like what happened and everything, that I was like, do you read them, and if you do, like what's your favorite one? And he was like, that I've never thought to ask that, so he like prioritized that, and when I was listening on the radio and that was brought up, I was just laughing at that entire conversation. Yeah. So it was I think it was something that I think it's like we thought you were going to say something like, "Oh, I don't bother with them because it's too much," but it's just sort of. I think you said something like, "I try not to think about it, but like I see all of them and I find all of them like hilarious or something like that," and it went into a different conversation. It was really funny, so I just wanted to throw that out there. That's all before we got to leave or anything. Yeah, I that was so fun to do.
I enjoy conspiracy theories. Probably a bit too much. Because I'm not.
No, it's just
I know. It's like I know, or I can find out the validity of most of them. So like it's just like it's like.
What's your favorite conspiracy theory?
What's my favorite conspiracy theory?
Yeah, your favorite one.
Probably my my favorite conspiracy theory that people actually believe that doesn't have like an an anti-Semitic or like a dark like thing
Right.
to it, like QAnon stuff. My favorite conspiracy theory is the idea that the U.S. government would ever be able to find out, discover aliens or UFOs, and one, keep it a secret, and two, not fuck it up.
Yeah,
Like,
be confident. Yeah.
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 Well, apparently they didn't keep it a secret because that's why everyone's talking about it.
Exactly. So the
Uh-huh.
2014 videos from the Navy pilots, I find like as like that is like how that like the reason why I know that that's real is because the government is like, oh wait, this is their like we don't know what the fuck this is. Like they're reacting to it. They're reacting to it like
Yeah.
in a sort of like, is this gonna sound weird if we talk about it kind of way, which is way more real to like true to life in how I understand everything about it, which is like there's stuff going on. Like we have scientists who are like have maybe an exclamation, but or an explanation, but like we have like grainy videos and like scientists are like, yeah, like we don't know, but like, yeah, you can't deny it either. So, and then the Freedom of Information Act comes along and they're like, shit, like this is definitely in the public interest and we can't cover it up in the court and we'll look stupid if we'll look conspiratorial if we do it. So I guess we're gonna have to like release it. And like I'm like, that is exactly how the actual government works.
See, another thing I noticed. Another thing I noticed about the whole aliens thing in 2014, almost immediately after, there was a huge push for atmospheric science in order to like explain them away or something. Like the government was going full in NSF grants and like NASA doing things, and there was collaborations with other governments just in atmospheric science because of those videos from the Navy pilots.
Yeah, because that's like the first time, because like most of the rest of them can be explained as either one, just hoaxes, stupid hoaxes, two, like actual weather events, or three, right? Literally just secret aerospace research projects. Like the real Area 51, that's Bowie, Lockheed, Northrop Grumman. That's classified area, like like aerospace research.
It's not classified anymore.
And it's like if somebody's like, if you're hanging out there with like radios and you look a little weird and you're investigating that, yeah, you're probably spied. I mean, let's be real frank about that. And that's why the Men in Black are just Hoover era FBI, and that's
why they can't have a good third movie.
Be real honest,
My
they're not even FBI, it's OSI. It's like they even like have the Office of Special Investigations, like the agency, like they have their badges, and you can see like they're not FBI, they're just like Air Force.
OSI? You really think like Army OSI is like that? Okay, I can see that. I mean,
yeah, they do. They at Groom Lake, yeah.
I just want to interject and say that to me the most realistic one, if we're gonna be like aliens, is the one with the recent one with the whole Galactic Federation thing, because I remember being like, what is this thing about? And then just reading it, and no, listen, and the way it's described, where it's like to me, because I always hate when it's like, oh, like these aliens and super advanced and this is where we got the pyramids, and I love how this one is like there is no, Jack, let me finish. So it's basically like there's a galactic federation of like all of these like what do you call that, sentient beings, and that they know Earth is there, but they look down at us like the way like people look down at like Florida or something, like we're the galactic Florida. So like we keep applying, so all the people in the know of like world governments keep applying to join, and they never let us join because they don't want us, because we're like the rednecks of the universe. And I'm like, that I believe, that actually sounds realistic.
Yeah.
To me, that's the most realistic one out of all of them, in my opinion. I have to go take a leak. Continue the conversation.
Yeah, the Space Force has like the logo.
Jewish Space Laser for the win.
I'm gonna wind down.
Jewish Space Laser. Alrighty. Have a good one. Thank you for showing up.
Yeah, she's leaving.
No, thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
I want to quickly say before I take a leak,
good to have you.
Is a super awesome honor, and we always look forward to watching and rating your streams, and just keep you being you, Chelsea. We appreciate it. Thank you.
If you have any more suggestions, you know how to reach me, because like I'm definitely like I need to figure out like content creation, like the content part, because like the creation part, like I have plenty of stuff to do, and I just kind of suck at making content that is like something that would be consumable. So like producing like something that is polished and ready and good to go. But yeah, I've definitely taken some
So honestly, the YouTube channel Technology Connections, actually they have a second channel where he focuses more on like different random things that he's covered in the main series, but off to the side. But one of the things he talks about is like the behind the scenes stuff of like how he sets up his set, how he has a teleprompter and how it works, and how you shouldn't use his teleprompter because it sucks. He's actually gone over that. But it's generally watching the way other YouTubers actually handle this stuff in like the same mesh that you're working in is a good place to work from to start off.
Okay.
Because like I'm also trying to start my own thing, like with doing like technical and hacking kind of videos and stuff. Generally pulling apart software, firmware, and reverse engineering it, and showing off like how things are made. It's like a how it's made, but with software, pretty much.
This is how we make the bacon.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, thanks for having me. I gotta go.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for showing up. All right. Cool.
All right.
All right. So it's good. More whiskey.
Absolutely nothing.
Jim Beam.
So one of the things I actually got for DEFCON 201 for like operations stuff is this here laptop. Flash it with Debian. It's pretty cool. But what's particularly neat about it is that it's a ThinkPad X201. So we're gonna be setting it up for like running operations and stuff for like our website and things. Yeah, I just find it funny that it's a 201 laptop.
Yeah, it's fucking hilarious. I mean, just like everything else, in this apartment.
Seems like we're actually winding down as far as the video calls go.
Yeah, everyone's gone. I mean,
no, we're not.
You know, death veggies.
We're.
That out there. Okay. Yeah,
we're
so
all
some
still
people
here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna bounce off for a couple of while. I've got a couple of things to do that I just got to be elsewhere. I'll leave it down.
Ignoring us. That's
I would
all.
say that unless there's like crazy stuff here, we could probably start ramping down at like 10:45, something like that.
Yeah, maybe early.
15 minutes. Yeah. I'll do my talk, show off some stuff from the VidHub, and then we'll go right into the stream. But yeah, keep talking while he's beyond for 10-15 more minutes. This is honestly the best anniversary we've done, which is kind of sad because it's all virtual.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no. One of the other things that I've been working on recently, this thing. So
whip it out.
This is a DMX Profusion XS. This is the box that makes the music in the supermarkets. So
nice.
So where do I start?
Need extra hands?
No, I got it.
Okay.
So this thing's just a PC pretty much. There's normally a plate covering over this, so you can't actually see all the PC ports. All you have is an audio jack in the front, and then these buttons for controlling what's on the screen here. And I would plug it in and turn it on, but it's loaded with so much licensed music that we would immediately get shit canned off of Twitch, YouTube, and everything else. So I'd rather not.
Well, that's the perfect way to go out.
I mean, yeah, we could just sign off.
Not really. Like, I mean, like with a whole bunch of like
but then
elevator
we'll get
music.
banned.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But it guarantees that you never have this problem again.
Yeah. Technically.
I mean, yes, but no.
But we're not going to do that.
I mean, if we're just like that, let's do something like anti-No League, so what, or like or like Rocks Off or something that's like fun. It's just like fuck you. Let's do something that's like, like fuck you, right? You know.
What are we not doing? What are we fucking?
If we're gonna get banned, we might as well just have like something that's just like fuck you music, right? You know, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you're safe if you just play stuff out of the old IWW songbook.
We could do that.
Yeah, maybe, or like the YouTube Music Library or something. But this thing has Yellow Magic Orchestra loaded on it. It came like that, and I really genuinely wasn't expecting to see Ryuichi Sakamoto on this, but yeah. So basically,
So what you're saying is YouTube's DMCA is a form of Asian discriminatory thing, like
Sure, we'll go with that.
Okay.
So inside, it's a VIA C7 PC, one of these mini ITX jobbies, and it's connected to a front panel with a DVD drive and some buttons and an LCD. I think that's plugged in over the internal USB port. It has a hard drive that's 40 gigabytes, and it seems to be running Linux, which is weird because they don't publish source code. So I'm gonna poke them. I'm gonna ask them, where the hell is the source code?
Yeah, it's a GPL violation. You're talking
That it
somewhere
is.
in the FSF.
Yep. I mean, I haven't 100% confirmed that it's Linux, but the file system is ext2. It's booting with a grub bootloader, which that in and of itself
should be Linux or close to, or a close derivative.
Yeah, I mean they're probably not putting VxWorks or Wind River shit or like Qnix on it. They'll probably be using Linux.
Grub is versatile though. You can boot a lot of stuff off of that. But I mean, if you give me it's 40 gigabytes isn't that much. If you give me an image of the hard disk, I'll take a look at it. Like exactly.
Yeah, I already took an image, so I'll throw it at you.
All right, cool.
The other interesting thing about it, I can't confirm this, but so because it's licensed music, right? It's very commercial, high-end stuff. You're supposed to buy discs to fill the music in it with, and those discs are like $1,000 a pop because they're covered with licenses and DRM. What I remember seeing was that there was actually code in there for having the keys stored in the CMOS in the little clock battery. Meaning, if that clock battery runs out, all the keys are gone, and with that, all the music on the hard drive. So I'm gonna try and dump those keys, if there are any keys. Let's see here.
I do just want to point out that in New York State, practicing a profession without the appropriate professional license is a felony.
Really? Wow.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
You like now, granted, it's not like, okay, I'm a programmer, I'm programming, I'm committing a felony, because programmers aren't
that would depend on whether or not the state or city of New York issues a license for that profession. So,
like being
as far as I know, neither New York City nor New York State issues a professional license for programmers. However, they do issue licenses for electricians, plumbers, locksmiths, masseuses, technicians, and a variety of other professions. General contractors, for instance.
Yeah, I know that, like, because my old landlord was a structural engineer, and there's like a whole thing you have to go through to be a practicing professional engineer in New York State. And because of that, people who work on software and stuff calling themselves engineers in New York State is verboten.
Well, that was actually a whole thing that actually resulted in a major court case in, I want to say, Washington State.
I also completely forgot to put this out there, but real quick, yesterday, if I remember correctly, was Cyrus's birthday. So if everyone hasn't done it yet, please wish him a happy birthday.
Woo!
Happy
Well,
birthday.
happy fucking birthday.
28 now, so yeah.
Oh,
Getting on a baby. Tiny baby.
3 years. Baby. Baby.
But yeah, so court case in Washington.
Yes, where there was a guy who was trained as an engineer, but he was not licensed in that state. And he was issued a ticket incorrectly based on their automated red light cameras. And he pointed out that their both their camera system and their traffic light system were not in fact mathematically correct.
And he was
And so
practicing
he
engineering.
contested the ticket
So I'm
and
gonna
signed it
distract out and
as
I'll see my way
the
out.
fact that he is a professional engineer in a different jurisdiction and in a different field. And the state then attempted to go after him for illegally claiming to be an engineer.
Wow.
Which resulted in a whole thing where the court basically said, well, no, this one, correct on the merits of his actual argument, and two, you are pursuing him for things that are immaterial because he is not in fact practicing the licensed profession within your jurisdiction.
Exactly.
Contrary to law, he is using the facts of that to point out that in fact you are wrong.
So basically, that whole prosecution was pretty much cops being cops about being cops.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think of things to do with this thing, because I'm not going to keep the DMX software bullshit on it. Oh, and my computer is warning me that I have 4 minutes of battery left. Oop. Let me rectify that. And here's a plug. USB-C is magical. It's horribly cursed, but it's magical. Well, to kill the dead air, I'm taking requests. I'll play harmonica.
I know.
Oh, that's Georgia.
What?
No, I'm trying to come up with things that are impossible to play on the harmonica. AC/DC's Back in Black.
Yeah, that's a good one.
God, do you have both of
Cause I'm back in black.
Oh, this is a mistake.
Oh man,
It's a happy accident.
No, here we go. Since St. Patrick's Day was Wednesday, the Fields of Athenry.
The Fields of I've actually I'm not like I'm a cultural under the rock kind of person, so I'm gonna look this up. The Fields of, how is it spelled?
Athenry. ATH.
Okay. Okay, ATHENRY. There we go. Okay. Just load it up. No, this isn't in the right key. Hold up. I got an echo in E. guess.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
Like I'd point you to some good renditions, but they'd also get you shit canned for copyright violations. So
Yeah, quickly.
On the other hand, just when you have time, the Dropkick Murphys actually do a pretty good version of it.
Okay.
And in fact, if you didn't watch it on Wednesday, go watch their Still in Lockdown live stream from St. Patrick's Day.
So let's say we I guess we're down in 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's actually 10:44 right now.
Yeah, I know.
So it's like last minute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything they want to do or something?
Or suggestions to play for harmonica as we play it out.
Yeah, don't you have two of those?
Yes.
All right,
both of
Slayer,
them.
Red in Blood. Let's see you do
Come
it.
on, double fist them.
Okay.
I
Like
think-
I
I
said,
think-
I live under a rock. If you throw me video game music, I can jump on it.
Thunderstruck. Come on.
Earthbound Bazaar.
Okay, video game music. All right. What's it called? Doom 1. EM. What's it called? What's it called?
E1M1.
Yes.
Hold up. Nope, I don't have the right key for that.
Night Owl, can you cut in one?
Yeah. I'm sure I've got a brooch around here
Actually-
for that somewhere.
Oh.
Night Owl probably has the correct tools to rekey a harmonica, actually. So.
You have to say is Night Owl has the correct tools.
True,
I mean, that's usually true, and if it's not true, I can rectify that very quickly.
Speaking of rectify, right, Jack?
What?
Jack,
What?
just turn the voltage up. Just turn the voltage up.
All right, it's one of those. I'm just gonna come in there, and we're gonna give Side Pocket 120 volts of at 15 amps AC. We're gonna see what goes.
There you go. No, 20
20 amps. Otherwise, we're
Can I
just
wash
doing
my
one
bolts
voltage
first before you hook them up?
That's oddly specific.
That's what the truck battery's for, man.
At least I'm very grounded.
No, that's what's it called? You'll meet him. Alf got the electrical symbol for grounding on his calf because he's well grounded and he's got no potential.
So speaking of grounding and no potential, I think we should wind down our anniversary stream, I guess.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's
Anything else
do
to
it.
say?
'Cause I've been fading. I've been drinking too much, and I've been going.
Now,
Yeah.
Jack's
Jack,
drinking
what are
too
you
much.
talking about?
That's like
That's
Side
like
Pocket
you
being
talking
annoying. That never happened.
Yeah, those are both totally unheard of and completely impossible.
So as we scenaried it off, I'm going to actually switch back to face cam mode, even though you'll be able to still hear the audio. I'm going to keep the room up until everyone doesn't want stupid shit.
Okay.
But yeah, does anyone want to shout out or wave or say anything at the last minute?
Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for showing up. You're awesome.
Thank you, Delta Demona. You're literally you're like, I don't know if it's like the number one fan. There's
No, she's our number one fan.
Up that Voltron into the number one fan, but you're elite.
No, I'm definitely gonna say she's a number one fan. I mean, I don't think anybody fangirls harder for us than Dulce Demona. So thank you for doing that. You're like, yeah, we got a fan. That's awesome. That's cool.
My question is it like a desk fan or an industrial fan?
We're world
Pandemic
famous.
fan?
We're world famous in Brooklyn. That's what it's like that. It's like kind of
DEFCON 201, famous on Backpage.
We're world famous in Jersey City. That's like that's like a new thing. It's like we're famous on Backpage, yeah. And
talk about
Mike.
You talk about a star sticker in kindergarten, then we're famous in Jersey City.
no offense to Jersey City. We're world famous in Jersey City. No, it's a joke, you know. World famous in Brooklyn. Gotta check it out.
It's like a
Funny.
Volvo with a gun rack. Yeah.
Yeah. The Toyota Hilux or whatever that thing is. Somebody put
Well, no,
what's it called? They posted that one. Toyota Hilux, like the choice of like insurgents making a technical out of it.
Yeah, breaking up here a little bit.
Is a Volvo rack.
Your signal's cutting out a bit.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not.
So it's all right. So
looks went on it.
You're cutting out, Mr. Owl.
Yeah, I think we've lost Mr. Night Owl.
Nope. We've lost Mr. Owl.
Oh, God damn it.
God
there
damn
we
it. These fucking computers, how do they work? I don't know.
It's fucking.
How long does an owl take on Big Blue Button in order to phase out? The world may never know.
All right, so this I'm gonna go drop and go find something to eat because like I've just been drinking.
I think Sarah sells pizza.
Yeah, I was thinking of making a run for Domino's or something.
Georgina's one could be open, would they?
I don't know if Georgino's still open. We could call him and ask. Yeah. Once we conclude here.
This is the unglamorous side of a hacker commune.
Yeah.
Or concentration camp. Anyhow, so the way this is going to do is I'm going to go back to the face cam and we're going to actually let's keep it on browser mode because let's we're gonna because this is how we're gonna ramp down is we're gonna look at let's try this here. We're gonna look at I'm just gonna quickly see what potentially is in VidHug. Because I know we have one VidHug at least, and we've decided that because it was such short notice, we're probably gonna keep the VidHug thing for an extra week just to see how it goes. But what we're gonna do, so we have that there is I'm actually going to attempt to do a where are you? Nope, there we go. You're going to see me turn on the browser in a moment again. I'm actually going to do a very short presentation of a sequel to a book I gave 2 years ago that had some updates on.
And then after this, I guess I'll just play us off.
That's interesting phrasing, but yes, you can do that. Yeah, basically, I'm going to do the quick talk, then play the one VidHug, and actually, I guess instead of gist, instead of pretzel, just play harmonica while we go look for rating and everything.
Yeah.
So that's the last things we're going to do, and of course, before the harmonica, I'm going to thank everyone. Which again, I want to thank everyone for showing up and being on here. You know, this is probably too many to name, but you know, thank you for our co-founder GI Jack and Suracell. For being on here. Thank you, Night Owl, for showing up on this. Thank you, Dissel Delmon. We had a huger list before. Neo is on here. Jason E. Street was on here. Chelsea Manning. So many different types of people, hackers and people on here, because we both did private invites and public invites. And I know a lot of people, unfortunately, couldn't make it and really wanted to for some reason. But thank you all for attending this thing. And again, it's up to you if you want to stay in the Big Blue Button chat. I'm probably going to close it right when we're all done with this, but if you want to hang around, that's fine. I'm gonna leave it up. Probably heckle me while I do this whole quick talk here that I'm gonna load in. That should, if I can get the thing, because how do I computer? I know what I'm doing. I just don't know what I'm doing. Okay. There we go. Now it properly. Oh, it was. That's why I didn't properly scroll over. Here we go. Okay, so let's get this to full screen. And hopefully I should do a semi-competent job. And this would be interesting because I believe me and Cyril are the only ones that haven't been drinking. I'm probably gonna do one shot later just because it's our 4. We've been around for 4 years.
Alcohol's gonna give me a killer
at least 2 years longer. At least maybe 1 or 2 years longer than the previous group. We've been the longest New Jersey group. That's pretty nuts. You know. I didn't think, you know, it's like literally this is the song that doesn't end, Hacker Meeting Edition, you know, we started something not knowing what it was and, you know, all of that type of stuff. So here we go. So my quick sequel presentation here, and I unfortunately update the headline, so I'm just going to read the old headline. It's called Slipping a Mickey, the Strange and Hackable Technology of the Walt Disney Corporation. This is something that I'm really passionate about, and there's been a couple of things that have changed since then. Unfortunately, I don't think I have Let me actually quickly check to see, do I have the video that I ripped? Because I might be able to add that in. No, I don't. Is it? It should be under you. Oh, I do have the video. I might add that in at the end. It's a very short video, but regardless, here we go. So, who am I? That's me when I actually had glasses that didn't get run over by 12 million cars. I am Sidebach. Once again, I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. I'm a longtime alumni, which is how I met G.I. Jack and a bunch of these other people with New York City 2600. Represent that. We try to have friendly relationship here because, same people on both sides. So one of the few times you can both sides something. Let's just say that. Did a bunch of crazy, stupid shit, including being part of the Phone Losers of America for unfortunately ungodly amount of time. I actually have the book, but I would have to dig it out of my room, and I'm too lazy. I love the wording for this radio personality at Radio Statler for Hackers on Planet Earth. It really should just be drunk person who's not Thurman at the booth at Radio Statler.
Yeah.
And also, I used to do a lot of. Yes, I used to also do a lot of activist stuff on the Yes Men, who are now sort of coming back now that sarcasm is beginning to actually have a pulse again, and things like that. And not that this is relevant because I don't have the clips for it. Plus, we would probably get blasted off the live stream. But yes, I have been in 2 TV shows as a hacker thing. One was the season 3 opening of Mr. Robot, and then also the once again season 3 opening of Jack Ryan. I almost said Jack
If you can
Daniels.
get me any hacker appearances on TV or something.
I'm literally convinced the only reason why that didn't happen like last year is because of COVID. All productions shut down everywhere. I wish, you know what? Funny enough, I would love to be on Miss Marvel,
Yeah.
which is actually being filmed in Jersey City. So yeah, because she's a superhero from Jersey City. Yes, we actually do have our own superhero
Yep.
that's actually pretty popular, shockingly enough. Because yes, you would, and also, I can't think of a better representation than like what do you call it, like the Heights Pakistani Muslim girl, like that's who Miss Marvel is. So, yay, actual what people actually are like here. She just needs to swear more. So let's get right into the topic. So let's talk about the Disney Empire in a nutshell. So its background is it was founded on October 16, 1923 by brothers Walt and Roy as the Disney Brothers Cartoon Studio. There's a long history behind that, including a period where Walt Disney was basically homeless for a while, and then his huge obsession with trains, which allowed him to meet his first early business partners, and his absolute obsessions of like basically how Disney World started was he really liked, well, first of all, he got involved in the World's Fair, and he also really liked carnivals, but back particularly like from the 20s through the 60s, carnivals had a really bad reputation, kind of like now, of like, endless drunk people and party dudes and illicit activity and drugs, basically the Jersey Shore. So that they formed that sort of studio, and of course it's now basically they're the only studio that's ever copyrighted Three Circles. That's how huge they are. Disney has created and acquired multiple corporate divisions, especially in recent years. They're basically Thanos, and instead of Infinity Stones, they just keep adding companies. Typically held most by multinational mass media, and they're an entertainment conglomerate. And these were 2 years ago's numbers, so this is probably inaccurate, but this gives you sort of an idea about them. In 2019, when this talk was done in the summer, their total assets were at the time slightly over $98 billion, shared in quotes around over funny enough 201,000 employees. And the reason we do shared is because if you look at the way Disney employees are paid or not paid, it's exactly like the United States economy. There's the chair people, and everyone else can fucking die. So now that we have a bit about that sort of background, let's kind of get into some of the of how like Disney World was built and sort of the weird sort of experimental stuff and just bits of trivia about it that maybe hackers might find interesting. So first of all, you probably have heard of the term Epcot. That's the used to be the really boring counterpart for Disney World. that you would just go to different microcultures and drink everything. And now recently, they're starting to shove it with so many Disney IPs that the joke is that it's now called IPCOT instead of Epcot. But originally, Epcot was stood for the Experimental Prototype Community of Tomorrow. Literally, one of the reasons why Walt Disney bought so much land was that Disney World was supposed to be the entertainment wing of what would be a actual real life giant city, and Epcot would be the core center of the city. As he wrote, would be a real city that would never cease to be a blueprint of the future, basically the MTA subway, and you know how that went. It was originally the original design for the city was 27,800 acres of Florida swampland between Orlando and Kissimmee. We're going to actually get into that because there's a really interesting hack that they did with all of that land, like both physically and literally. Um, the park's offices and laboratories would be occupied by major American corporations who would use the facilities to develop technology, similar to actually what Jersey City keeps trying to do with that like Liberty Science Center park area, where eventually they want to build it into a giant tech campus where if people want to like shoot lizards with balloons, they can get funded for that. Um, their two main transit options was going to be a monorail, which later on got in, so the reason why monorails exist in Disney World and Disneyland, especially Disney World, is that that monorail is supposed to be expanded into the city. Of course, now it's just been like most of Disney stuff, just incorporated with their entertainment division, aka the parks, and the People Mover, which we're going to get into that. It sounds exactly like it's exactly what it sounds. And they would come together at the Epcot Transportation Lobby. The key to this city is that, broke Elon Musk. We're gonna have cars with Raspberry Pis in them that will drive people into trees automatically. Woke. Epcot was supposed to have no cars. It was supposed to be literally entirely public transportation, which, if I remember correctly, because of the way they would finance the city, would be completely free. You never had to pay for a bus, the monorail, the People Mover, or anything. And that's it. You were not allowed to own a car because they literally designed the city to not have personal cars, so we wouldn't end up with it like stuff like the New Jersey Turnpike. And that no one also, which is a key in Epcot, would technically own their own land or home, thereby having no municipal voting rights. This is going to play into something later. It's basically there would be no difference between an apartment or a home. If a lot of this stuff sounds familiar, despite Epcot being deader than Walt Disney's fake frozen body theory, a lot of these type of ideas are currently being elaborated on with current futuristic city designs, except now they have lovely things they're adding into it, such as IoT and blockchain and stuff that Disney wished that he had that he could also bury into the ground with this type of failed experiment. Yes. Oh, this is going to be a lot of those. In fact, I just realized there should have been an extra slide in here for something else, but I will bring that up when we get to the slide where it should have been. But pretty much this is mostly complete. I'll put these slides up, by the way, probably on Monday. So a big thing also about Disney is the type of real estate. So I'm going to screw this up, but if I remember correctly, because what's crazy about Walt Disney World, right? Again, because they bought so much land. Disney is its own government in that zone. You have to understand that Disney World, and that's what we're going to mainly focus on alone, is, if I remember correctly, the exact or even slightly larger than all of Manhattan. And it's basically its own autonomous zone. They have a deal directly, which goes back like decades, like many, many years ago, with Florida, where I'm trying to remember the name of the principality because I don't want to exit out. This is like the red something thing.
Reedy Creek.
Reedy Creek. That's the official, like when you look it up on the documents, if you see anything called Reedy Creek, Disney. That's what it means. It's owned by Disney. And what's fascinating is you're sort of like, well, if Disney World is a just entire entertainment zone, how could they even legally own that land? Is there like some sort of under table Donald Trump type stuff? Kind of. What's odd about it is that there are actually two living zones. Like there's a key here. No matter how long you could stay at a Disney hotel, you technically cannot stay at Disney World. It is impossible. It's impossible to actually live there. The only thing that was originally planned was Walt Disney himself was supposed to live in Disneyland, if I remember correctly, which now that room he had is known as the Cinderella Suite. That's one of the things I forgot to put in here. It's one of the few areas that you can't just normally buy your way to. It's only allowed if you're won in contests, and it's in the Cinderella's castle, and it's basically a themed Sleeping Beauty room. That room was originally supposed to be Walt Disney's room. God, I'm remembering stuff that I left out of this. I'm gonna have to elaborate on the slides later, but. And so there's other places, which is stuff I forgot, such as, for example, Tall Oaks, which are essentially rich people's summer and winter homes. And it's like this really picturesque. These houses, if I remember correctly, the cheapest house you can get in Tall Oaks on Disney property, if I'm trying to remember the number, yeah, the starting number is $6 million. That's the cheapest you're going to get for any of these mansions that live there. But what's weird is, again, you're only allowed to stay there for 6 months. No one lives year round except for two areas that are technically town cities, which is Buena Vista Lake and Bay Lake. The picture on the left is a satellite photo of it because these areas don't even show up on Google Maps. Not because Google doesn't know they're there. Disney basically pays Google for them not to show up so you don't accidentally show up there. They're done by they're basically mid to high level Disney employees that don't live in mansions live there. And basically it's a bunch of RVs and a couple of like these sort of 2 bedroom sort of like a house that can suit 2 families independently, one on each side. And because they have these 2 town cities, that's what solidifies Reedy Creek as an actual county and thus Disney as a government. They're also technically supposed to have elections, like there's an actual mayor of the thing that's not on the Disney board, but the mayor's boss for Reedy Creek is Walt Disney Corporation. So that's the sort of one of the weird real estate hackings they've done in order to essentially truly become their own autonomous zone, and kind of gives you a hint of how powerful the Walt Disney Corporation actually is. There's again, like I already mentioned with Tall Oaks, which unless you live there, good luck. A lot of off zones. Zones that are part of Disney Park, either technically or in the actual physical area, but unless you have certain clearances, you're not allowed to go there. 2 common ones. The one on the left is something known as Shades of Green. Shades of Green used to be the Snow White hotel suite. It is basically and I'm going to screw this up, it's a military like vacation zone, essentially. If you're part of any of the 5 armed forces, if you can actually, I know it's hard to see on the stream, but if you would have zoomed in close, below the American flag are the 5 flags of the branches of the military. Basically, there's a bunch of vacation zones throughout the world. If I remember correctly, there's one in South Korea, there's one in Germany, there's one I think in Guam, and Hawaii, not Guam, Hawaii. And in the during the 90s with the Gulf War, a lot of Americans, because they were overseas fighting, they wanted a vacation spot that was actually like on the mainland American soil that was Americana close to home. And so Disney basically made a deal with the United States military that if you are I think they might sometimes do stuff for vets, but mainly if you're an active military on military duty, depending on your rank, you get really cheap, like sub-$100 Disney quality rooms at Shades of Green. And what's fascinating too is that even though it's on Disney's property in Reedy Creek, and that Disney what do you call it? That Disney does offer a lot of support in such Shades of Green. Shades of Green, because of their contract, is technically owned by the United States military. So when you go there, they also advertise the Universal Studio parks and all the other surrounding areas, because even though they're on Disney, since they're owned by the military, they're technically independent from Disney. So Disney can't like say, hey, you can only advertise Disney stuff, even though they lean a lot towards that. Another off-zone thing, unless you have clearances, Eisenberg, again in the 90s, realized that so many people were proposing at Disney World that he basically came up with a program that still exists today. It actually has a show on Disney Plus where you can get married at the parks. It's primarily Walt Disney World. And Walt Disney World's unique because they have an off-zone artificial island that is called the Wedding Pavilion, which is the picture on the right. And unless you are the bride, the groom, or the invited family, security will beat the crap out of you and kick you the fuck off of there. So those are just a couple of the off zones that exist. But that's not even the fun off zones. The really fun off zones are the abandoned parts of Disney World. Yes, there are actually two major areas that are abandoned in Disney World. And thank you, Mike Shudo, for following us on Twitch. We really hope you like the content. Again, if you liked all the content you saw today, and by the way, we're already halfway done with this talk, you can hit like, share, and subscribe, and follow on Twitch, D Live, or YouTube. And also, hello, all the people out there on Diode Zone through PeerTube, Facebook, etc., and the people watching on tour. We appreciate that, especially for our 4-year anniversary. So on the left, there is an island that is known as Discovery Island. This was an island I'm trying to remember. It's it's the only island I think in the swamp lake that they have in Reedy Creek that was not artificial. That island, if I remember correctly, either was there or if it was an artificial island, it was made before Disney ever bought it. But it's a decent sized island. It takes you about like an hour and a half to walk from one end to the other if you had complete clearance. And originally, like literally from the park's opening all the way until the mid 90s, this was used as sort of like you would take a boat there and they had a lot of wildlife with parrots and stuff, and it was like kind of pirate themed. Well, because of operation costs and a bunch of other things, they just shut down the island at one point and they literally left it abandoned. It was a very common place, besides the other picture, where urban explorers would like to break into. And a really interesting, fascinating, scary thing about Discovery Island is that up until 2008, Disney realized by 2008 that they accidentally still left the main circuit breaker to the island, meaning at night when the park lits up, the island also lits up and all the generators kick on and start doing operations. There's a lot of fun stuff if you look up Discovery Island Abandoned or Discovery Island Exploration, such as one of my favorite is that the last time someone was on the island before the recent one was, I believe, in 2014, and there was a bottle of clear Pepsi that was half drunk sitting on a desk, and then when new people broke in 2019, that clear Pepsi was still there. And undone. In fact, up until 2009, 2019 is finally when the ink on the whiteboard started to dither. That's how well preserved a lot of that island is. The other infamous abandoned place that will definitely get you kicked off Disney if you explore it, which also closed it actually closed early 2000s, was River Country. I actually think when you went there, you might have actually gone to River Country. Yeah. Like the crazy part is this is not like these pictures look like, oh, they were probably abandoned in the 80s. No, this is very recent. There's a long urban legend that it was because there was microbes that were like causing infections on kids. The issue with that is, one, Disney uses a particular type of water system where they use the actual lake water but they reprocess it, which is why when you go on like Pirates of the Caribbean, the water has a weird smell because if I remember correctly, they don't use chlorine. I think they use, if, and don't quote me on this, but I think it's a boride derivative that they use. It smells really odd, and it's like the thing is that the reason why they use it is because it's safer than chlorine. If you fell into it, you technically don't have to wash yourself in order to like get rid of the chemicals. So that's not the reason, because if there was microbes that were like eating people's flesh in River Country, the entire park would have been affected, and that would have been something noticed. Again, Disney's not even like the United States government where they could go, oh, hi, Dark Art Locks, you sadly missed all the exciting stuff, but we're just going through my boring talk. Again, everything's going to be archived on Twitch for about a couple of days, and then on YouTube and PeerTube, and then we're going to eventually upload a bunch of shit to Internet Archive next week. But thanks for joining up, and I hope to see you on Master of Unlocking. It's going to be a very interesting episode, by the way. Dark Art's lock picking is awesome. He's an awesome lock picker. You should totally check out his YouTube channel. I don't know if he's going to post it in chat, but he is. Anyhow, the real reason why they probably closed it down was because they opened up too many water parks that are still there. And remember, River Country was part of near OG Disney. It opened in the late 60s, meaning that this was designed. I know this was designed in the 60s. So imagine, like, okay, do we keep trying to update this park that was made before we had water park standards that makes like Action Park look like Disney World essentially? Or do we build two new ones that are modern that we can actually do upkeep on? So they shut this down. The sad thing is they didn't have any ideas to replace this with, and so it sit there abandoned. You can see the water sunken in. You don't want to go in there. Parts of slides and stuff are falling off. And the really fun thing about this is that
2 years ago, they announced they were going to replace this with a new hotel building, ironically called what was it called? Disney Premier Horizons, which was supposed to be like a treehouse themed hotel type area. Interestingly enough, after the plague, aka COVID, early this like a year later, earlier, they updated it and Horizons hasn't been mentioned. So it looks like River Country is still going to sit there being abandoned. There's a lot of other smaller places, and actually one of them I think is next on here. Oh, no, it's actually second to next. Actually, let me see if I can skip ahead here and see if I can. Did it actually pop up in here? Did I move this properly? It's kind of a quick little preview. Okay, so for some reason, I guess it didn't save here, but I will bring this up really quick of one last abandoned thing before we get into the people movers. That one of the things that was abandoned. So it's probably not a surprise that particularly so Disneyland has this problem where it's really hard for any of the employees to get around everywhere. And also, which is one of the other reasons why Walt Disney bought so much land in Florida, is that Disneyland is only X amount of size, so there's a lot of hotels that essentially siphon a lot of business from Disneyland, including the infamous Disneyland Hotel, which only like in the past 5 years Disney actually finally bought ownership from. They didn't make any money off of that.
Do you mean Disney World or Disneyland?
Disneyland.
Okay.
The Disneyland Hotel. Like people think that years ago people thought that was actually owned by. It wasn't. That was an independent business person. It was one of Walt's old friends, and Walt actually regretted that because the guy was basically the Epstein of his time, and like money issues. They're using the word Disney, but they can't sue them because Walt said they could use the name years ago and regretted it. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why I bought the whole land, because that like most of because if you go to Disney World, you're pretty much going to stay at a Disney hotel because the place is so huge that even if you stay on a fringe hotel, it's going to take you like an hour to half an hour to drive in. So you might as well stay at Disney World. Therefore, they make direct money.
Also,
Mhm.
Henry Ford's Magic Skyway
Yes.
is actually one of the models they wanted to do with the Pulaski Skyway here in Jersey.
Also, a real quick fun fact, because unfortunately it's not going to be here later. Two things about a particular hotel in Disney World. One, every time a president visits Disney World, they stay at what's known as the Contemporary. It's actually my favorite Disney hotel out of all of them. And there's a lot. I think there's like 14 of them now. And the reason is because it's so box-like and basic. Not in terms of like quality. I mean, but it's like very grid-like that it's really easy for the Secret Service to actually secure rooms, and that's why they do it. And because of that, Nixon's famous "I'm not a crook" was done at the press thing at the Contemporary. And then, if I remember correctly, years later, because I'm trying to remember, I can't remember if Disney. This is where my brain's lasping. I I want to say he died during Reagan. I don't remember because I think it wasn't Nixon. This other fact I'm going to bring up, it's either going to be Nixon or Reagan. Someone hopefully will correct me on this. But one of the two, when they introduced the high-speed monorail, when they actually got it running, they put him on it, and basically Nixon or Reagan was like, I think it was Reagan. He was like, "Sure, I'll go on it." Brought him and his family, and the president forgot to tell the Secret Service detail. So literally for half an hour, the Secret Service didn't know what where the president was, and they like literally combed through all of. And Walt was terrified because he kept trying to bring that up to Reagan, but Reagan was ignoring him, kind of like what Reagan did as an actual politician, to be honest. So with those out of the way, let's get into what the heck is a people mover. Well, it's exactly what it sounds, people mover. And as you said, it was based on Ford's Magic Skyway, which a prototype of this was shown off at the New York World's Fair to show off a little vehicle rides. The people mover concept, again, was first demonstrated in Disneyland's Tomorrowland in 1967. The people mover was also installed at the Magic Kingdom as a Wedway people mover in 1975. Since 2010, it's now known as Tomorrowland's Transit Authority people mover. And the key about the people mover is, unlike even like a railroad track or a monorail or a bus, which either has like wheels and you drive, or is on like a set like track that's using like either electricity or steam or something. Or in case of the monorail, like magnets, the people mover uses linear induction motors embedded in the track, and basically these vehicles, and you'll notice this with newer rides, they never stop. Instead, they slow down at certain areas in order for people to board them, and then they speed up once they get out of the boarding zone. So imagine an MTA that never stops, and that's kind of what the people mover is, except way less crashes and suicides. Why don't so if this was such an amazing tech, why don't we see people movers everywhere, including, which I forgot to write down, there is actually one at a Texas airport. I forget which one right now. Yeah, Houston. There's one. If you use their little underground section to link the different rail places, that's an actual people mover. It uses the same tech, but it's not called a people mover. So why don't we see this everywhere? Why isn't this like these people movers like the default MTA? Well, one, weather really affects, if you know anything about linear actuation motors, weather really affects them, especially extreme cold will dither the actual like magnetic effect to use to send them through. The slowdown system was also impossible to mount without assistance, especially when you think of stuff like, I don't know, what would someone, a group that Walt wouldn't think about in the 1960s or anyone in the 1960s? I know, people who are disabled. Which they still have a hard time with those systems getting people on and off without assistance, and also they had volume limits. Not said Walt died in 1966. LBJ's administration. Okay, because I believe it was because I know about that story about the monorail where they lost the president for like in half an hour. So maybe I'll do this talk in person one final time in the future and add a bunch more shit, and it'll be the ultimate one. But I'm still gonna put up these slides on Monday. But thank you, Niall, for correcting that. And then also, most tech companies would not fund or implement this technology. Basically, it's like, fuck you, we have our own shit. Or, for example, again, it's the same way how, for example, the coal industry is going to exhaust all of coal and then they'll move on to environmentally more for like wind and solar and shit. So it's kind of the same thing of like, let's let all the MTA trains break down for, then we'll do this tech, aka 8 billion years later when we're all dead. So that's the reason why you never saw any of this tech take off. Here's another fun one that's going to cause N Commander 3 was here to have an aneurysm, which is DisneyGo.com. If you notice, sometimes when you go to certain Disney websites, especially the Disney World website, some of them, it's like something go.com. My favorite, I think, for a while, which confuses people, is I think they fixed it now, but it used to be a while that ABC used to be abcgo.com, and that confused people because you'll send an article about ABC News and they think it's fake news because they think actual ABC would be abc.com and that abc.go.com is like a phishing scam. No, it's a legacy remnant of this system. So if for all you do who never grew up with like early internet when we had things like Alta Vista and Ask Jeeves and shit, before Google sadly monopolized everything. Here's the kind of lowdown. So originally it was a web portal created on January 9th in 1998 by Jeff Gold. I remember this because I was in middle school when this launched. Was going to be just eating the bottle glass and everything when I said that. Original idea was from Tom Staggs, and he spent 180 million to win 15%. So Tom Hanks basically had this whole thing where basically Eisner was like, we need to have like a Disney-run search engine. We want to be AOL or Prodigy. Like who controlled the internet at the time. And Tom Staggs, one of the business people, said, we can either spend $180 million to only win 15% of Yahoo.com, because remember, Yahoo.com used to be worth billions of dollars, and now you can literally just own Yahoo by opening a box of Cracker Jacks and pulling out the prize, or we can fully buy AOL. And if I remember correctly, they basically went for the cheaper option, and Yahoo gave them some of their server space and teamed up with Jeff Gold and made this. So Gold.com, final thing, like where all of their support came from, like the actual programmers, did a merger between two companies. One was Starwave, which I believe N Commander, like, I don't think he worked for them, but all of his tech ended up at him. It's kind of like with the LDR or whatever situation where he made it for Beam, FTL. FDR. Where he made something for one company and it got jettisoned into the worst company due to business handoffs. So there was Starwave, which was owned by Microsoft's Paul Allen, and it was worth $100 million. That's what part of the 180 million. The other 80 was InfoSeek, which at the time was the third largest web search engine in most of the 90s when the internet went online. Also, which was kind of unique to Go.com, was they had Go Guide program, which was basically a very ye old like version of what essentially we known as our wikis. It's basically wikis that were controlled by admins. The public didn't add, although the public could make suggestions that the admins would look at and then add later. Wikipedia obviously opened the source out of this. And now, as I say, exists as a landing pages, as a legacy thing for certain subdomains. So again, why don't we hear about go.com anymore? Well, so in 1999, the Vice President Patrick Norton was arrested by the FBI for soliciting a minor across state lines over the internet. I can't think of anything Disney does not want anymore as the kid-friendly company of the world than, hi, a pedo works for us. They don't want that. So that was strike number one. Second thing is Go.com never got anything fucking done behind the scenes because Starwave and InfoSeek had two completely very different corporate cultures. So they just kept clashing and it made everything impossible. Like imagine, to put the scenario that I was told once by an ex-employee, imagine if Free Software Foundation was like forced to work. I'm trying to pick my battles here. Was because I want to say Microsoft, but I think more accurate was like forced to work with Red Hat Industries. Oracle, yeah. Yeah, it's like that type of, like, not super like obvious, but yeah, that like huge clashes. Like you would think they'd be friends, but if you knew anything about them, they're not. And then in 2001, this is the beginning of the end for them. A judge had to pay $21.5 million in damages to Yahoo because there's a website that I think is still around today called goto.com. And if we go back, you see the Go Network logo, the green circle with that font. Now look at goto.com. Yeah, the judge ruled in goto.com's favor and they won that. So basically they had to change their logo. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the updated logo before they went kaput. So you just have to use your imagination. And then finally in January 29th, 2001, Go.com shut down. They laid off 400 employees. Ironically, a lot of those employees ended up working to Go.com until 2013. And lastly, the probably big reason, they couldn't compete with AI algorithm powered search engines. Go.com was still based, again, Alta Vista and what's some other one? Lycos. Things like that. What Google changed for, I guess, the better, but definitely for the worse, is that Google basically has a thing where you can type in, why are my pants funny? And you'll get an answer. Like they're AI to something, not AI like they're smart, but like they're bot powered. And of course, we know how originally those bots were not supposed to be evil, and we know how that turned out. So yeah, and overall, the Go Network project cost Disney $2 billion. So they spent $180 million and lost $2 billion. Good business. Thank you, Eisner. All right, we're almost done with this. So another fun venue is that Disney actually used to have their own mobile phone line in the mid 2000s. The crazy thing is that they started in 2000, teaming up with Domoko in Japan, which Domoko is basically like the Verizon of Japan. Docomo, sorry. Bokomo, Bakumo, Bokoblin, I don't know. And the crazy thing is, Disney Mobile still exists in Japan today. They still make phones and they come out every year. They come out with new phones. It's the only version of Disney Mobile that exists. They teamed up with Vodafone for the Middle East and Europe in 2004, and it was introduced in America in 2006 by teaming up with Sprint. You were going to say something?
No.
Oh, okay. And basically, the idea was they wanted to make high phones for the youngins, but Disney. So, for example, one of the things is that all these Disney mobile phones had ye old parental control spyware. So a parent with a similar phone could essentially hijack their children's phone and see what they were looking at and cancel calls on them and stuff like that. Gee, I wonder why most preteens and teenagers didn't buy this and instead stuck with their Nokia bricks that they could play Snake on and write 8008 and hold it upside down, And so, of course, this was another yet Disney project where Disney was trying to be hip with the youngins and completely fell through on. Another crazy thing, which actually has some long-lasting things, is Disney Quest. I don't know if anyone remembers Disney Quest, but I do. And here's what it was for people who don't realize this. Disney Quest first opened in June 19th in 1998 in downtown Disney. That was actually the place that lasted the longest. If I remember correctly, it closed down in 2006, 2007. And Disney Quest was the idea of basically making basically a mini theme park where instead of giant rides, it would be an arcade essentially, and mainly focusing on virtual reality. As you can see, they have the older versions of virtual realities, lovingly known as dolphin headsets, because they were using CRTs. And could you also imagine what that did to your eyes? Yeah, I've used some of those back in the day, and that's probably why I wear glasses when they're not run over by all of Jersey City's cars. And they tried to do this and they failed for multiple different reasons. My favorite thing was one of the games they came up with was it's actually kind of cool. It's an RC car game where each RC car had their own webcam, and then there was a person who would stand above and look at the maze and direct stuff around it. It was like a tank game. The problem is they didn't add any ventilation to the enclosed tank game, so one of the tank game's motors went out of control and the whole thing caught on fire. Yeah, and also the building itself, the original designs did not have any windows. So there was a fire in an enclosed attraction in a place that didn't have any windows. Fun! OSHA codes. But a long-lasting thing about Disney Quest is these unique VR games and arcade games, because they were programmed with an open source engine that still exists today called Panda 3D. They were programmed in Python, the games itself, and the engine Panda 3D is written in C++, and it uses automatic wrapper generators to open up the complete functionality of the engine with a Python interface. So it's the two of your favorite things, C++ and Python, working together, and everyone suffering. And again, you can use that you can use it today. In fact, I think the last game officially was used by Disney was there was a Pirates of the Caribbean MMO. And that was, I think, the last time officially it was like used for like a big thing, but people still, you can go and download it. In fact, that's what you see in that snippet below is some of the source code. Oh, sorry, Dolphin Gator's the other one, the Gator visors. Somebody come Gator. And all those type of hiccups basically doom the project. Now, I will quickly say one of my things that I really wish would fucking happen is whether it's a corporate thing where they re-release this or someone just fucking leaks this to like Jason Scott or whatever. I want these arcade games to be playable again. Like, please, like if I could tell Disney one thing besides please drop all your like copyright craziness shit, it screwed you over. I mean, that's why you don't have Wizard of Oz, which is a whole other story. That I'm just sort of like just Oculus. I don't like Facebook, but people are buying Oculus Quest 2s. They're also buying Vives and all sorts of shit. Just make a virtual Disney Quest and have these old games on them, and we can play them with using modern VR headsets and play the. I'm trying to think of some of them. The extraterrestrial VR experience and the Hercules Raft River ride and stuff, because these games have not been played since Disney Quest closed down in the early 2000s. And I'm one of those people who think that all games should be played, you know, whether you buy them or open source them or other things, you know. So that's a big thing for me. So I just wish that would happen. Probably the most unique thing that you can see nowadays in terms of Disney is their Magic Bands. What the hell is a Magic Band? Magic Band, and you're going to see this at Super Nintendo World because Universal has their own versions, but unlike Universal, Disney uses for their entire park. They're plastic bracelets that contain RFID radios. And what you have is on your phone, you have a My Magic Plus account, which includes your park tickets, your hotel room keys, payments, and stuff. And instead of constantly whipping out your phone or trying to manage credit cards or hand money, which will also slow down like cashiers and stuff, when your food comes up, you just hold the Magic Band to the little receiver that the waiter has, and you've paid for your food. You go up to your hotel room door, you put the wristband there, and it opens. It's basically it's like a one where like everything you would normally have to fondle around with your wallet and stuff is all in one band, so you don't have to really think about you don't have to think about the operations of your vacation and focus on the vacation itself. Customers place their the touch points, by the way, are all Mickey Mouse shaped, which adds to the whole hidden Mickey thing, I guess. We're not going to bring that up, by the way, about hidden Mickeys, because otherwise we'd be here forever. And slipping a Mickey, and there's also hidden Donalds.
Really?
And Goofies.
Huh.
Customers place their Magic Band circuit. They begin center the ring, and that's how they engage. So you're thinking, okay, this is an RFID band. What makes them interesting? Well, again, unfortunately, one of these days I'm going to go back. I'm going to go to Walt Disney World and get one of these and dissect them on air. But here's some pictures of one that's been torn down, and let me explain how these work. And it brings up a lot of shit here. First of all, the bands not only contain a local read and write RFID chip, like the way like Nintendo Amiibos work, you know, where you put the thing down and stuff. I love how I just say this in like Cell's like suiting up to battle like the MCP and Tron.
You mentioned dolphins. I'm wearing one.
Yes. Watch out, Nintendo might raid us because Dolphin. Anyhow, so not only do they have that local RFID band, what customers don't normally know is they have a wideband XBR long range receiver band. Back in 2019, these were 4.0s. I think there's a like weird in between that's like a 4.8 version. They haven't made, I don't think, a 5.0 yet. And it has a copper antenna. In fact, if you can see on the picture of the teardown, the bottom part, that whole copper thing, that's the antenna. It spans that entire part of the band. Why is this important? The XBR band wide range broadcasts, so it actually broadcasts like feet out away from you. It's not localized, and it takes personal data, and I think it's encrypted too, from your My Magic Plus profile, such as where you live and your purchases and choices and stuff, and it lets all the other park receivers know about it. So, for example, there's an attraction that's not there anymore, but I still think they use the same tech, which was, I think it's the Great Hollywood Ride. It's now known as Mickey's Runaway Railroad. It's really awesome, by the way. I saw videos of it and like, wow. But there was a thing where when you approached the Hollywood area, you would start looking at the fake movie posters on the wall, and all of a sudden it'll say things like, you know, Jersey City Detective starring Side Pocket, and you're like, what? How do they know where I live? Or like, you know, like Chocolate Volcano, the game. How do they know I eat chocolate? It's from that XBR band. And that's what they use to enchant parts of the rides, and also for like cast members, which is what they call employees, to like if they want to interact with you like the Disney princesses, they can customize the experience for you. Now, of course, this is kind of worrisome because basically you have a public that doesn't realize all their personal information, even if it's encrypted, is broadcasted wide. Good luck trying to pick up and hack the thing. That's not even the hard part. It's getting out of the park alive. We had a phone freaker on before, and he had a great story in our May meeting about testing one of the Disney phones, and literally he didn't get through, I think, like 20 seconds, and like 10 Disney security agents were on him, and he was not allowed ever in the park again. And like that was just like he wasn't even freaking. He was testing out the phone. Now imagine you trying to actively, because I know for a fact that they have, and if I remember correctly, they hire Secret Service people for this that scans if people are scanning to try to pull data off of things. And like that's the type of thing that, again, not everyone makes it out alive. Another thing about Disney in terms of doxing, Disney actually scans your biometric fingerprints to combat ticket fraud. They do it in a very interesting way, though. The scans, they don't actually dead serious because they've been investigated by not only the United States government, but multiple governments, and they've shown so far they never store your fingerprints. It's literally a scan once and then dump. What they use your fingerprints for, and this is the proprietary part because they won't tell you what parts, but they basically scan for 3 points on your fingerprints, on all 5 of them on one hand, and that generates your number that binds to your ticket. That's how they actually generate the numbers, through your fingerprints. If you ever visit Disney World, you don't have to use that. You actually can skip that and use your ID. But kind of like the same way how, like, you ever had that thing where it's like, if you don't want the Tumblr app, you can still go on with the browser, but what does Tumblr do if you use the browser? They make it ass annoying, and they remove features to basically to coach you into getting the app. And it's the same thing with Disney, where as long as you're willing to wait a lot more in line and stuff like that, you can use your ID. So you can do that. It's just going to be more painful when you go, just as a notation. Last couple of things, this is kind of old news, but the newest thing, which I still want to explore, is Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. I'm going to go over this super quick. They have QR codes that you can scan. You can actually see it says hack on there. Or it's supposed to be like these like underground story things, so you can get like interceptions from like the Resistance, or missions from the First Order. It's not really that immersive as they originally pitched it, and if you ask any park person, apparently Star Wars Galaxy's Edge was not designed for this interactive system. Apparently this came about when Disney yet once again shit bricks when they heard that Super Nintendo World is fully interactive, which it is. Like, I'm not going to get into how they do it, but it's like miles ahead interactive. You literally feel like you're in a video game when you're at Super Nintendo World in Japan. But I'm sort of curious about this because even though I have a sample picture of what the QR code looks like, I still want to dissect and like interact with the app and then go to my hotel. This is now I'm probably banned from Disney World forever and just kind of figure out how the QR codes are being scanned, how does it link, what's the actual data on it, etc. And also, just as a Star Wars fan, note, they fucked up canon again. There's no hacking in Star Wars. It's called slicing. Get it right. Fucking goobers. And one of the last things about Disney is the and then I'm going to backtrack to one thing, is the future. So probably later this year, because it was supposed to come out last year, but the plague, and they're in Florida. I'll give you a hint. If you want to meet a actual corporation that is fucking breathing down the necks of the politicians in Florida, it's the Walt Disney Corporation. Because fun fact, despite them owning Fox and Marvel and Star Wars and Muppets and your entire childhood, Disney still makes, and I shit you not, 78% of their entire revenue from their theme parks. And their flagship theme park, the one that makes the majority of the money, is Disney World. So when the Florida mayor is literally rubbing his COVID asshole on doorknobs everywhere, and thus Disney can't properly open, you bet that there's some throwing in Hudson River type stuff that Disney's doing with their politicians. There's actually been rumors, and you didn't hear it from me, even though this is on a public live stream, that Disney has had multiple times threatened to basically boost their other parks and basically depreciate Disney World because of how the Floridian government has reacted. I know one exec has actually been on public quote saying that they really wish they could have built one in the Northeast, such as DC or New York, because even with the hellscape of New York, they could at least operate. But so the Avengers world is going to come up. As someone just wrote, I grew up in Florida and went all the time, and I had family working there, getting us free tickets and stuff. And although I could also be here all day talking about how the Disney Princess system works, because holy shit. Again, this talk will go on forever. You'll have to see the final one probably in a couple of months from now, hopefully in person. But there's going to be the Avengers world. And now here's the nuts part. You probably all know about like Pirates of the Caribbean with their singing animatronics, Pirate's Life for Me. Now we get demonetized, even though we're not being monetized. And like some of the newer animatronics, which look creepingly fluid. It gets better. Disney, for starting with the Avengers world that's opening up later this year in the Hollywood section, has partnered with Boston Dynamics and 2 other unknown companies, and they've basically made autonomous stunt robots. So, like, for example, there's going to be an attraction which stars Spider-Man where you can, like, web things, and you will see in that attraction what looks like a real-life human running across a building and then jump web sling directly through a hole in another building. That's not a person. That's not even an animatronic. That is an autonomous robot that can actually move independently that's human-shaped, aka Disney Terminators. We don't really know much about these what are called stuntronics. Ideally, probably, we hope that all the hardware and software stuff is isolated in a cold storage. But since they probably still need to communicate with this, and Disney's not exactly known for thinking in advance, it'd be interesting to see if there's any sort of hacking points on this. And this is kind of scary because combined with Amazon and Microsoft's joint war cloud and stuff, if we ever have Judgment Day, instead of Skynet with Skull Terminators, we'll still have Skull Terminators, but they'll have Amazon logos with Mickey Mouse ears. That's our reality that we live in now. Yeah, Disney's basically another DARPA project. It's funny you bring that up because, again, Disney has a long history of supporting the military, and even though it's not declassified, we do know that they have interacted with DARPA a lot. Again, they interact with the Secret Service all the time. So I think that's mostly it, unless I missed. Oh, one last thing, and this is the part that's going to blow your mind. How does this relate to hacking? Yes, there is a hacking convention that happens at Disney World. It's actually been going on for years. It's known as InfoSec World. It's a business and security one, so a lot of top senior engineers as well as their CISOs attend this. Of course, last year it was all digital. This year was supposed to happen in April, but again, because Florida runs so well on COVID that they wanted to keep it for another year. It's been delayed this year for September. And I'm actually excited because they're going back to the Contemporary, which is where I want to stay later this year if we actually all get vaccinated. So yay. But yes, there is an InfoSec hacker convention that's there. They have a CTF there. They have speakers. Here's a fun fact that Neo might not know of. In 2019, Nina, who runs the biohacking village from DEFCON, was one of the 3 main keynotes at that. I'm worried that you're drinking the desoldering right now. So, but yes, there is an InfoSec convention. It's going to happen. This is the old one for 2020. If you look up InfoSec World, they're planning to have it in person September this year at the Contemporary. And who knows, you might actually see me there when maybe I'll be on vacation and also doing other unscrupulous things from Florida while also being in a full hazmat suit and spraying a combination of disinfectant and Raid on everything that's Florida, not because there's COVID, just because it's Florida. And that's basically it for the talk. So unless anyone has any quick questions about, like, is there any Disney topics I missed? Do you want me to say another random factoid? Again, you can know it's the DEFCON 201, but if you want to reach out personally, that's my email right there. It's a public email. I use it for everything. On Keybase and IRC. God, I need to go into IRC soon. And Keybase, I've been about, but I'm side pocket on there. I'm on Mastodon.social, so I'm not on the Hostux instance, but I am on Mastodon. And I do have a secure Scuttlebutt account, and I'm also a Wikipedian, so I edit Wikipedia. And yes, I do help edit some of, besides gaming, I do help edit the Wikipedia articles on Disney because I'd rather do that than to do the endless editing wars that happen on the Israel and Palestine Wikipedia pages. Oh, quickly, so someone asked about the princess system. Yes, so oh my god, holy shit. You have less standards as the first lady of the United States. Like standards you have to live up to. I'll put it this way. Being a Disney princess, you might as well be training to live with the racist royal family in the UK. It's like literally that rigid. I actually know ex-Disney princesses. They're mostly seem to be really nice as people, and they're hilarious. One of the Disney princesses that played Pocahontas and Jasmine actually did an AMA online, and I wish I could bring it up right now, but you can go look for it. And one of my favorite question is they're sort of like, so besides Disney films, what's your favorite thing that you like? And literally her answer was just anal. And that's kind of the personalities that the Disney princesses have when they're not in princess mode. This actually brings up something again that I wish I put in here that I forgot about, which is, so one of the problems with Disneyland, I remember I started this ramble, too little land, and they built it directly on the land. So here's something people may know or may not know, but I'm going to bring this up. People talk about, which is true, there's an entire underground tunnel system in Disney World. In fact, I'm actually going to say this while I attempt to load quickly this video real quick, if everyone doesn't mind. It's going to look a little awkward, so just bear with me. And so there isn't. This is true. There is an underground tunnel system, and they're accessed through something that I shit you not are called utilidors. That's their actual name. If anyone has ever watched the Matrix sequels, you probably remember them opening doors and going into these like white hallways that could connect to anything. That's literally how the utilidors operate. Half of them either don't look like doors, or they look like doors, but people think they're prop doors and you can't access them. But if you have the correct keys, you can actually access them. Here's the odd thing about the tunnels. They are tunnels. They're not underground tunnels. When you go to Disney World and you walk around, you see the castle and stuff like that, you're actually on the second floor of Disney World. The basement floor is ground level. You're actually Disney World's built on top. So it's not that there's the land and then there's tunnels underneath the ground, because it used to be swampland. They can't dig very deep. So instead, and also because they wanted to correct the mistakes of Disneyland, they built up. So you're actually on a second floor, technically, of a building by building plans. And what's neat, they actually designed the road system. It's one of the reasons why driving into Disney World is so long, and that's why they also prefer the monorail and stuff. But they designed the roads so they climb so slowly that most people, unless you concentrate, you don't even realize you're actually going upwards. To some degree, yeah. Someone wrote, I thought the whole park was raised to keep the underground above water table. Again, it was built on swampland. If they dig more than like 4 feet, water's going to start rushing up. That's one thing. The other thing, again, is that Disneyland doesn't have these tunnels, and it's a pain in the ass to move shit around, especially unseen. And you have like obnoxious trucks and stuff driving too. So Disney basically killed two, and Roy mainly killed two problems with one stone and made those. Now I'm going to attempt to find the video on this, but let me ramble a bit. You can go through there. Yes, the tunnels do smell a lot because they also have an automatic trash system. Every trash can actually leads essentially like this. You notice no one actually goes around and picks trash bags out of cans. Every trash can you see at Disney World is literally part of essentially a giant pneumatic tube system, and it's when the garbage is full, it sends an alert and it sucks all the garbage out and sends it. And that's one of the reasons why the tunnels smell. They also only clean them like once a month or something. Yeah, and another fun thing is that there, and you can actually on Google Maps. This confuses Google Maps. There is both a McDonald's and a Subway down there for food for the employees, and you get discounts. Lastly, what I can say before I show you about the utilidors, and hopefully I can find this thing if I can remember exactly. It's in the video section. Is that about the utilidors and the tunnel system? They used to be super secret, right? But basically, so many people broke into them that if you pay a like premium package for your trip, part of that package is you actually get a tour of going through a utilidor and going through the entire underground system. So it's like a couple. I think it's depending on when you book it, it's either in the upper hundreds or like kind of low like 1,000. But if you're willing to spend that much, you can actually get a tour of the utilidors and won't have to do what this person did in the 90s, which I'm going to attempt to load, and it's going to look all weird. And yes, that is a thing called the this is a video of someone breaking into the utilidors illegally in the 90s. So that's the utility door he went through, and you're gonna go through. And again, it looks like a school or college campus. Again, you don't have to make it look nice because no one's supposed to see this, and they're going down the entranceway. Again, you're on the second floor, and you're essentially heading down. Again, that's why it looks like the park, like when you're in an apartment, like you go down the stairs. That's why it looks that way because you are. You're going from the second floor to the basement, essentially, which is actually. Master said I used to help friends with great things in construction. They do have their own entry, they can actually make contributions. Even, and I got to put this image in there. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Yeah, that too. The biggest thing also is that that's harder is challenge.
Your pants fight.
There is a long ass history of challenge coins in Disney theme parks and Disney World, and you may have heard about this.
Cool, they're playing Journey down here.
The new challenge coin was, and this post off both companies, well, like literally last year when BLM was happening, the fucking
I think the Futureland thing we can probably
with
get through
Mickey
over there.
Mouse ear with the thin blue line stuff in the
Yeah. That's a Christmas shop.
That's how he got in the news, even though people know don't know. Oh shit, the volume was already on there. Sorry.
Wait a minute.
My bad. Sorry about that. I thought it was on mute. I apologize for that. Useful finds for interlopers. Yeah, that's the directions. Another thing is, quick things also about the tunnels for anyone curious. One is that what do you call it? Normally they have those weird, like if you've seen like Day of the Dead, that the George Romero movie, and they have those little shuttles. That's the main vehicles, but again they're on the first floor. They are wide enough by design to send entire ambulances through just in case something really fucked up happens, and that has happened. With people getting injured and stuff. And if you ever get injured at Disney World and it's someone else's fault, especially potentially the company's fault, you get the biggest care package on the fucking earth. You can trade workers and get 20-year-old pins and make bank on field trips. Yes. Oh, another thing I forgot to add. Did you know also Disney prints its own used to print its own currency? They decommissioned it in 2016, but if anyone remembers Toys R Us, it used to have Jeffrey bucks. For like 40 years, they actually had Disney bucks. And they actually had direct exchange with real currencies, including USD legal tender. Like if I remember correctly, I think at one point one Disney buck was equal exactly to $2 American. And there used to be a whole thing of people literally collectors trading a Disney buck for a $2 bill. Because they were literally like, especially after their market price, because what Disney would do is they would print one and then never print that type again. So like at one point the US $2 bill and that was basically worth the same in collecting. So they would trade that. So that's a whole other thing too. Again, I don't want to keep everyone here because it's already nearly midnight, but I could go on and on. But yeah, that's kind of the video of breaking utility doors. And again, the Disney princesses. And fun fact, quick about Disney princesses, I'm not going to out them like in terms of their names. Ironically, I knew a Jasmine that worked at Disney World. Where I shit you not, so there's a thing. One of the running jokes as employees at Disney World is try to find a Disney princess or Disney prince cast member that's actually straight. From what I understand with the demographics, because they actually break this down internally at Disney, the Disney princesses, I think if I remember correctly, most of them are bi, and that like some are full full hardcore lesbians, and a couple are like straight. Almost all the Disney princes are gay. I know that sounds like a stereotype, but that's true. Almost every single one. The one exception, one of the few exceptions, was I actually knew a Jasmine for many years. She had to meet her live journal and everything, and I shit you not, her actual husband played Aladdin, which was adorable because basically they didn't have to act. They just had to they obviously were a huge fan of Disney characters, so they knew the lines. But in terms of like their interactions, and they went through the school and everything too, which is grueling in of itself in order to be the characters. But they really they were great at it because they didn't have to act because they were actually married in real life, happily, I might add. So I thought that was kind of a fun piece of trivia. Before we kind of launch off of this, is there any other odd things you want me to bring up about Disney or anything? Have I gone too long for this? I think everyone else falling asleep. Did you order the pizza yet, or?
No, I've been waiting.
Sorry.
Kind of falling asleep.
Actually, one of the things I would like to know, because it's actually one of Disney's well-kept secrets, is no one knows for sure like what's the ratios of operating systems at Disney. So nobody knows how much of stuff is operated under a Linux Unix system, how much of it's Windows, how much of it is Mac. Like nobody knows. Outside of like executives' personal preference in terms of operations at parks, no one knows. So that would be kind of a fun thing to figure out one day. Yeah. Could you imagine if they're running like OS2 Warp? That's like the entire park. Oh, I don't have the video of it. How about this? I'll end this on this factoid. Okay. I also apologize for this stream. Maybe I'll bring this up as a fun like intro pre-show next month, just because it's really short. It's like 2 minutes. Okay. They don't have this anymore. When Epcot opened up until 15 years later, one of the main attractions of Epcot, because Epcot's supposed to be like the serious, like we look at science, the future, like here's how like automobiles by GM and how like electricity works and shit like that. You could actually get a tour. It was one of the main attractions of the ops centers for Epcot, because the Epcot ops centers, even to this day, run the majority of all the ops for the entire park. And so one of the main parts of that tour is you get to see the server room that runs all the server data stuff for the park, where they actually do info security on and stuff. And part of that tour was they had a Pepper's Ghost glass that you wouldn't notice, and have like it wasn't him, but like a Carl. He was basically like the Carl Sagan of his day back in like the 70s or something. Wasn't Carl Sagan, I know that. Who would warp around the data center and give you a tour of it, and then sung a song about mainframes. And that mainframe song was written by the same legendary people that wrote music for The Little Mermaid and Aladdin and Hercules and all of those. And it's about mainframes and info security. If you don't believe me, look up Disney World Epcot mainframe tour. I might do it. I might show that, provided we don't get demonetized, because I have to investigate it as at least the video part, maybe not the audio, as the opening. But yeah, go look that up. Disney made an official, like, a whole new world, under the sea caliber song about mainframes and info security. So yeah, I guess I'll leave it off at that as this video ends. I'm going to go back to Face. Again, I'm going to say real quick as we head into midnight, thank you all for attending our anniversary. I know which I did blab for too long there, but hopefully that was some fascinating stuff to end this. We're going to cap this by playing a quick, should be like 30 seconds long, about one of the DEFCON groups left us a happy anniversary vid. Okay. And then when we're gonna go look for someone to raid, and as we do, Sircel's going to kick it with the tunes, and hopefully everyone on Twitch will enjoy that. And again, besides 169, made in Jersey City, if you want to check us out in the future, again, we meet third Friday of the month. Hopefully early next year, not next year. It feels like next year. Next month, we might actually experiment meeting in person, depending on how the whole, what New Jersey's government says, Jersey City, and vaccinations and stuff goes. So check that out. But regardless, we will, especially speaker permitting, we will be streaming this. Our next meeting in April, I believe, is the 16th. Again, third Friday of every month. Yep, it's the 16th. It'll probably be somewhere between 6 p.m., 7 p.m., something like that. Again, depending. And if you want to know more about us, and I'll post these quick links in chat, you can find us at our website, that's Siricel Awesomely Coded, that we're going to be doing awesome updates to in the near future at defcon21.org. And we're on Twitter, Instagram, and GitHub and stuff, and you can find that all at our link tree here. So again, thank you all for the anniversary stuff. There was so many awesome people that came out. I can't believe we got, like, this was the best anniversary. Like, holy shit. So thank you for all attending, and thanks, again, Siricel for being with us, and our co-founder GI Jack, who if you hear an explosion while the harmonica goes off, either Siricel got way into the harmonica, or we now have to fix the Raspberry Pi again. So yeah, hopefully you enjoy the raid. And again, thank you and I'm going to name them here. I believe it's DCG 5511 from Brazil for wishing us a happy anniversary. You're going to see that video in a moment. Hack the Planet, Dirty Jersey Represent, and next time it'll be 5 fucking years. Shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm worried the day where DEFCON 201 becomes old enough to drink.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, pretty soon, DEFCON's gonna have to file for retirement in terms of its age itself. So we'll see. Oh, also, real quick, as we go back to the screen mode, so I can load this. We haven't. Oh, sorry, playing it. We haven't got done full live streaming yet. By the way, we are going tomorrow, because I like torturing myself. Starting at 9 a.m. ish. We're streaming 3 crazy hacker things because I hate myself. We're gonna start off with Libre Planet. We're gonna take a break. We're gonna attempt to look at DEFCON China, and then on Sunday we're gonna be streaming and reacting to Pancakes Con, and then we'll end with a Master of Unlocking where I teach lockpicking, and it's gonna be pretty interesting. So normally I say I'll see you next meeting. I personally will probably see you tomorrow. So again, enjoy yourself, and let's again, can't believe we're 4 years old.
Yep.
Hack the planet!
Hack the planet.
Woo! Yep.
Real mumbling.
Hi everyone, I'm Marina Chavada from the DCG 5511, all the way from Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we just want to say thank you so much for everything that you've done. You're an amazing group. We are huge fans, and we're so happy that you're celebrating this anniversary. We hope you enjoy this day. We hope you enjoy this event. We are great admirers, and we want to meet you all soon enough for a DEFCON celebration. So that's it, yo. Kisses and hugs and everything that's good for you. And we hope you enjoy till the last moment. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Brazil. You can start playing.
Okay. So, I wonder if am I actually on air? I can't.
Oh, I have the mic on here. Are you still on the big blue button? Or?
Yeah, I'm still on the big blue button.
Okay.
So, if that's on TV, then
yeah, you're on big blue button. I can turn on the desktop audio if you want. Here we go. Yep.
So if you can hear me, I'm going to be playing a bit of harmonica to play us off. I've chosen Floaters by Jimmy Fontanese. It's licensed under Creative Commons Attribution BY 2.0. Reason I'm doing this is because we were talking about people movers, and the channel Technology Connections made an excellent video on that. I suggest you watch it. I'm a huge fan. So yeah, without further ado, all right.